really good. I think HP regen is a trap.
I feel like it's never really done anything for me. So
It isn't,
I agree.
because it's measured. Because you have to, even while I was doing the unlocks to get like HP regen stuff, you have to pump that up so high, and you have to dedicate an entire tome to it, and
Yeah,
it
it's
just
not worth
doesn't.
it.
It just doesn't do anything. Lifesteal will heal you more than like a maxed out regen, or you could put huge investments in the regen tome, and lifesteal will crush it by just getting 1 or 2 shrine upgrades for it.
Right, yeah.
1 or 2 shields are good too, because they'll essentially prevent a damage instance.
I started
I
to
often
just get Aegis like every time
Yeah.
almost. It's just
Yeah,
way
3
too good
weapons
not
in
to take.
Aegis with cooldown and quantity seem to be what worked best for me. Tony McZoom's my favorite character.
I haven't
He's,
unlocked him
I
yet.
like him a lot because he moves fast by default, and that lets you hit stuff really early and get around the map and get stuff. And then it kind of spoils you, because it's like in a lot of games, movement speed in games is like
It's just
such a
so
huge
good.
quality of
Yeah.
life. Especially when you're used to it, and then you go to a character who doesn't move quick, you're like, ugh.
So slow.
I had a little bit off topic. I had a dream last night where I ate a pizza, and then I woke
delicious.
up shortly afterwards, and I had this insane craving for pizza.
I
don't know
wonder
if y'all
why.
have ever. I don't know if y'all have ever done that, where you've eaten something in a dream and you just really, really want it once you wake up.
Eaten something in a dream.
Well, you could do that too, I guess.
Eaten? I don't think so.
Aten?
Did you
I
just
don't know why
bite your own words?
I don't know why you're saying that with a question mark. You said it. I was just mimicking you.
You ever eaten a pizza? You ever eaten? You ever ate?
When the biting
Sometimes I
is so
say
bad, you don't even hear your own words. That's crazy.
Oh
That
my
one-
god.
Normally I say et. You ever ate a pizza? Do you say et?
No, just
no.
ate.
No?
So hi everybody, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Oh my god.
I could use a pizza right now, actually. No,
we ate good today, or the last few days, with all these Tron movies.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We ate super good. Speaking of super good,
we'll open with some fun news for everybody. Then we'll mention it again after the first section, and then probably at the end of Tron Ares, because I think that makes the most sense in terms of pacing, which is something Tron Ares doesn't know about either. Anyway, so news for you in chat. Something that has been asked for in the EFAP community for some time. Now, it's not a brand new set of plushies for the crew here. It is instead adding someone to the plushie realm that has long been sought after. And here he is. Da 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 da. I zoom in. Yeah.
Whoa.
Mel, do you sales pitch for how wonderful this plushie? Those eyes are very funny.
The eyes are really bothering, but yeah, as you can see, I am real as plushie form. That's happening. I mean, I did a short video. I should probably posted that. I don't know if that would be funny to show, but that's what I did. Yeah, we'll be doing a plushie this year in October. It's just me this time. It's me. We're doing it. We're doing it now for realsies. And yeah, go check it out on the Makeship store. I think they did a great job. They got the eyes really well, I think.
He's
They
beautiful.
captured your essence.
They
captured my essence. I look very miserable. I got the beard. I got the hair. All the good stuff. I got the "I was hacked" shirt as it.
Which at this point is an ancient meme.
That is an ancient meme from not a guy from. What's the fucking name of the game again? Not TKO. TKO. That's from TKO.
It's a combination though, right? Because that's where it was drawn, but the origin of the meme was the other game. Because remember, it's who's the alien, and then you could say you could frame people. Yeah, and you could frame people to look like an alien, and then we made jokes like the alien was like, "Oh my god, I was hacked."
Yeah,
and they looked like that.
Someone drew the alien. Another one wrote, "I was hacked," and that was a shirt. I still have the shirt, by the way.
Well, that's 14's drawing, isn't it?
It is. I showed him. He was very happy. It was on the plushie. You made him.
A true fan. Classic.
Yeah.
There is a
But yeah,
link in the description to grab this up now. Just so you know, it needs to get to 100% in order to actually be funded. So if you are interested, this is, I don't know how many options you're going to have to grab a Mootle plushie, but hopefully we can get him to the 200 so that it confirms and gets locked in. But perhaps even more. What we'll do probably is, if you get that, I think there's an ad for this, right? We can play that after we do this opening.
Sure.
It's going to be rather amusing, but
yeah, it's some fun.
we'll make you
Doing a little
aware. Don't you worry,
announcement.
streamerinos. We got
We're doing it.
a fun night ahead of us, I'm sure. As well as, you know.
I think so.
Oh shit! I realized I'm on the wrong. Oh my god! I betrayed Halloween.
Oh no.
It was like this the whole time. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta fucking fix the thing now. Platoon's slightly off, but you can see him, and he looks drunk, so it's funny. He's like, he's like,
Just stumbled
I'm here
in.
too.
I'm also here. Hello.
Hello, hi Cap. This is gonna be great.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I was being Platoon.
Oh, I thought you meant because, you know, you're so
No,
excited to talk about.
I wasn't that desperate for attention.
Well,
no.
last I spoke to you, you said you were really excited to talk about Tron. It's probably one of the better films that's come out in the past decade, right? You said it's one of the.
Yeah, that sounds like something I'd say.
Yeah.
I think it's generational, right?
You
Is that what
famously
they say now?
hated
It's
the original,
generational?
and you felt this one fixed it, which I'm looking forward to you explaining.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You're gonna make upset all of the Tron fans.
There's a few of them
There's
out
loads
there.
of them. Loads of them.
They all
There
went to
was
the
at least
theater.
one in my
Dozens of
theater
us.
who like gasped audibly when they made a reference to the original movie.
Oh,
He was like,
Really?
That's nice.
Yeah, oh yeah. He was into
It was.
Good for him.
Oh, all right. Yeah, good for him. So wait. You had people in your theater?
Oh yeah. I saw your picture. You posted a picture that yours was completely empty. I went like 10 a.m. this morning and it was pretty full, which I
Wow.
found baffling.
So that's where they
I
are.
also went at like 10 a.m. and it wasn't full at all, but there were a few people there.
Because I went 8 p.m. on a Friday, so that's seems like a movie-ish time.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, it's movie time.
Well,
It's
before
movie
we get into Tron Elise, I was made aware of some news, and I think it's infinitely amusing considering other news. I was figuring out, I was having a look, and I think it's better if I read this out first, actually. I was going to read it out second, but we'll go with it first. So what I'll do is, I'll read this out, just straight up, and then, chat, I'm going to tell you where it comes from, because I think you're going to find this interesting. So, you know, any commentary you guys have, just save, because I'm going to do it all in one. and
Okay.
I think people will find it of interest. So, Superman, starring David Corran Sweat, Rachel Brosnahan, and Nicholas Hoult, has ended its domestic theatrical run after playing on the big screen for 84 wonderful, soaring days. As everyone knows, so it's wrapped up completely. It's worth mentioning, Superman's worldwide box office gross ended at 615, 784, 465. I should have added more words in there, but you probably know what that means. Superman had a production budget of $225 million, plus a worldwide marketing budget of $125 million. Numbers that I think people are going to disagree on. I don't believe it is that low, but we'll run with it. It's fine. Variety reported after the film was released in theaters in July. Now, given that films generally split their ticket sales 50-50 with theater owners, this means that Superman's theatrical net equates to nearly $308 million. The amount, of course, does not reflect any residuals that are being paid out or other miscellaneous expenses associated with the film. So, you know, could go up, could go down, could stay the same. It's hard to say for sure because there's lots of little things that happen. But even going with the $308 million before taking the other expenses into account, Superman's net then falls below the $350 million Warner Brothers spent on the production of the film and the marketing. Whether Superman will ultimately end up making or losing money, though, is yet to be determined, since Warner Brothers will earn money from premium video on demand, streaming video on demand, and other revenue streams, including dollars earned from licensed merchandise. No matter if Superman ends up in the red or the black, the new DCU is charging full steam ahead with its film and television slate, with James Gunn's HBO Max series Peacemaker serving as the follow-up to Superman to further build out the foundation of the DCU. DC Studios' next feature, Supergirl, is set to be released in theaters on June 26th, 2026. Now, this is a perspective that's been had, I'd say, over the past few months from many different people, and they've been called insane and wrong for calculating this way. This is an article I've just read out, and it comes from Forbes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Allegedly.
pretty interesting considering it seems like reality's setting in, and I obviously it was I think read out on FNT, and I think I was there for Real BBC when it did, and it's just like, oh shit, finally, because this is another chapter. There's still another one to go where the numbers for the movie come in from having filmed in at least partially in Britain. When we get that transparency, it's going to be even more interesting. And of course, the consequences of what happens to the DCU going forward, what's going to happen with Supergirl's box office, what's going to happen in terms of just broad decisions where we understand what they mean in a wider context. We've had a few. For example, the cancellation of several different projects, or the moving Superman to streaming faster than one would expect for a super successful movie. And then, of course, just the continuous lowering of what it would have to cross to be successful, right? It's changed over the course of months and months. I know this conversation is dead for a lot of people. It's just frustrating because this is what we were saying like the entire time, and now it's in a definitive, like, trusted source for an article of how money works with movies. And of course, this is
Even
the only.
though you didn't even really need this.
No.
Like, all you
Did
need to
not
do
be
is just
necessary.
pattern recognition. What films are generally considered successful? How much did they make, and how much did they cost? As long as you remember that films don't, the box office number doesn't reflect the literal amount of money that the studio themselves are collecting on the film, and that there are additional costs associated with making the film, then you don't look at the things where it's like, oh, this movie made this much, budget was this, and you're like, oh, it must be successful because numbers higher than that number. It's like, yeah, it needs to be a lot higher than that number to be considered successful. And then you just have to remember, man, $200 million, you could have made 4 Conjuring movies that made like what, $500 million this year. So you could have made $2 billion off of two. You know, obviously it wouldn't work exactly like that, but like a $2 billion box office on 4 movies, like, damn, that seems a lot better than, you know, $600 million on a $220 million budget at least.
And it was like your roundup at the end of the last one, the retarded Avengers one. You know, it's another way of doing it is compare its box office take to other recent DC movies, which were quite widely considered flops and failures. And if it didn't make as much money as those movies did, whilst costing a comparable amount, then by the same metric, this is a flop and a failure.
The idea that you just make Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania made money. It just made fuck all money.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't make it a success. The idea, like, well, you made your money back. It's like, yeah, you want to make lots of money though. That's why they're making these movies. They want to make hundreds of millions of dollars, not like a couple $1 million.
It's just kind of basic household economics. Like if I only made as much money on my videos as it cost me in time and hiring editors and stuff to make those videos, I would be starving to death because I couldn't afford to do anything I actually need to do because the video didn't make money. It just broke even. Studios have, you know, multiple projects that they can have another shot at, and apparently Warner thinks it's made enough money this year that it doesn't have to release other things. That came up on FNT a couple of weeks ago. Can't remember the context, but it's with Superman, it is your big ticket item. It is the kickoff event of your DCU. The next movies are Supergirl and Clayface. Clayface is a bit of an anomaly because it has an incredibly low budget, which makes it a bit more interesting. But if Superman struggles as the tentpole event thing, Supergirl probably isn't going to do particularly well. But it will be a good barometer of how much interest Superman has built up in the DCU. If that film just completely flops, then nobody really gives a fuck, which I predict it probably will.
They also rushed the making of Superman 2, Man of Tomorrow, or whatever it's called. Like, they're starting production on that like a week from now.
That's nuts.
Worth mentioning too, James Gunn pissed off a lot of his own fans with the ending of Peacemaker. Not that I've
it up a lot, didn't he?
Well, there's a lot of things people are pissed off about. There's a bit of character assassination, according to what I've read, because I don't give a fuck about that show. People feel Rick Flag Sr. was betrayed compared to his Creature Commandos counterpart, which I thought was interesting. You know,
Which,
I guess
he wrote both shows.
well, he
so-
not only wrote them, but he declared it as the foundational beginning of his universe, so people care, you know? So you gotta be careful. I can't confirm if he actually did, I'm just saying this is what a lot of people were complaining about. And then you have that he said the last 3 episodes were some of his like best work of all time, that they're so shocking that they couldn't be given to like reviewers because, you know, he wants to keep it close to the chest and deliver it when it's delivered. And people were pretty underwhelmed by the final episode. because the three went the reveal of Racist World, the killing everybody in Racist World, and then the third episode was like a multiversal romp through a bunch of doorways and stuff.
What? That was an insane sentence to hear.
It was, and it's true. So, because you go fucking visit Twitter after a day after like these episodes come out, and it's just a bunch of people arguing over Racist World, like whether or not it was a good choice. And it's just like, okay, what about the characters though? Like,
Somehow I didn't see any of those. I don't know. Maybe I got lucky and was spared from cringe ones.
You would like the Racist World, Fringy. Not Fringy, Metal. You would like
you like the Racist World.
You would love Racist.
I would love Racist World. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I got the genetics for it, I guess. Yeah.
There was something about like people are looking at old interviews. He said he greatly implied, if not teased, Blue Beetle would be in Peacemaker, which hasn't happened. He teased like
Never see Blue Beetle again.
There's so much, dude. I can't even get through it.
Yeah,
like,
that's a movie that happened,
I'm
right?
strictly going off memory. There's a lot of people being like, you know, I feel like James Gunn doesn't always tell the truth about these things. It's like, oh,
what?
Well, that would be crazy.
And I was,
I saw a video of him on Twitter saying something that I think it might have been in relation to the Peacemaker finale. He put a video on Twitter saying like, yes, I wrote that finale. No, I'm not sorry. You should check it out. Peacemaker is streaming now.
No,
I wouldn't be doing that if I was confident that people were actually watching my show.
Yeah, so there's all of that, and I was saying to Fringy, I think yesterday or whatever, but like he lies so much more than he needs to. It's ridiculous. Like I get that there's lots of lies in the industry, but like why you?
He just does it for the love of the game.
Well, why is he getting into like arguments with random people on like Instagram? Like you're in charge of DC. Why are you getting into fights with people on the internet?
Yeah, he does that a lot.
He
strange.
could say virtually nothing, and that would be much better.
But
he's just that confident in his product.
On that note, combined with the realities of the box office settling in, or setting in, well, I guess you could say both, right? Settling in and setting in.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Eaten.
There's posts I've caught that are very amusing. Now, I'm not blaming the whole subreddit, okay? Some of you guys are okay. Don't come into the stream tomorrow. But
Don't come to the Reddit tomorrow.
But some of these posts are just so funny, I can't ignore it. So there's a post about how we've been broken by Superman. That's the reality. And this applies to the FNT guys, to EFAP, to probably BSUP, and certainly Metal. Look at him. So
what?
There's an idea of like, you know, it's unfortunate, you know, you guys can be okay to good at your job, but this one, you fucking lost it. You've been broken. So they say, it's been nearly 3 months since the release of Superman, and they won't stop talking about a film they all initially said was mid and bad, not the worst thing ever. They act like it's a win for the Snyder Bros, even though it's getting a sequel. Go ahead.
Well, wait, hold on. We didn't say it was mid from the get-go.
I never said it was mid. Never said it was
always
mid.
said that it was bad from the beginning stream of it.
You guys need to remember, mid means 5 out of 10. Mid does not mean like 3 or 2.
I got told off after that first stream because I gave it a 2 out of 10 in the roundup to the first Superman stream, and then I had a bunch of people after that saying, "Oh, Platoon's forgotten what a 2 out of 10 movie looks like." But the obvious response is, "No, you've just forgotten what a 5 out of 10 movie looks like."
Yeah, I think the kindest thing we said was something along the lines of, "Well, I kind of like this character a bit, I guess."
He was Mr. Terrific. Yeah, he managed to push it up slightly, but even then, you know,
generational scene stealer.
Generational
scene stealer.
But yeah, no, definitely.
Wow.
I feel like all of us said it was bad. As to worst thing ever, did any of us say it was the worst film ever?
No,
didn't.
I don't remember that.
I mean, it would be hard to be worse than Multiverse of Madness. To be fair, that's like really.
I know we said it was like it's in the competition for like one of the worst adaptations. But that's running like comic adaptations, I suppose, or comic movies. But that's a huge club.
Of the year as well, but then you know there's still a bit of the year left, and it keeps surprising us. So
it's worse than Tron Ares.
Yeah.
It's probably more broken, but.
I'm trying to think.
More fun with it.
It's probably that one's tough. Actually, I'd have to.
We can revisit that after we do the episode.
Well, what I was about to say is I don't know. After watching Platoon's videos, like Superman's really bad. But it's like, well, after Platoon's description of this film, I might change my mind on that too. So it's like, we'll have to wait.
Race to the bottom.
But yeah, whatever. So they said they act like it's a win for the Snyder Bros. No, we don't.
No.
Are you new here?
Like, what? How come everyone's
He
forgetting
acts
the
like
arc
it's
of
a
us like
win for the
slapping the Snyderverse over and over and over again to the point of getting in some serious trouble?
I'm sure you all said when you watched this movie, "Oh man, I wish Zack Snyder comes back to make some more DC movies." I'm pretty sure that's what you guys said.
Here's the thing. We're not treating it as a win, but Man of Steel was more successful than Superman.
Which they can
These are just
use as a
these
win
are
if
they
they
just
can
want
facts.
say
to.
that. They
Yeah,
can
that's
say
just a
that.
fact. What, regardless of how you feel about it,
Not
it
even
is a
That's
more
not like
successful
that.
movie.
That doesn't mean that we're treating it like a success. They're treating it like a success because, I mean, why wouldn't they? Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even matter because their universe is over. It's finished and it failed. But
Yeah,
like,
reduce some
I just
atoms.
find that a bit funny.
Yes, notable Snyder fans. That's true.
Anticipated that, and like that's why I threw it in the introduction to my video. Basically, a plague on both your houses. I fucking hate both of these. They're horrible, and yet the comment section is still like, Snyder fans. What'll they like? Fucking, you didn't watch even 2 minutes of the video before you left that comment. But okay, fair enough.
And then, because they went on to say, even though it's getting a sequel while the Snyderverse is dead and will never continue, like, well, sure, but, you know, Snyder Bros are going to consider this a validation that they were the right ones. You should have continued with us. Look at you, shitty Gunverse. And you can have your fight with them if you want. We don't want either of them.
They're delusional enough to think that this might mean the return of
the
Snyderverse. But they're crazy people. That's not going to happen. They'll take any tiny shred of catharsis they can get their hands on and try to spin that into hope for future installments.
Aren't they like friends, like James Gunn and Zack Snyder? Aren't they like bros?
Yeah, they went on Rick and Morty together to pretend like they were friends. So
that doesn't mean shit.
I would never take my friend to be on Rick and Morty.
Exactly,
with me. I would
cruel.
never do that to a friend.
They go on to say, I will admit, Man of Steel did perform a little better, but that was during a time where superhero movies were at the apex of popularity, benefited from the post-Dark Knight trilogy hype, with Nolan's own name even attached, and yet it still failed to reach $1 billion. So how is that impressive exactly? Once again, who are you talking to?
So, yeah, like though also the apex of superhero popularity was the end of the 2010s, obviously.
Yeah.
They were getting more popular in the early 2010s, but it's obviously the end because that's when Endgame was coming out. That's when it started to be that every Marvel movie made $1 billion. Like Captain Marvel made $1 billion. They were getting more popular for sure, but I mean, such is the climate that you exist in. So if you're trying to make money, you can't just say that. Like, oh, this movie didn't make the money that we needed it to. Well, it's a bad climate. Oh, okay, you're still losing money. So what's the point of even saying that? It still didn't do as well.
And they say, Superman still scored better, has a far more likable Clark Kent and Lois Lane, a far superior Lex Luthor, and isn't a nearly 3-hour film with mass destruction rivaling that of a Transformers film.
Lex is one of the worst villains ever put to screen. I would say that. He's awful. He's absolutely terrible. And he actually does bring on sort of mass Transformers level destruction because he tries to tear reality in half. What movie were you watching?
Yeah, I was confused about that. Metropolis gets split in half in the new movie.
It
but
has
it's
been
fine.
ripped in twain.
Also, like, why are we still like on Man of Steel actually at this point?
It's
Like,
funny you say that. The post ends with, also, Clark doesn't ignore his stepfather because of a stupid-ass tornado, and Pa Kent wasn't an asshole who contemplated leaving school kids to die drowning while trapped in a bus. Dude, why are you aiming this at us?
Why is this still? Why
we're not
going to
defend? Yeah, you won't catch us defending Man of Steel. That movie's balls.
It's a terrible movie. But why aren't we making the comparison to Christopher Reeve 1978 Superman though?
Yeah, that would be the
Can we
better
not
version.
make that comparison because that's the better movie?
Like, if the line is, at least he didn't ignore his stepfather because of a stupid tornado, then James Gunn's answer to that is, well, he ignored his stupid stepfather because. I mean, there's no reason for it in the Superman 25 movie. The reason for it in Man of Steel is present. It's just a really terrible reason, but at least some work was attempted. It was just very badly done. This one didn't even try the work. He just doesn't pay attention to his stepdad.
Just because obviously they don't know. Type in Man of Steel EFAP movies into YouTube, and it should be first result, I'd imagine. And you can watch us watch the movie, and we say a lot about it. I will say that much. We weren't fans.
We loved it. It's great.
It's amazing.
What a fine
I
film.
just find it funny. It's like, but it's so much better than Man of Steel. Why aren't you saying, but it's so much better than Donner's Superman? Are you not saying that because it's self-evident that it's not even close?
Curious.
Something
So
to think about.
I thought that post was amusing, but then there was another one following it up. And to be fair, these have both been downvoted pretty harshly on the subreddit, like I said. Some of them are cool, don't come in tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. But the,
No.
so I'm just going to go through some bullet points. They watched our disastrous stream. You have both Platoon's video, Retarded Avengers 2, but also like the first stream we did as well. It's a combination of different perspectives and stuff, and there's just things we got wrong. So we're here to correct the record, and I'll start with the most relevant point since we were just talking about it. Quote: Superman wasn't a success. Well, it did better than any other superhero movie this year.
This year.
By the way, you've already fucked
This
up.
year.
If your response to that is, well, it did better than.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah.
What?
This year.
So Thunderbolts,
Fantastic Four.
Brave New World, and Fantastic Four.
Brave New World.
Jesus.
And it didn't do much better than Fantastic Four. But, like, it's kind of funny how you can't compare it to last year because Deadpool and Wolverine made more than twice the amount of money as Superman. If you're like, well, of course it did. It's like, I don't know. Why are we saying that? Well, of course it did.
Of course.
Superman. Like, yeah, it's Deadpool and Wolverine. This is Superman.
Yes.
Can we not pretend that Superman is not a
Batman,
huge
Superman,
character
Spider-Man
with a
exist
huge
in their own
IP?
tier? That I'm not sure that even Wolverine breaches. He's getting pretty close, but... So I don't even know why we're doing that. And also, who cares about whether it did better? What matters is, did it make money? And right now, it's in a position of like,
It's just so
shit,
funny.
Did it even?
It did better
even?
than the other flops. It's like, that's not an
The other
answer.
flops, yeah.
It just failed the least, which is not a very strong mark in its favor.
Yeah.
So they
Being
continue.
the fastest loser is not great.
It's getting a sequel. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
did Man of Steel,
Okay.
so did Batman v Superman.
So
They
did
probably had
Tron.
that. They probably had that
It's
greenlit
good
before the
development.
movie even came out.
Oh, they would definitely. They're giving Gunn a lot more time than just one movie. Absolutely.
Mhm.
You
Yeah,
gotta
like,
test this out.
They probably would want to commit for and again maybe it's something we talked about last time. Oh, it's a loss leader or something. Maybe that actually is the thing.
Yeah.
We need to
But-
lose money to make money. We
That's-
gotta spend
that's
money
the-
to make money.
Then they
the
say.
loss leader. Yeah,
Then
yeah,
they
Superman.
say, I don't see why the first film in a series has to be even a smash hit.
Oh.
I mean,
that's-
it doesn't have to be.
it
but
would
what
be
do
nice if
you
it
think
was,
they
though.
want it to be? Yeah, what do you think DC wants it to be? Do you think they
I
want
think
it to
that
be
they
a
would-
loss leader or a massive box office mega hit to launch their new
You know,
franchise?
it's-
Who
it's
made
kind
that
of
point
funny.
in Retarded Avengers? It was like actually they did it right because they didn't make the movie too good.
You don't want it
it's
too
not
good.
good.
You don't want it
It's
too
not
good.
good.
Then it
You know
would be
what?
No,
hard
no,
to
no,
beat.
no, no, no. It's the Destiny 2 strategy. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like Iron Man was successful, and I'm sure, and that was good. That was probably a good way to start, was by making money. But I suppose you could start by not making money. That's a viable strategy.
Also, when
Sustainable
someone,
long-term.
if you're responding to the quote, Superman wasn't a success, and your response is, I don't see why it has to be a smash hit. It's like that doesn't really address. Like, it's like it's not that
Feels
it's
like there's an implication there.
yeah. And then they end with, the movie has built a fan base now, and we'll see how Man of Tomorrow does. Well, it'd be
will.
pretty embarrassing
we'll
if there were
see.
no fans.
We
Like,
will
yeah.
see.
And yeah, we
See.
definitely will see. So that's just
We
the
will see.
box office side. There's also,
Okay.
I guess you could call this miscellaneous. They're mad at me because I said, well, they've got me quoted as Peacemaker has too much swearing. Don't you think
What?
that it's probably a little more than that? Because I like movies with...
Was that all you said? Did you just say that, and then we were like, yeah, okay, moving on?
Well, they responded, are we for fucking real? How is this a problem? So what I actually said was that James Gunn has his characters swearing every fucking other fucking word for fucking fuck's sake, fuck. And it is extremely distracting. It doesn't sound natural at all. And it was frustrating because it felt really childish, like immature. So watching the one episode that I did of season 2, I was struck pretty fast by how there's like a group of 3 or 4 people, and all of them have at least like 2 or 3 fucks per sentence. And I was just like, why are you all written the same, and why are you all spamming that word? And of course, my assumption is James Gunn wrote this pretty fast, and you know, I don't know. I think it's perfectly fine for a lot of people to rely on certain words because they've got certain crutches or whatever. But well, you redraft and you go, oh yeah, I should probably thin that out or move that around or try and make each of them sound more like individuals rather than just swearing everywhere all the time. There are some movies that have a really high swear count that can pull it off. One of the more commonly
The Departed has a
cited
lot
would
of
probably
swearing.
be, yeah. There's a few others as well. It's down to that point you're going to need a lot of context, but with this, oof, just the dialogue was rough anyway. But it was among a lot of complaints I had. I said I may have opened with it has way too much swearing and then gone into all of this, but they seem to only have snatched that as a quote. So I'm like, cool. I'm glad we're
they got you.
yeah, glad we're at that point. So anyway,
I mean, it's similar to when all your heroes or protagonists or main characters, whatever, just all quip all the time. Like everyone is not taking anything seriously. It works the same way when everybody just swears randomly without any reason to it.
Instead of having like one character who has that as a personality, they all just kind of meld together like they're the same, like slightly different flavors of the same person. Yeah,
like it feels like one of you shouldn't be swearing this much because you're a different person.
Yes. Also, someone just mentioned it could be because of improv, which is very likely as well from what I've heard about the production of Peacemaker, but can't confirm.
It just sounds like everyone sounds like the writer in this case. That's just how James Gunn talks.
Well, improv worked well for Ghostbusters, so...
Yeah, I'm not against swearing. Just want to make sure that's clear. So, onto the plot line of Superman. Just got a couple of criticisms of our assessments. For example, quote, why is Lex helping Baravia for petroleum when he can make a pocket universe? That's the quote. And you got, Lex isn't helping Baravia for petroleum. He explicitly says that he engineered the conflict to cause problems for Superman. So, what's interesting about this is that when we brought that up, I actually said why I brought that up, because I'm pretty sure I asked it. I said it was a line I didn't even realize was in the film until Platoon's video, where I heard it, where Lois says that he's interested in having that portion of the country because he wants petroleum. Yep. She says that as a result of her research. You can call her a retard too if you want. It's fine with me.
That's allowed.
Lois says it from the hero's perspective. So like, this is the information that she is basically given by the contact in a bank that they discover that they just randomly have because it's time to move the plot along and explain stuff. She says this is what he's after, and his cultish acolytes, the people who work for him, think this is what he's after. He's going to build a technological utopia. Lex tells Gurkos, the person he's in league with, that this is what he's after. The maps which show half of Baravia, designated Luthor land or whatever the fuck it's called, are real. And he actually does want it. It's not an either-or proposition. His main plan, yes, is to use Baravia to take down Superman, though that is completely redundant because he already has everything to do that as soon as he has the message from his parents. But nevertheless, he does also want half of Jarampur. He does say this repeatedly.
Yeah,
that is the plan.
Definitely wants that,
the stated reason is petroleum deposits, because they're worth a lot of money. Obviously, if you can make a big bang in a mega collider and create a universe, the word pocket doesn't change anything, then you kind of are a bit above petroleum deposits as a need for income.
A bit.
Little bit.
Well, they go on to address that. They say, we have no idea what the Pocket Universe runs on. Why is it obvious that the Pocket Universe would have worthwhile resources? It seems pretty barren to me.
Are we gonna pretend like that anti-proton river wouldn't be like one of the most valuable fucking things ever?
I feel like I watched a different movie. There was shit tons of valuable things in that Pocket Universe.
It's a universe. It's a universe with a bunch of crazy shit in it. And if you can just create a universe, that means you've also created the material that comprises that universe. And some of the material in that universe is really crazy, like that fucking river. I don't know why you wouldn't just bottle some of that up and sell that for like $1 bajillion. And we know that he could do that because he built suits that were impervious to that river. He built suits that were better than any tech that Mr. Terrific had that could deal with that river. So he could absolutely do it. I don't know, man. Feels like that would probably be worth more than some oil in the ground, but okay.
Probably any material that's exotic to the planet Earth would be super valuable in and of itself.
Yeah, and also the main use of petroleum deposits would be to be sold primarily as fuel, but also for use in making plastics and things like that. So it has, for our current day world, it is quite valuable. But one of the main technologies we're currently after, which would make all of this redundant, is nuclear fusion, the ability to essentially create a small sun and keep it sustainably running forever. Basically, then unlimited free energy, or close enough as makes no difference. Lex can make a big bang. That's what he says.
Yep.
A big bang, bit more energy in it than a sun. He also happens to have a person who can make the sun, but by the by. So it's just, I think the universe slightly struggles to keep a scale going here, and I don't think that putting the word pocket in front of it makes any difference whatsoever.
No.
Nope.
They definitely rely on that, pocket. So it's not like a real universe, but except it is.
Except it is.
Created from the Big Bang, so it's a universe. It is just an alternate plane of reality.
So next up, quote, "The cinematography is bad and looks like The Flash." Best of luck responding to this, because you read it, you're like, okay, that sounds ironclad, but all right, fair enough, let's go. So their response is yes. Henry Braham, I'm not 100% sure, did the cinematography for The Flash. He also did the cinematography for Guardians 2, Guardians 3, The Suicide Squad, which I would hope EFAP would praise, as there are consistently awesome work in those. I don't know why this is relevant.
Why is this relevant?
Different
Those
movies.
are,
Yeah.
The
The guy
reason
who
can't
did the
say that-
cinematography for the live-action How to Train Your Dragon did cinematography on Edgar Wright films. But it doesn't change the fact that the How to Train Your Dragon live-action remake is a profoundly dull-looking movie.
The guy who shot The Matrix also shot Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. So it's really more of a what have
that's
you
the
done
same
to me?
guy.
Bill Pope,
We don't-
yeah.
Oh, is it?
Well,
Yeah,
But
we don't have to talk about like this in
Yeah.
terms of writing, do we? All the writers that fell off. I certainly hope not.
Well, yeah, well,
I mean,
to address it, the reason we're picking The Flash is because it looks like The Flash. It doesn't
looks
look
a lot
like
the
Guardians 2.
camera spinning around in ways that just seem that just look really fucking weird. I don't know how else to describe it.
Also, just
other
like
than that. It
more
just
like
looks
The Flash
really
than
washed out,
Guardians.
overexposed. There's a lot of little tells and stuff. But saying it is bad is the important part. It looks like The Flash is something that's satisfying to discover. It's the same
funny.
cinematography. Oh. But to say well, he's done other stuff, it's cool.
All right.
Yeah.
And if those are good, we'll praise them.
Exactly.
They continue. I would argue Superman has good cinematography. Okay. They don't.
Okay, I mean, we would argue that it's bad, so I'm glad that we've gotten somewhere with this.
They don't have any detailed criticism for the camera work other than it looks like The Flash and it spins around too much. Purely subjective. I'm pretty sure we were much more specific than that.
We definitely would have said more than that.
The scene everyone was gushing over with Mr. Terrific, I said you can't fucking see a lot of it 'cause it keeps putting Lois in the way after all the work the cinematographer choreographer would have done, as well as the actors. It was annoying the hell out of me. And then just spinning around is not. That's not. It's J.J. Abrams did this for a really long time. He just kept spinning around groups of people talking. And it was why? Why are you doing that? And it's because it's more. It makes people feel like it's more alive.
Dynamic and exciting.
Okay.
It's like you're walking around the scene.
And I mean, if there's more stuff to talk about, the way that the camera moves is often it's uncanny in a lot of instances. It's it feels almost distracting the way that the camera moves. Where when you're stitching. Because, for instance, in the Mr. Terrific scene, some of the ways that the camera, the shots are stitched together, it's man, I saw that, and that didn't look great. The camera is, moving incredibly erratically because you're trying to stitch these two takes together. Or that really bad shot that I don't know why they put it in the trailer, where they're in the splitting apart world, and then Superman grabs a big, pillar and smashes Ultraman. I mean, the way that camera moves is just whoa, something's wrong.
Well,
This doesn't feel right.
And was mentioned
There's something wrong with this.
Sort of there's nothing. There's maybe a handful of shots where composition will have you going oh, they put that there and that there, but for the average, this budget movie, you'd expect a little bit more from a cinematographer instead of being oh, this is all jumbled. This is a real chaotic mess, and then there's a lot of lack of color, or there's a washed outness to the Flash that I feel was in this as well. With Superman.
And it's kind of a thing that started to exist because this guy also worked on he did work on Guardians 3 and Suicide Squad, right? And both of those is there's some, I don't know what it is, but the colors don't look quite right in both of those films. They are it's like Ahsoka. You know how Ahsoka looks very
Bored?
white? For some
Bored.
reason, like
Yeah.
every frame, it's like feels like the white values are like a lot higher than you would want them to be.
So they say there's nothing for anyone who liked the camera work to do with that criticism. It's not persuasive at all. I can point out many shots in Superman where the camera work adds meaning and dynamism to the film. They can't say anything other than "but the Flash." So again, just another sort of swing and miss. Like, that's just not what happened. But I could tell you're very upset, and that's okay. Superman made people very passionate, which is good in terms of getting people passionate about art is always fun, but hopefully in the right directions and with good results. So they go on to say, quote, well, it's not even a quote, it's the truth, justice, and American way problem. I feel like this one was just something that a lot of people...
problem in quotes?
They've put truth, justice, and the American way in quotes. So this is a subject that a lot of people have obviously spoken on. I didn't realize there'd be many people defending taking out the American way without having some kind of cringeworthy argument that doesn't address at all like the spirit behind the quote. But they say, in the comics, the phrase has been changed to truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. Superman would not support America and wouldn't have since 2016.
Okay.
The phrase they mention is a random, awful marketing one that changes it to human way, which is silly, I admit. They claim that James Gunn made that. That is a lie. He didn't. I'm pretty sure we said we didn't know exactly who made it. Because I don't.
Whether he made it or not, he approved it. He thought it was
it's also it's in his film, so whatever.
Yeah.
They just hate him, so whatever. I mean, he's kind of an ass at this point, sure.
Yeah, he's a liar and an asshole.
Didn't seem like he took issue with Snyder hatred, but whatever. It's just lame that they will never talk about the actual one, and they would probably still hate it. I prefer Better Tomorrow than Human Way.
It does sound nice. Yeah, it's less clunky and forced, but it's still. It's an unnecessary call attention to yourself kind of change. It's one of those things where, like, you make the change and people complain about it, and then the person who made the change says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Why are you complaining about it?" So, well, okay, if it doesn't matter, then why did you change it? Evidently, it does. There was a point I was going to include in my Superman video, and if I hadn't caught the flu, so I couldn't record it. But like, I think if I recall correctly, the phrase "truth, justice, and the American way" it is in the 1978 Superman, and it's followed up by somebody saying essentially that the government's going to be after you for stuff after this. There are ways to maintain that without actually it being like an on-the-nose, patriotic, current-day American endorsement. Because the idea of the phrase originally isn't supposed to be, well, I mean, it went through a period where, like, during the war, Superman was selling war bonds for the government. But then after that point, it then became detached from the current dayness of America, and America reverts to being the stand-in for, like, the universal human values that Superman represents. Confident Country says that it is fundamentally the end of history. It's the shining city on the hill. It's not saying, like, we endorse specific president. What it is saying is we endorse the values that America represents. That has been historically what's made Superman quite successful overseas, because the 78 movie performed better overseas slightly than it did even in America. You can maintain that phraseology without people saying, oh, it must be referencing Donald Trump, so fuck it. It's just fundamentally boring and lazy to be told that Superman wouldn't support America since that thing happened in 2016 that I, the audience member, don't like.
So the
and if that's like the line of logic that's being used, how do they reconcile Superman saying that before the Civil Rights Act was passed?
The shorter way of saying everything that the little platoon did, because he doesn't know what brevity is basically just America, cool. Fuck yeah, suck my dick and lick my balls. Yeah. That's kind of, and that's what Superman's all about, 100%. Anyway, I want to get to the next box. It's really funny. Rags implies that Superman represents America. That's not the case. That's the sentence. And then he is the champion of the oppressed. Platoon doesn't understand that time exists, and says that the 78 movie did well internationally and had the American way line. I wonder what has happened in America recently that would make the most of the world hate it. So
I wonder what state was America in 1978? Because I can tell you it wasn't very happy at that time.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the entire world adored America, and so did America love itself. There was nothing wrong. 78 was it was beautiful and amazing, and nothing went wrong with anything.
Everything was fine until 2016.
That's where it all
Yeah,
changed.
then the Fire Nation attacked.
Damn it.
And to be clear, Superman absolutely does represent American values. When they change it to things like the human way or a better tomorrow, it's like, okay, well, better how? In reference to what set of values are we trying to improve things? It's like in everything Superman does, it's a set of values that aren't like exclusive entirely to the United States and the people of the United States, but he obviously does represent America and American culture and values. He doesn't represent Iraq. Okay. Like they're
Except to the
different
degree
values.
that like people in Iraq will look at America, and so some will maybe less so in Iraq than other countries, admittedly, but lots of people around the world will still wave American flags when they're protesting against their own dictatorial governments. Like it's not
Sure.
These people don't look at America and say, I agree with the current president, I want to be a Republican voter. What they look at America as what their ancestors looked at America as being, which is like this is the it is again shining city on the hill. This is the place we go to flee tyranny and oppression. This is like the embodiment of human liberty and freedom and all the nice fun stuff. And we will occasionally have conflicts with our own government over this question, but that is essentially what the idea of the nation represents, and therefore Superman also represents. Anthony Mackie got in trouble for this when he said that Captain America didn't represent America. Like people seem to miss this point a lot, and it's not that difficult to get your head around if you sort of free yourself from modern day political obsessions and start looking back toward what countries are supposed to represent.
Well, it feels weird. We got British and Australian people here trying to be like, keep the American way line, please.
Yeah. I prefer Captain America to Captain Britain.
Wait, I thought everyone hated us. I thought everyone in the world hated us. What are you talking about?
When do we get Captain Germany?
We had one of those. It didn't go
We
beat him. Captain America punched him, actually.
We beat him.
Wow. We had one and you beat him? That's so mean.
We had one.
What do I get?
We over here in Germany, we don't get shit.
we don't.
So, still on Platoon's quotes, he says, Captain America is a beloved character around the world when he explicitly is always fighting the American government. Like, are we fucking serious? So I guess he's saying, you're saying Captain America is pretty well loved, you know, but what's the difference here? And he's saying, yeah, he's loved because he fights the American government. So,
and
there's many things.
Yeah,
let's just get the citations sorted, right? First, Captain America fights for the government. Captain America 2, you can definitely argue he's fighting for the government against the corruption within the government. You know, it's as in like there's a good and bad. 3, it ain't the American government Cap's disagreeing with, it's the UN. That's the world.
Yeah, fuck you, UN.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of a little more complicated than fuck America from Captain America. In fact, it's not that at all in any of his movies. Because it's a lot more meaningful than that. It's a lot more complicated. He values the freedom of the individual, which is, I think, the spirit within America. That's what Captain America embodies.
That's the use of his character in the second movie in particular. He has the conversation with Nick Fury about the merits of the security state, essentially, and it is pretty much explicitly billed as an argument between the old values of old America and the new modern values of the current American government. And like the film is quite clearly on Cap's side on that point. And it's not saying America is shit and must be fought. It's saying America has deviated from the values it used to represent and should be returned to those things.
And then also, why are we randomly complaining about men taking women's names in marriage? What the fuck? Just throws that on the end.
Because that shit's
hate
cringe.
women. That's why.
We do
that what
hate
you
women.
want to hear?
If I was a woman, I'd think that's the most cringe shit ever. I'd call off the marriage if my fiance came to me and said, "Oh, actually, honey, we're going to be taking your name." I'm like, "Oh."
What if you're Idubs and you hate your last name?
He wouldn't be my fiance.
Mr. Dubs.
If we're at that point, other things have gone horrifically wrong.
Next up is Superman isn't interested in Clark Kent. That's what we said, because we said there's barely any Clark Kent. It's mainly Superman. And their response is, this is a clear misreading of the film. Clark Kent is the guy we see throughout the whole film. This film, as most comic stories do, doesn't show much of Clark Kent persona that Clark puts on, which is okay. So they found a way to disagree with us and then agree with us.
Yeah, that's kind of strange.
That's whack.
What we highlighted was there was no dichotomy. He was pretty much the same guy throughout the whole film, and they didn't do any kind of like stretching of his personal human persona versus the hero he needs to be to blah blah blah. It's all kind of one character, and it feels like a waste. In fact, we get the. Do we say there's 2 scenes and one of them is almost irrelevant for Clark, and that's about it? The rest of them are
Pretty
Superman
much.
scenes,
Yeah.
pretty much.
We get very little time seeing him being Clark Kent in a professional or a public environment that we can use to juxtapose with his Superman, personality.
No,
Oh,
there's a
Well,
lot of
basically,
dramatic
like
richness.
99% of the interactions that he has are with people who know that he's Superman. So it's like there's nothing to be concealed in that regard. As like for an example of the kinds of things that would happen, just if you had more scenes with him interacting with people who didn't know that he was Superman, and he needed to try and drive home that difference.
Also, I mean, the dramatic richness that the '78 movie exploits really well is, he has to try and reconcile these 2 seemingly contradictory elements of his own person. Like, how
Yeah.
can I be both a man and and a god at the same time? When I'm a god, I seem to be unstoppable and all powerful, and it's my human attachments and human connections that seem to be my biggest weakness. But then, by virtue of them being his biggest weakness, he discovers they're also his greatest strength, and they're the thing that inspires him to fuse these 2 parts of himself and become, like the predestined godlike creature that he is. But like the injection of the humanity is the vital ingredient to that. Whereas with this one, because he seems pretty much entirely confident with, like, they're pre-reconciled almost. The movie has so little interest in the human side of things, despite humanity being its theme, that he just goes around doing all the relatively boring Superman stuff, and at no point are any of his human attachments ever in peril, which just makes for a really, really, really flat movie.
So we have, this film doesn't present Superman with a difficult choice. I would say that is somewhat a quote, but you develop it into he doesn't get challenged in the film is kind of where we would go with that on anything pretty much, other than he gets beaten down. But like we meant more of a fundamental, like philosophical way. And so their response is, this is not a problem. The film is about how he sees himself. It's about his personal journey to have a better foundation. It doesn't need a big dilemma like The Dark Knight. We'll start with this. I think the film does believe it has a dilemma for him, and that his dad manages to get him through it. We commented on that dilemma being extremely thin and all borderline pointless.
It is pointless because it was never a dilemma.
No. Even like this framing saying it's about his personal journey to have a better foundation. I mean, his foundation was the Kents. It always was. So I don't, this is why this doesn't work in the film. I'm sorry.
The fact the movie doesn't acknowledge that is a problem with the movie, because it's so obviously that the movie has to ignore it right up until the moment when he goes back to his home, and then his dad basically says, "Hey, it's not your parents who determine what you do; it's you." And it's like, okay, but how many years did you grow up with these people?
It's made a worse
30.
problem because this is the only film where he doesn't get to interact with Jor-El, AI Jor-El, who is basically kind of like a person. All he has is a 30-second message, and he claims that he derives essentially more motivation from that 30. How could he believe that that's possible, that he derives more motivation from like a 30-second message than being raised by his parents on Earth? Like in the Donner Superman, he spends several years interacting with Jor-El. So, like, if anything, the other films, and even in Man of Steel, he gets more interactions with him. Those films can make a better case for this being like a sort of a conclusion that he might draw in terms of where his values are derived from. And this one, it just doesn't make any sense. And they're just like, well, yeah, but that's what he's told at the end of the film. It's like, why would he need to be told this? This should just be self-evident to him.
So they then just go a different way. This is within the same point, but it's not the same point. They say, I think it's funny that EFAP says the movie's structured pocket universe rules are unreasonable. Did we say the structured pocket universe rules are unreasonable? I thought our main thing was just how insanely out of control it already is.
This is a thing that he's apparently able to do. The power scaling of the universe has jumped the gun.
And then, of course,
right off the
there's character
start.
problems then as well with like resources, lacks, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, and then they go on to praise the moral dilemma of the 78 film, which is, should I go back in time or not, with no drawbacks or consequences for going back in time? How is that not universe breaking? And this is. How many times do we have to explain this? Like, this has come up. This will be the third or fourth now.
Yes, we're gonna have to do it again.
So, so let's go with no drawbacks or consequences. So the consequences are that, as Platoon already kind of just mentioned, it's the decision is about how he's going to engage with the world as a hero. Will he lead humanity into a better future according to what he believes in? Like as getting more involved as would Jonathan would have wanted him to, because his power is worth more than shooting hoops or whatever the fuck. Or will he follow Jor-El's instruction and try to help guide whatever, but never change the fate of humanity, because that's not your role. And he makes his choice at the end of the film, so he's defying Jor-El. That is the consequence of that decision. Now, no drawbacks. I mean, I guess that comes in with the consequences of it's all about the synthesis of those two sort of different people, different parents raising him. He's had to defy one, go with the other, but still at the same time create a combination of both. It's all character stuff. Like the idea that I don't really understand this, because you're saying like, well, it didn't destroy Jupiter as a consequence or something. It's just like, yeah, it wouldn't. Why would it? And then, of course, like, how is it not universe breaking? Well, we said it actually, in and of itself, can work. It's just that you can't really build sequels on something like that, because it's always going to be.
They tried, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a problem for the sequels, but it's not a problem for the original movie that did it. But it's also, I think, notable that what is just been hailed as completely sufficient for Superman 25, which is finding yourself a better foundation, i.e. choosing between your two parents, is now not sufficient for Superman 78, even though the same basic idea is in play. It's just that 78 makes it a really interesting dilemma, whereas 25 doesn't. One of them is, you have to be a god, you are a steward of the world, but you will never intervene in the world. This is your Kryptonian legacy. And him finding a better foundation for his character is kind of letting go of that, in the way that in Superman 25, him letting go of his Kryptonian foundation is not going around the planet raping everyone. Just one of those just seems a little bit more mature than the other one. I don't know.
And I think a good comparison actually might be the Snyder Cut, if you remember. Our criticism at the time was he gets told he can't do a big reversal of time because the consequences could destroy the universe. It doesn't. We were like, well then, there's no tension then.
So why wouldn't you, just do it every time?
Superman can't do this action because he's been told it's absolutely not what his role should be. It's the kind of power you shouldn't engage with, and that it goes too far, sort of thing. But he decides that it's important and the right thing to do. I don't know what else to say about this. I guess maybe how does spinning around the world rewind time? I don't know. I don't know why it does that. But it's not hard to,
a little bit silly?
like,
Sure,
if you define that as the case, that's what we're talking about with sequels. Like, well, then that is the case. So
these are your rules
that
you've established. So now you got to follow them, which of course will create problems with sequels, as it does.
Which is a particularly relevant point for Superman 25, when it's all about establishing sequels, establishing a cinematic universe.
Because Lex can create a pocket universe that has a black hole in it that could destroy the world. That's something that he always will now have access to forever in everything.
EFAP says Superman was robbed of the choice when Superman deliberately made the choice to not give up the information and let Marley die. Like, did they not fucking watch the movie? I just don't understand.
He didn't have anywhere near enough time to like even understand the choice. Like the idea that he made the choice, he didn't make the choice, and the film doesn't treat it like he made the choice.
This is where you haven't watched the fucking movie, because if Superman actually felt he was the reason Marley had died, don't you think there would have been a portion of the film dedicated to that?
Something about that. Maybe there would have been one line of dialogue where he acknowledges that.
You would have a scene near the end where he goes to his family and explains what happened and says he's a hero.
Yeah.
Like, it's something like that. Which, to be honest with you, they probably should have had that anyway. I thought that Marley getting killed sort of disappears from the film eventually.
Well, the thing is,
they use it as a funny meme almost. It's like, oh, that went quicker than I thought. Anyway, moving on. It's like, oh, that's
like,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Goodbye, character.
He wrote that. That is really weird.
Well, I appreciate also
Superman there howling because this man has died, and then is like, oh, Russian roulette, huh? It's kind of crazy how that went quick.
Yeah, whoops.
Like, there's a weird tone that you are not balancing here.
Well, just Lex is supposed to be smarter than that. He clearly isn't in that scene, and his lack of intelligence in that moment bails Superman out from having to make a very difficult choice. That's what we said, and this response doesn't address anything. So thanks.
That's just true. It is
Yep.
nowhere near enough time to even
If he would've-
recognize the choices before him, and he doesn't even acknowledge it as being like.
If he had done
a
the
thing
same
where he
thing,
failed.
but waited like a minute or so in between each pull of the trigger,
That'd be
that would have
one
been
thing.
better.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot better. Here's a timer. You got a minute.
No.
Quote, Lois Lane is unlikable and a bitch.
True, she is unlikable and a bitch.
So this is just crazy to me. I don't even know what to say. Is it because she pressed him in the interview? Is that not justified? They later get mad at one of the reviewers for saying that Lois in 78 was underdeveloped. They say that she has flaws in that one. What flaws? She doesn't do much. The Lois in this one has real flaws. You guys just don't care and call her a bitch anyway.
That's one way to say it, that she has real flaws.
I'd like to know what they are.
Yeah, let me know.
It's kind of
But-
funny that the comments like, "Oh yeah, what are the flaws of 78? This one has real ones." It's like, yeah, like what?
Real flaws.
I mean,
I would say that her flaw is just her fucking attitude towards Clark. She is being she's being antagonistic in a way that is not productive or conducive to a good relationship or interview, but she tries to frame it as such. She seems to be extremely uncaring towards their relationship and unappreciative of him.
So they say, sorry, I just got lost. Quote, why did they not go back? No, why did they go back to Smallville when Superman's been poisoned? Why didn't Metamorpho heal him? We got 3 counters here. First counter, Mr. Terrific assessed him and said he'd be fine.
Oh, okay. Well then.
He wasn't
could have been
fine,
fine,
so like he was very much not
would
fine.
Be fine eventually if he got healed, but he needs to be healed.
Yeah,
by
this
the
doesn't
sun.
address the
Took him
point
to a-
at
but they
all.
took him to a place at night.
What we were talking about was insta healing him versus him healing slowly. So
Yeah.
Mr. Terrific
Take
can
him to
be
the
correct,
Fortress of
and our
Solitude.
criticism could be correct as well at the same time. All right, counter
Fortress of
2.
Solitude, get him in there, and then give him the big. And if that is inaccessible, if we're going to say that it is impossible to get him there, take him at least someplace where the sun is up.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be a good idea?
Counter 2.
Instead of a place where the planet's in the way.
Second counter is Metamorpho already did heal him. Do it again.
Yeah, finish the
He-
job.
Yeah, keep doing it.
Yep. Third counter. The kryptonite poisoning apparently is just lingering side effects the sun can't heal. Okay, you made that up.
That's made
that's
up.
not
Yeah,
in the
that's
film at
not
all.
in the movie. That's not in the film.
Nope. That's some bullshit. So yeah, all right, solid. There's one I'm gonna keep for last.
Right.
Okay, so we'll skip to this other one. A Mr. Terrific project would be a failure because Superman didn't make money. Why the fuck would the success of this movie have anything to do with the success of a future potential Mr. Terrific project? Is Fringy for real? That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, Fringy.
Explain yourself. Fringy, go on.
Yeah, Fringy.
The fuck is wrong
Sometimes
with
I wonder about you.
you? Yeah.
It's just, I feel like I don't really need to. To me, it seems pretty self-evident
Well, these
why
are special
you might want to
people, Fringy.
point to. I mean, I don't know. Seems like if you have a side character in a movie that didn't do great, it would be kind of presumptuous to assume that if you made a movie for that character, it would do a lot better. It's possible, I guess, but it seems unlikely.
Well, that's retarded.
Well, you tried,
Okay.
Fringy.
Listen, just
Alright,
because
good shot.
Superman didn't make all
I
the
know,
profits
I can't believe myself sometimes.
doesn't mean Mr. Terrific wouldn't, all right? It's not an incredibly
That's a
bad
tough
plan
spot.
to try that or
So
anything.
stupid.
So their other counter is most people didn't even know that guy was before the movie. Why did Black Panther make more than Civil War? Before Black Panther, wouldn't Captain America and fucking Iron Man be bigger draws than Black Panther?
Well, Civil War made $1 billion, which is a lot
Good.
of money. So
Good.
and then
Kinda
for
money
Black
Superman
Panther
wishes
to
it
then
made.
go on and make about $1 billion. It did make more, but about $1 billion. It's like, doesn't that just kind of make sense given that Black Panther was really cool in Civil War?
Yeah.
And Civil War was very successful.
It feels
in
like
an
this
era where
proves the
Marvel
point.
movies were starting to trend upwards. Yeah, isn't this
Civil War,
actually a great example?
yeah, this is actually the worst example you could pick because Civil War did really well, and then it launched 2 other characters into their own movies that did really fucking well because the MCU
did
was
really
healthy as
well.
shit.
Yeah, when the environment was
Yeah.
super conducive to that sort of thing. When it is not now. Plus, there's a lot of
I don't even know why you'd bring that up.
No,
Yeah,
I don't. I don't really understand either.
So yeah, I guess I am for real. Yeah, doesn't that just make perfect sense? Really, that like the success of spin-offs is going to be somewhat contingent on the film that they're spun off from. I don't know. Seems like intuitive to me, but
I'm sure there's flukes out there. Like, exceptions can happen, but
I mean,
you don't want to
like,
play on the
Frasier ran for
exceptions.
longer than Cheers, but Cheers was really successful in its own right. You know, like a lot of the spin-offs you could point to as being more successful. It's like, yeah, generally the thing they were spun off from was pretty successful in and of itself.
Quote, Superman is close to the worst comic book movie of all time. And the response is, I don't have much to say about this quote. I just want people to understand that EFAP thinks this movie is a 1 out of 10. Do we?
2
out of 10. 2 out of 10. That's double what you said, so yeah.
Exactly.
100% increase.
Off by double. Yeah,
and I saved this for last because this is my favorite. Quote, gay mustache man. And their rebuttal.
What?
At one point, Platoon calls Sidney Hepperson gay mustache man. That seems weird. Unless I missed something, he isn't gay. I don't know what behaviors of his would be called gay. Just really weird. I really don't like Platoon, I think.
Well, I guess we know who wrote this comment.
Platoon.
Now I guess see.
How will you ever recover from this one?
He just has a really gay mustache. That's all I was saying.
Oh my god, I can't believe you said it again.
People can have gay mustaches, all right?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
Dude,
It's fine. It's just gay.
Wait.
Is the comments implying that gay is an insult?
Apparently.
Wait.
Which is infinitely amusing.
It's factually inaccurate. It's a
goodness.
factually inaccurate comment because actually there's no evidence that he actually does like fuck other guys, so he's not actually gay. So you can't call him gay because that's misadvertising.
I see.
It's homophobic and it's just wrong, apparently. I made a terrible mistake with calling the guy gay mustache man. I'll never do it again.
Can you make a video with just an apology?
I should probably do that, yeah.
Good.
4 hours.
But yes.
The mustache can be gay, but the man can be straight.
That's entirely possible.
Yeah. Good point, actually. Very good point. And in conclusion, the movie has a crap ton of flaws, but I have to agree with disliking EFAP's coverage. Some of their arguments are disingenuous, others are tone deaf, and others are just plain dumb. So combine this with the box office chatter, and I would say, I don't believe our brains were quite broken by Superman, but there's definitely some people who probably qualify on that front, and I hope they make it over the next course of chapters for information coming out. Like I said, it's going to get even more transparent over the years of just what damage Superman did to the beginning of DCU. I've talked to different people about it. We've talked about it on here, but it's a really bad start in a lot of different ways.
It is very obvious. Yeah, they're fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah.
With a start this bad.
I'm not even necessarily referring to like the quality of the film or even the box office numbers. It's just a horrible place to begin telling a whole bunch of stories. That 300 years of metahumans, that's going to bite them in the ass over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
Like
they could just not said it. They could just not said anything.
They've invited the Eternals problem in their first movie. That's pretty funny. But also, like, let's be real. Like, are we seriously going to pretend that this film was as successful as Iron Man was as a beginning for the DC universe? I don't think anybody is delusional enough to pretend that that's the case. And if you're like, yeah, but it doesn't need to be, it's like, I don't know, feels like it probably does because we only have one successful cinematic universe to point to. If we're not counting stuff like Star, I guess you could say that it emerged to something like that. But if we're pointing to superhero cinematic universes, is really just the MCU, or at least it was until this point. So you probably do need something like Iron Man, because there are a lot of other cinematic universes that attempted to start on much worse movies than Iron Man, and they all have one thing in common: they failed. So
also
as good and as successful as Iron Man.
On the front of like this even being discussed, apparently it's being considered completely unusual. We did this for Brave New World. We had a whole episode actually following up the coverage of Brave New World, where we went over all these numbers as well as like what Marvel is doing. But everyone didn't seem to be mad about that. So
because we all thought that was bad, even though it's better than Superman.
It is, yeah.
It
It is better
Uh,
than Superman.
Sorry, I got that wrong. 2 follow-up EFAPs after Brave New World.
And we did follow up for Thunderbolts as well.
Remember we did Protein and Jelly?
Some people were. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, some people are a little bit big mad about the Thunderbolt stuff.
I don't even mind admitting, I was mad about the Brave New World box office because it was insanity to me, but I think I've come down a little now on, like, this happens every time and there's no stopping it.
What are people pretending like it was a success?
It was crazy because we do live in a world where, like, everyone's just happily operating with completely polar opposite information. Like at the same time, and so but this one I was like, these are just numbers we can see, and then we can check them against past numbers, and we can see what results there were. How could anyone be confused about this?
But a lot of people, it is just as simple as if the box office number is greater than the budget number, that means it's successful. Or it's even worse than that. Because it's millions of dollars, it just seems like a lot. Seemingly forgetting that they also spend millions of dollars, and also that these are multi-billion-dollar corporations. So of course it's going to be in numbers like millions. But it's like, well, $300 million, that's a lot of money from my perspective. It's like, yeah, it is, but you're not Warner Brothers.
But you didn't spend hundreds of millions on it either.
You didn't, exactly. It's like, think about all of the Ford Raptors that I could buy with $300 million. Like, yeah, sure, cool, man, but we're talking about big movies here that need to make lots of money. It is pretty funny because, like, it's almost like these superhero films have been doing shit for so long that people don't even understand how successful they used to be. Again, it was kind of the point of our little ending portion of Retarded Avengers. You just look at the list of films that were coming out that were just Marvel movies were reliably like making money from basically from 2012 all the way to like 2022, like reliably making like 700, 800, 900 billion dollars. There was a year when all of them made over $1 billion.
And so yeah, here we are. I like I was saying, it's just I was a bit more obsessive even on Brave New World, but this one was an interesting follow-up because it's just going to happen forever, indefinitely, I suppose. I'll be curious how the Supergirl one gets fudged. Best of luck with that one.
Yeah, I mean that one's just going to be, again, is it possible that it could be more successful than Superman? It's possible. I wholly expect that it will be a better film than Superman, because I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Oh, and worth just stating, because in case anyone thinks otherwise, we do not believe box office has necessarily anything to do with quality. We're talking about it with a completely different context.
It's an interesting discussion, but
I think it's a super relevant discussion because it defines the future of what stories get told. It's super relevant.
Yeah. It's really weird when you see the tweets like, why are people obsessed with box office? Maybe because it determines whether or not they'll see more of something that they like or less of something that they dislike, or vice versa. Surely it does matter to you a little bit. Surely you want to see a film that you enjoyed succeed so that the people who created it are able to continue working and making more stuff that you like. Like, people don't again, this is kind of that people do not make this argument in the inverse, you know? Like, if somebody looks at a game that they really enjoy and they're like, oh man, it sold super well, I'm so happy that for the devs, nobody would look at them and be like, why do you even care? What is wrong with you? Why are you obsessed with how well this game is sold? People don't do that. It's only usually in the negative. But also, you can have two conversations at the same time. You know,
you can indeed.
It's kind of silly that people act like it's not possible. But I don't know. Like, who knows?
And now, to buffer us between Tron and Superman, if you jump into a watch together, Mel, you can show us your little ad. How about that?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to.
Your little advertisement.
When booting up Watch Together, it used to play the video automatically. It doesn't do that anymore. Do you think they...
Yeah, I missed Big Chungus rabbit. Wait, do you have this in here already, or do I need to grab it?
You probably need to grab it. But yeah, it was Big Buck Bunny. But the reason why I don't miss it is because it was always way too fucking loud, and I had to rush to either pause or bring it down. Not cool. Not cool, but probably better for them on the front of ads, right? I would have thought, because people would pay more if it automatically plays. I don't know.
Probably.
There it is.
You will watch the ad.
All right, here we go. Oh, not even copyright cover, which I don't need, right? You haven't got any. I don't
I
remember
mean,
they did anything crazy.
I'm not going to
here.
DMCA you. No, you're fine.
Making sure.
Look at all these plushies. Aren't they nice? And cuddly and soft and delicious? I mean, I don't know about delicious. I didn't eat them, but they look rather nice, don't they? But isn't something missing? Or someone? Yes, you see that
elegant.
right. He's finally here, your very own Moodle plushie to own and buy and do all kinds of things with. Look at him go. He has like the headphones. Whoa. Look at his bulging eyes. He was hacked. Oh my god. Think about the things you can do with them. You can cuss him out. Dingus. You can tell him to watch the bad media. Oh, you better watch the next bad media, TM.
You should have said Tron Ares.
No.
Should have. There's Superman.
You can even crossbody him. Wow, look at this. You can combine all the things I just said. You better watch the next bad media, TM, stupid German prick. What are you waiting for? Go click the link down below, left, right, up, down. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere here. Look at the pictures. Whoa! Anyway, go click it and get it now. If you don't get it soon, you're gonna regret it. Okay, goodbye. Thank you.
Correct way to end a video.
Holy
Also.
shit. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
fine. I will. I promise. I will.
Did you do
No,
multiple
I'm sorry.
takes of attacking it that way?
He's a doo-doo.
Of course I did.
So cruel, man. Look at that, just killing. I'm glad it survived though.
What's your Metal? What's your
Yes.
favorite color?
I swear I
got
don't.
My
do
black
not-
watch with my black jacket, my black shirt, my black pants on my black couch.
I promise I don't only wear black stuff.
Okay, all right. I was just
That is
curious.
a grey couch.
That's
Rags.
definitely gray.
When he bought it, it was black. It just gets washed out over time.
How did
Yeah,
it
when I
get
put it
washed
in the
out?
you
How
can
did,
put it
how
in
did
the
you manage that?
washing
Because
machine.
that's what happens. Yeah.
Cum.
Ah, yes.
It's cum. It's all cum.
Oh my
After
God.
enough butts scoot across it, and yeah.
Oh,
Plus, that might have been the closest one he could get. And you know how you go online and they say black, but then you get it and it's like a gray, a dark gray. Oh,
Hell yeah.
on that front,
yeah,
yes.
it looks good.
Link in
Okay.
description. You can check him out, pick him up. Like I said, if we can get it to 100% funded, that would be neat. But obviously, don't
yeah.
fucking buy it if you hate metal. Jesus, the point.
Yeah. What's wrong with you?
like
Or
this guy.
buy it if you do hate metal,
But
because
then
think of
burn
all
it.
the things that you could do with it.
You can burn it, put it in the below a car or something. Yeah. Do that.
Could you
Do a
possess
voodoo
it?
spell, and then you can use it to harm metal if you want.
Yeah, that works.
Can you go Dembala Alhambala, the lightning strikes and
Allahu
stuff?
Akbar.
Not that
Yeah,
one.
Give me the power, I beg of you.
Needs to get longer every time you try it though, and don't get interrupted by anything.
You can put it in a jar, but I don't know where that's going. I'm scared. But also,
I mean, I'm not stopping you,
That would
but don't
protect it.
send
That
me...
would keep it safe.
Yeah. mhm.
Sure. I hope. Yeah. Okay. Also, with that reference, just so you guys know, there are 3 EFAP movies, Child's Plays, released. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. 100.
Wow.
Oh wow.
That's right.
I think the next one is Monday. No promises though, because the timeline's confusing. Anyway, with that short intro sorted, I guess we could talk about Tron. Remember that movie that came out all those
I
years
love
ago?
Tron.
Unfortunately, I do remember that movie. Yes.
Yet another series that just gets better and better.
It actually put me on my Tron arc. I've never seen any Tron movie before, so I got the full package.
You got Troned.
Same.
I got
That
Tron.
Plushie's getting the full package in
Yeah.
your advertisement.
Hell yeah.
Well, for the first time ever, this is actually an episode being headed by a certain platoon. Not even me, or Fringy,
Whoa.
or Rags.
Yeah.
Or metal.
Or metal. This is where it all falls apart. But well, since Metal has just said he had never seen any Tron movies ever before, that probably is a sane and sensible place to start with, like panelists' previous familiarity with the Tron verse. And I fucking left right as I see you, I guess. So Cab, Tron original.
Hello.
Seen it before? Liked it before? Where are you on the Tron stuff?
I watched all 3 movies this week for the first time. So
Oh.
like metal. I had not experienced Tron before except through a general cultural osmosis. I really like the first Tron. I think it's incredibly charming and fun. Thumbs up. Good stuff. Legacy is a fun spectacle, but I have some more issues with it. And Tron Ares is dog shit, but it was illuminating. I feel like I learned a lot. So we'll talk about that.
We will. Isn't it very exciting? I'm going to prolong this introductory bit before we have to start breaking down Disney slop again, which I'm told is the only thing we ever do, if you don't count all the other stuff that we do.
Well, maybe someone else would make movies sometimes, and then
that
we
would be
can
nice if they
talk
stopped
about
buying
that.
everything.
I would at least say this is an extremely different flavor of Disney slop, is it not?
That's
True.
right. It is. It doesn't feel like them at all.
I don't know. I have
Well.
a slightly weird take on that. Is that
I
actually,
mean-
it kind of is the quintessential Disney movie of the modern day. It just doesn't have a lovable brand attached to it. But I guess we can come to that in due course. Fringy, what are you at with Tron?
I mean, yeah, the first Tron movie is super cool. It's like really nifty. It's a very novel film, and obviously was quite groundbreaking at the time. Like, it's kind of, you got to remind yourself, oh yeah, 1982. Damn,
Yeah,
that's actually
Lane.
that's a while ago. And this was groundbreaking in terms of the use of visual effects. And I think something that's really cool about the movie is that, it's kind of funny given the sort of connection between Tron and Pixar. I can't remember the name of it, but the first Pixar like 3D animation, not Luxo Jr., but one that I think they did in the 70s, doesn't look great. It's not like it's not like a particularly well sort of realized art style, I suppose you could say, which is one of the reasons why Tron is quite impressive, is that it has like a distinctive style that it carved out for itself, despite being so significant of a step forward in terms of its use of computer generated imagery to create a world. It's kind of like impressive that it was able to make something that ended up becoming quite iconic, compared to something that at the time is cool, but then when you look back on it, it's like, oh, it looks a bit shit. Like that in and of itself is impressive, and it's got some things to say, so it's fun. I think it's pretty nifty. Tron Legacy, great soundtrack, cool aesthetic. But it's not a great movie. It's not awesome, that's for sure. But it's better than Tron Ares, because Tron Ares is just pretty much worthless.
I think, yeah, I suspect we're all going to agree on that point. Mauler, how about you?
I think my dad showed me Tron super early on, and I remember being a little confused by it, but I liked it. Upon rewatching, I was very much interested. I thought it was cool and fun, and appreciate the style, and I was reminded of what things I liked, didn't like. But the major thing I was like struck by was just how straightforward of a story it is, packaged in a brand new sort of idea based on, you know, technological advancement and stuff. And for that alone, I was just like, man, stories are cool, and how everything changes. And seeing good old Bruce Boxleitner doing his Tron, and being like, oh yeah, because he's in Tron Legacy, and I'd already read up about how he was not contacted for Tron and Ares Tron, which is really fucking stupid. And, you know, knowing that like the Tron of Tron is not going to be in Tron is just funny to me, and so Disney. It's so perfectly Disney. He's not dead. The actor is around. He's just old. Much like someone else you'd managed to remember was in this movie. But anyway, yeah, I'm quite a fan of Tron. It's really cool. I've said before, I like it. I'm not hugely passionate about Tron. It's just something that I think is neat and, you know, does its thing. Legacy, when it came out, I, at the time, and still to this day, have a pretty controversial perspective, I guess. I like the way the world looks, but I don't think it's a steward of the original at all, taking it forward. I feel like it wanted to do its own shit, which is fine. A lot of people argue it's a really great progression of what the original looked like. I disagree. I don't think this movie really took much from the original. It actually created completely new style, which is, again, cool to look at, but not the sequel to Tron, as far as I'm concerned. Now, that's just like a foundational thing. You know, pretty happy with performances, pretty happy with soundtrack. Not really happy with story. I don't like a lot of the choices they make in Legacy, which I know is it's a popular movie, but at least with a lot of people. But I actually think it's one of the lesser offensive, but still qualifying Legacy sequels that we got. It feels actually kind of like a progenitor It's one of the really early ones that have this format where the major hero is just gone for decades, and the reason he's gone is actually awful. But it's just like, well, whatever. He's in the movie and he does a sacrifice. It's like, yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense, but like, whatever, fine. But like Sam Flynn's pretty generic, but like I'm fine with him. I feel like the ISOs needed a bit more context. Didn't really know exactly what was going on there.
That's what the sequel's for.
Correct. That's what I will say for Tron Legacy is that with everything that they do, as much as I'm not a fan of certain things in it, there's plenty of room for a sequel, and there is plenty of work and effort in the film that I enjoy and I think is good. It's just it doesn't feel like the sequel to Tron. It feels like a remake that doesn't really get a lot about what works about Tron. But, it's whatever. And then we move on to Ares, which, holy shit, just... it can always get so much worse. What an awful movie. I don't feel like I need to say anything else because we're going to get to it. But, it's like a major thumbs up, a wiggly thumb that's sort of falling over, and then the thumb just crashes into the ground over the 3.
It's not even a thumb, it's a toe.
Toe down.
Fair enough.
Jared Leto's toe.
There is a dictator in both of the first 2 Tron movies, so I assume
big
that
fan.
you feel kind of at home in that. What else do you think about the Trons?
No, that's it. That's all I want.
Meister Control
You nailed
Program.
Meisterkontrolle. Me too. Watched them for the first time this week. Really like the first one. I think it's really cool. As Ringy said, I was shocked when I reread the year. I was like, was this really? I remembered 80s, and I checked like, 1982. That is insane. Because of all the visuals they do, and found it really interesting and fun to look at as a style. The whole thing they do with calling it cycles instead of like minutes or something, and kind of switching things around to be programs and not just people. They look like people, but they're like programs, and they're like, oh, we're doing this. I came from this insurance company. That's where I was before, and now I'm in this game to die or something. I thought it was really, really neat. I really enjoyed that one. I thought I'm going to be a bit harsh on Legacy, but I guess Mala did that already because I thought it was a little bit generic action slop for the most part. I was just like really bored by that movie personally. And I also think I don't really agree with the style they went for, because I was expecting to be similar to the old one, but then they kind of just have this cyber just the Edge Runner style cyberpunk. Is that what I was looking for? I don't know.
Not cyberpunk, but I go it's a cyber I don't know, it's kind of its own thing.
Yeah, just the whole neon,
like a neon. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
it's just like
I would say cyberpunk is fair as an observation. It's
that's
like
what I
sort
felt
of
like. I was like, oh, I don't
dystopia
really
kind of
care
thing.
to see them in like a club and making music, even though the music was kind of cool. And I was like, I just kind of want to see them do program stuff where they do that thing like they did in the first one. But yeah, I know I didn't care for that one particularly. And then Ares we're gonna talk about today, and I thought that was ass.
Ass is only a couple of letters removed from Ares, so I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
Finally, Raggers, what did you make of Tron?
Well, Ares is literally, if you swap the letters, it's arse. So yeah.
Missed opportunity there. Yeah.
I'm gonna be reflecting a lot of the sentiments that have been said before. I hadn't watched Tron up until recently, so watching that movie was really neato. That's a movie. It's kind of like Star Wars, where it would be really interesting if you could go back in time as kind of a different person and see that sort of movie in the context of someone in 1982 without having knowledge, the knowledge of what we know today, and seeing that, in the movie theater, how different it must have been. It was the most enjoyable of the 3 for me to watch. It had this sort of 80s straightforward charm to it. Obviously a very risky movie, I can imagine, when it came out. But I liked a lot of the dialogue. I liked the characters in it. It had that fun, charming kind of character interactions, and I like the design of everything. I like the stuff that was in the real world. I like the the suits and the aesthetic of everything, and I think it was a fairly simple movie that kind of hints to more deep things that are happening in the world of Tron, the way that the programs sort of see their existence and the relationship between programs and users and what you could do with that. But yeah, I was like I said, I'm not super passionate about Tron, but I liked the first Tron. And with Legacy, yeah, I like the music, I like the aesthetic. I'm not a fan of the story or the characters. It does have that The Force Awakens kind of reboot quality to it that I'm definitely not a fan of. And as we will no doubt get into, Tron Ares is it's not a good film. I didn't enjoy watching it, and I was the only person in the theater when I went to go see it when it released. So I had the whole place to myself, no distractions. I could lock in.
That's something I
I
haven't
didn't like
had
it.
yet, like a full theater
I've
screen to
had
myself.
that. It's happened.
I had like 3 people with me. That was the lowest, but a full, like an empty one. I guess you went like in the morning or something. Probably that's when it's mostly
I
empty.
went, yeah, I went Friday at 8 p.m.
Oh,
So
okay.
it was
Notoriously a
kinda
time where no one goes to see movies.
notorious. Yeah,
Oh, that's not good.
not great, not great.
Which is slightly reflected in its apparent box office performance. Is Tron Ares scoring not only lower than Tron Legacy, but also lower than Morbius, I think was the story that was released today. So that's very encouraging,
Ouch.
especially given the great word of mouth that the movie's received, which I'm sure will see it propelled to its estimated heights of, what was it they were hoping for? Like
40 million or something?
40 million. Yeah, good luck.
And we'll get
But
that
yeah,
on
like-
screen in a sec. There's something else that's worth. Now, I can't confirm this as information, but I think it's probably true. You know,
Mhm.
they hired writers
believe
who'd
it.
never spoken to other human beings to write Tron Ares, which actually explains a lot.
It
So-
does, and yeah, we'll be going. There's some choice dialogue sections, which I mean, I've already bitched about one of them on Twitter, but there's quite a lot of them in the movie, which we will get plenty of time to delve into. What a wonderful film! But before that, I guess, I mean, sort of common theme I'm picking up here is the well, besides all the people who haven't even seen the original Tron before this week, even the people who had, Tron has never really been sort of top of anybody's list of favorite franchises. It's kind of the thing everybody's vaguely aware of without ever really coming to love, or like, yeah, and that might explain why there was, a couple of decades between the first and the second movie, and then almost a couple of decades between the second and the third movie. Tron seems to be the thing they reach for when they're quite desperate, because it is part of the backstory to the original Tron, is that they were really sort of looking to reinvigorate the Disney film department at that time, because they weren't doing particularly well back in the early 1980s. So they took this big swing on Tron. And Tron, I did get the figures somewhere for its, I've tried to, well, the budget is not adjusted for inflation. It was $17 million at the time, which I think is close to 57 million if you adjust it for inflation. It had a $14 million opening weekend. It made about 170 million, and that was the highest grossing Disney movie for the last 5 years at that time. And it was still considered a box office disappointment, which is why it did not get an immediate sequel. But it does seem to be, yeah, when they're desperate, they go for Tron. They're desperate at the moment, they've gone for Tron. And in each and every time, it has kind of done okay, but not anywhere near well enough until this time when it's not even going to do well enough. But I think it might be an idea, given that Tron is not massively familiar to a huge number of people, to go through a little bit of the backstory for how that movie was made, because it's kind of interesting to see what can be done when people care about stuff and they care enough to make very difficult things happen, which Tron definitely was, right? It's been mentioned as sort of groundbreaking use of CGI mixed with backlighting, mixed with a little bit of hand-drawn stuff and 3D modeling and things like that. I think there's like a total of 20 minutes of CGI in the digital world in total for that movie. And it was all inspired from Steven Lisberger, who conceived it. He went to see this Magi Studios, I think it was, or an animation video game sort of computer graphics company. And he saw Pong for the first time. And his mind immediately went, as many artists do, to, I wonder what it's like to live inside that computer. And then it turns to, how the fuck do you actually turn that into a movie, given current technology? And to give a sense of current technology, most of the hard drives they used under a megabyte of RAM. So it would take an entire day to process a single frame of the computer generated stuff in the original Tron movie.
Jeez.
they stuck with it, and it was a really long, difficult, and expensive process. They didn't have any storage capacity, so it all had to be moved onto magnetic discs and then moved back. There's no, obviously, like digital workstations at the time. Every single CGI thing in Tron was bespoke coding. And they had to work with animators who had no clue about what coding really was. And they weren't the top draw animators in Tron, in Disney either, because Disney's traditional animation department refused to help with the film. Because when they learned it was going to be all CGI, they said, well, we're traditional animators. CGI is cheating and it's going to come and steal our jobs. So they had to get a lot of inexperienced animators to work with a lot of fairly inexperienced coders who'd never made movies before to try and turn Tron into something which goes from obviously like the imagination onto the big screen. With I mean, what would we say about the overall visual look? It's distinctive. My impression of Tron was always that there's a huge gap in quality between the obvious like polystyrene costumes and like the stuff they clearly put time and effort into, like the CG sections. But I mean, are we fans of the Tron aesthetic?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'd say I am,
find
yeah.
it very,
Cool.
very
Particularly when you've
charming
got
and fun.
the light cycle sequence is super cool. Like as a visually, I really like the something. It's kind of interesting because I was reminded of it watching Tron Legacy. It's like, look, the light cycles in that movie are kind of cool, but the thing that I like about the light cycles in Tron is the fact that they drive at 90-degree angles, like
Yeah.
that the turns are that sharp that it's a very sudden, oh shit, and then you got to turn, and then it creates like an actual maze that they need to navigate. And then you have this maze with its sort of bright, prominent colors in this otherwise kind of like not as illuminated space with this like sharp contrast between sort of the key objects in the environment. It's like it's very it's neat. I keep going back to that word because it feels like an apt way to describe it.
It is neat, yeah.
It's one of the things as well. I mean, it might be fair to say this is the first instance of a movie taking a video game seriously, in the sense that obviously the idea comes from Pong anyway, which is basically one of the first, if not the first, video games ever made. But to take like pixels on the screen, if it, people broadly familiar with Pac-Man and stuff like that, and to turn it into this kind of interestingly realized world, but it's an example of someone looking ahead, probably too many decades in advance of where the technology and the industry would end up, maybe producing something a bit ahead of its time, which explains its fairly muted performance. But I mean, does it hold up better in hindsight, given obviously now we know how massively big and impactful video games have been, to see that somebody saw where this was going back in the late 70s when the idea was conceived?
Yeah,
I think go for it.
Well, one of the things I really like about this movie, as compared to Legacy, and well, it's basically non-existent in Ares, is that like the different situations, the different trials that the main character has to go through are actually games, and you can like identify what the rules and parameters of the game are. I feel like the movie takes that seriously in a way that I think is neat. I think that's just the perfect word for it.
Like, it
But
doesn't describe the rules of the Ring game, but they play it, and you can see, like, oh, okay, I get, okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get
Light
the gist of it.
cycle. The light cycles is so apparent, like the nature of that being a game. The fact that it is a game. I mean, I remember playing Flash games of light cycles. It's like, yeah, of course, because it's like a really cool idea for a video game. But then when you translate it to again, this really like the fact that the programs are like people feels like one of those things of dude that was like that's a human being's idea, you know, that's like a creator's idea, that somebody looked at like a digital world and imagined like what if like a piece of software in that world is represented by a person who has like a personality and a perspective and, you know, hopes and fears. It's like that's like a really sort of novel idea for a world that feels like it's definitely one of those things. If that was spawned from the mind of somebody who had an idea that they were passionate about.
It was
Yeah, I think a lot of that is conveyed just in the, especially back then, especially because it was so rudimentary. You know, the graphics that you could come up with, their perception of what that world must be. It's very, it's very much, how to describe it. If the movie was made at a different time, it wouldn't have looked that way because it's so specifically very 80s in terms of the way that they would perceive those kinds of things. Like the light cycles at the 90-degree angles, just the way that everything looks, the way that everything's referred to, even in the real world, the way that they interface with computers and whatnot. It is very much a product of its time in a good way. Whereas Tron Legacy, you could see the difference where we're much more, so many decades and so much time goes by, and the way that they envision the world is so much different. It's so much smoother and sleek and new.
Yeah, having them, you can have them be files. You can have the information highways, and then blocks of storage or controllers being skyscrapers and stuff. Is like, oh, I get what you're up to. I see what you're doing. It's not just that they are people. They sound strange and they can kind of act strange. They're also in a world that's very odd on the surface, but at the same time, you're like, I can kind of see some similarities. And you know what? This story could really go somewhere in terms of humanity understanding the more complicated aspects of the sort of information that they're using on data, especially in our day and age where it's, we're getting closer and closer to being able to create very complicated digital information that could be seen as having more humanity than ever, depending on what you're looking at, what you're using, whatever. And so, no, it's all really fucking cool, but not to go back too far, but on the notion, it was what Cap was kind of talking about there. We were on, I think, Open Bar. Paul Chato was like the guest, and he was saying that one of the things that struck him about watching the 3 films is Tron, the original, there's an easy video game here. Tron Legacy, this is mostly the same thing. You can definitely get a video game out of that. But then Tron Ares, like, what the fuck would that video game be? Like, I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
And I even said, it's like, I guess they still could do it. If we were in the age of official games being made for fucking every popular movie, they probably would. And it would probably be you play as Ares and you run around in a third-person environment beating up a bunch of, whoever's. And then it's like, you got to get the file to the location. And there's probably a mechanic for going in and out of the digital world, but it would be very limited,
Get the file to location.
Hell yeah.
This is your objective.
But yeah, no, a lot has been lost since the original, and it's a pretty streamlined, fantastic example of a microcosm of what's happening to so much these days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is why I'm sort of leading with the idea that it is this perfect modern Disney movie. It's like, so Ares nominally has probably the biggest theme of all of the 3 movies, in the sense that, yeah, fuck it. Let's talk a little bit more about the original Tron, because it's nice to see how they did actually set these things up and explore themes and work characters in before we start talking about how they forgot how to do all of that stuff. The original Tron obviously has an internal religious component to it, in the sense that users represent kind of gods to the programs. You go down into the universe, and Master Control is busily setting about trying to quash people's faith in the users. But it's self-contained. This is the attitude of a program toward the person who made it, but it doesn't really extend beyond its own internal universe, in the sense that it doesn't.
Almost like guardian angels or personal creators. A very personal relationship between each user and its each program and its user, which often seems to be kind of one way in a sense, but not in others, where like, oh, I get to communicate with I get to like directly communicate with my user as if I'm able to talk with God, and it's my God, and it's the one who watches over me and who created me.
And the dangers from the other side of people who don't appreciate that, or who don't commune properly with their programs. It's the lack of the human element, which is the missing link. So as the basic setup, you've got Dillinger, who is in charge of NCOM at the time. We'll be coming back to some of this timeline stuff when we get to fucking Ares, because it seems to have not watched these movies. Dillinger is in charge, or basically in charge of NCOM, but functionally who is in charge of the Master Control program. And Dillinger doesn't really give a shit about what goes on within the grid, because Dillinger lies his way to the top. He steals credit for some games that have been made by Kevin Flynn. He allows the Master Control program to develop, and because it's an AI story, before we forgot how to do those as well, Master Control has taken over. It's become so powerful. It's got its own will, its own agency, and Dillinger is now almost the Master Control program subordinate. So you have the juxtaposition between Flynn, who solves the problems of the grid by injecting his humanity back into it and restoring people's faith, versus Dillinger, who has no faith, who has no humanity, and therefore is dominated by the computer. Which is all done basically within the first, I want to say the first 15 minutes. I mean, is it fair to say most of the character work in this movie is done within the first half an hour?
Well,
I would say so. I don't think we learn. Yeah, I don't think we learn too much about them after that. We just see them operating sort of as how they're set up. I think too, with the fact that they chose for the writing to have Dillinger steal game ideas when he is just the most not. I don't even think he doesn't know what fun is. He strikes me as the kind of person who would never engage with any game in any way, but it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't care. It's the most un-him thing that could be done.
One
Crazy
of the
that
strong bits of character that we get for Dillinger is someone in the very beginning who's like, people are having problems with one of our products, and he's like, well, it's the products aren't there to serve people. The products are there to make us money. So that's his general attitude.
Yeah.
and he goes on to die on the Titanic of all places. Dillinger, isn't that crazy?
Wow.
Wouldn't have thought it would be
Yeah, I would say that
go back in time, but
like the themes and sort of symbolism of Tron is like simple. I wouldn't describe it as thin, but I would say it's simple in a good way. It's not up its own ass about what it's trying to say, like certain other movies we're going to talk about today. But it's a very sort of straightforward story from Flynn's perspective. I felt a lot of similarities to Star Wars with this,
Yes.
and the timing is obvious that it would be an influence. It trades going to other worlds and experiencing the adventure of the rest of the universe with like going into a computer program like it's another foreign world. And one of the things that I found interesting about this movie as compared to Ares especially is that in the end it's about setting things right in the digital world. It's not about like liberating these programs from the digital world. It's about like setting things in their right place and um, um, restoring order essentially, because it's the digital world has become corrupted by the sort of like avatar in the digital world of the evil businessman, and he's sort of going rogue. It's an AI going rogue story, and he's corrupting things, and he's stealing programs from like insurance companies and making them fight to the death and all sorts of stuff for the sake of his own power. And it's on Flynn to use his video game powers to come in and set things right. And I
The
like that. I
MCP
think
wants
it's
to
good.
hack the Pentagon and the Kremlin and
Mhm.
take
Yeah.
over the world, almost run the world in a particular way.
Board of
And what you were saying
companies.
earlier, yeah. And what you were saying earlier about how the story and how it plays out, and is that it's such a different perspective on what's happening between the users in the real world and the programs in the digital world, where they just want to have like an open system where they can be free. Whereas for all the people in the real world, it's just we got to get the business stuff right. The computer's on the fritz. We got to get this out so everything just works smoothly. The fact that they have different perspectives from their points of view is a thing that's just sort of, it's not even like pointed to or highlighted or made conspicuous in the film. It's just that's just how the different worlds see what's happening. And it's important to the both of them in their own way, but that's just kind of the nature of it. Programs see their existence differently than we do.
They do, but then with the interaction with the humans, obviously they are freed and liberated to be something slightly more than they are until that liberation moment arrives. Because this is the other aspect of it, which is kind of interesting, is that I'm trying to think where it sits in relation, because there was the Hackers Manifesto that came out, which was kind of calling for free and open networks, which informs a lot of early tech people's thinking about where this all is going. And it presages, obviously, movements for a free and open internet, because the threat that the master control program poses to the grid is not just that it's taking over everything in the real world, but in so doing, it's also restricting freedom and access to the grid, to a single point of contact. In other words, the master control program is the only allowed interface between the real world and the grid. And one of the side effects of it being defeated is that everything opens up, all these contact points open up, and it's this idea that the ultimate victory, it's not supernatural except to the people on the grid, but it's this call for open and liberated exchange of ideas and information, which you can say it doesn't necessarily come across all that clearly, because the movie has a lot of concept stuff that it's very keen to show you, and the games are really interesting, but that stuff's all in there as well. It's not a movie with nothing to say. It isn't just reducible to its visual effects or its technically groundbreaking work. I mean, I don't know if it would be fair to say the character aspect is the weakest. It was my impression rewatching it that like obviously, as has been mentioned, it has the basic Star Wars dynamic. You go in, you have this idea of a suppressed religion by the Emperor / Vader / Master Control. The user is kind of the stand-in for the Jedi. He rediscovers people's faith in all of this, which is all kind of concept, formulaic stuff. The three heroes, 2 guys and a girl, go around effectively the Death Star, trying to sneak their way to, destroy it. and liberate the Rebel Alliance, who are also the programs. And like that's
While
all
being,
pretty
being chased
formulaic
by the
stuff.
bad guy in his big scary
In his
spaceship.
big scary
Yeah.
spaceship, yeah. There's only one shot, I think, which they reuse basically every time that ship is on screen. Same angle,
Look, it
same
took him
trajectory.
17 days to render that, so they get a pass.
I suppose we could be fair. But on the character side itself, though, all of that sort of takes place in the introduction, but it is all present. You know, they need a reason for the adventure to start, and I am including all of this because it is absent from Ares, obviously, so it has a point to it. You have Dillinger, who has robbed Kevin Flynn of his greatest ideas and sent him back to his arcade to make games on his own, which establishes, obviously, Kevin Flynn is a pretty good gamer as well as a pretty good programmer. All of those skills will be put to good use when he goes down into the grid. It also gives him his revenge motive. The revenge motive is allied to Bradley, who's been locked out by Master Control of his Tron program, which he was building to oversee Master Control. So Master Control is sort of manipulating things to avoid this oversight program coming in. And there's the little bit of rivalry between the love interest as well, who is the one who works on the laser at NCOM. So all of these people have their motives for getting involved in the A-plot. They sort of coalesce with their hatred of Dillinger, and they go to the NCOM lab after dark and get zapped, or Flynn gets zapped into the world. Like, I don't know that there's a huge amount of development after that point, unless someone's seen something in that movie that I haven't seen. I don't learn anything about any of these characters basically after Flynn enters the grid.
No,
Am I
as has
being
been
unfair?
No, I don't think so. I think, as has been said already, like we set them up and then we just see them, we just let them go. We wind
Yeah.
them up and watch them go. I think the love triangle aspect is easily the weakest part in terms of the characters. I could not give a shit about that in particular.
It's a little bit odd
thankfully
to
it doesn't
me
take-
watching it again. I was like,
Yeah,
it's
oh,
strange.
true.
Thankfully, it doesn't take up too much time in the movie. We don't really dedicate much time to it, which is good. Yeah, the
There was the
character
funny
stuff
bit
is
where Laura kind of cucks Tron with Flynn briefly
Yeah.
until not again. But then
Oh,
it's
we
the
thought you were
digital
dead.
avatars of those two characters. You were dead 2 minutes ago. It's acceptable that I'm now kissing the other guy.
Yeah.
But then, of course, they're like two of them are only the avatars of their real world analogs as well. So it's not even really a love triangle in the sense that like the love triangle exists in the real world, but also it's got a very loose parallel in the digital world with two people who aren't the people who are actually in the love triangle kind of thing.
Yeah, it feels pointless and superfluous to the story. In terms of character development, I thought it was mildly interesting that, their avatars in the digital world of those other two characters are kind of like, I don't know, like idealized versions of them in a sense. You know what I mean? Like, what's the name of the guy who creates Tron? I can't remember his name.
Alan Bradley.
Alan.
Bradley, you're right. Like, he creates
Brad.
Tron, and then Tron is this hero. It's like the perfect idealization of what he wants to be. You know what I mean? So that sort of stuff is interesting.
though-
I suppose that's character related in a sense.
I think it's the people who made this, it didn't seem like they were outsiders looking into this kind of world. So I kind of took that as when someone makes a program, there's a part of them that goes into it, the way that they
Yeah.
express themselves into it, and so that manifests in the movie's visuals as it looks like them.
Yeah, for sure. You get that with even like the lesser programs that aren't in as much of the film. They have an analog for real life. But yeah, on the point of Bruce plays the two characters noticeably differently, which is always fun. Like,
Yeah.
You wonder exactly what it means and how it gets there. Obviously, Tron being an oversight program for the Master Controller would probably, as well, yeah, like you said, it's like the purpose he has imbues him within the world, with a sense of not necessarily the chosen one, but he is a hero, or
Type of hero,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, and that's kind of the role that he needs to fulfill, that it's almost something of a prophecy, but a prophecy that's ordained by the people who created him.
Mm-hmm.
by the way, is another thing that Legacy does. Not arguably, Ares is worse. They just don't have Tron at all. But Legacy does something that I don't.
It is crazy, isn't it?
I don't
Yeah,
think they'd
like
get away with it if they did
Tron-
it today.
Tron is becoming an increasingly less and less important part of Tron. It's like Tron is sort of the archetypal hero who will, bring balance to the
Yeah.
to the grid, I suppose, if you want to say it like that, to well, he's an evil henchman, but when Flynn's like, Tron, what have you become? He's like, oh, I'm not evil anymore. I'm gonna be
sorry.
good.
I didn't realize I was the
I can't
baddie
resist
here.
being like,
I'm gonna crash into Clue, who's then just gonna beat me again anyway and escape, and I'm just gonna
Oh,
sink into the
dude.
water to never be seen
dude.
again.
So, if you think of him somewhat as John Connor, the original Tron
Oh no.
is like, the equivalent would just be Terminator. It's like, yeah, we're all good. Tron Legacy, it's like, oh, that they did that in Terminator. It was in Terminator Genesis where they made him evil and they needed to like undo
Yeah.
him becoming a Terminator. They're like, okay, well, is there anyone that ever just got rid of him entirely? It's like, yeah, Dark Fate.
Yeah, Dark Fate, where he gets replaced. He just gets outright
replaced.
with
He
a new,
does.
lamer Tron.
But like, how
Because
could I
that's
not
exactly
make
what
that connection?
Ares is.
Ares replaces Tron, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there an interesting sort of qualification on that, though, in that Tron arguably isn't, well, I wouldn't even say arguably, Tron is not the protagonist even of the first Tron movie. Is that fair to
Yeah.
say?
Sure.
'Cause he's,
Well,
I mean, it's,
Kevin is the protagonist of Tron, sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
but Kevin is also the chosen one. Like, Kevin is, like, Tron is the one who will oversee Master Control. He's the one who will fight to defend the system, which is said several times. But the one who discovers the Jedi powers, the one who's sort of becoming is the thing that allows the grid to open up. The one who almost has the prophesied character role is Flynn. Flynn is also the only human character on the grid. He's
Tron and Flynn kind of split Luke and Han, essentially.
Yeah.
Like right down the middle.
Yeah,
I guess
it's
what I'm
not
getting at
about
there is that Tron is always more with the first movie has probably the best balance of those two roles, but he's still probably more tool than character or even predestined leader in the first movie. So I mean, isn't it fairer to say that Flynn is more the John Connor character?
It's not about whether or not they actually fit. It's more so just what happens to them in each of their
Yeah, yeah.
films. Because there's a hell of a lot of differences you could highlight, obviously, between someone like a Tron or a John Connor or a Luke Skywalker. But we're just going really broad with Tron is important to Tron. I know that's a crazy
Yes.
statement.
Yeah.
He certainly is.
John Connor is
That's where
also
the entire
important to
idea came
Terminator, but he
I
doesn't.
think it's got
Like John isn't the main character of the first Terminator, but he's extremely important in the story.
Yeah.
I think it's so bad at this point that a lot of people probably think Tron is like the grid. They don't
Yeah.
even know that Tron is like a character anymore. It's like, oh yeah, Tron, that's like the game, right? That's like the world that they go into.
I'm in Tron. Look at that. Look at all the.
I
I mean,
got
it's
zapped
rough,
into the
man. Like
Tron.
you'd expect them to at least address something, or you have him in there, but you never have him speak, or you show his face, so that they don't have to bring in Bruce for whatever reason that they didn't want to. But like, man, okay, geez, just not at all. Fine. Even though
Nope,
the Legacy
nothing.
actually gave you the lead up to that, like it gave you whatever you had complete freedom to do whatever you wanted
It
with
gave
Tron.
the setup to bring him back. Yeah, like he's not dead. He's you can.
You're free
use
to do
him, but it's like,
anything.
no, we don't need to. We have Tron at home.
Well, I could totally believe they were like, we can't have Tron if we've got Ares. It's going to get in the way, like having a great warrior, you know.
Yeah,
Sure.
whatever.
And yes, it's been mentioned. Yeah, they didn't even ask Mr. Broxline to return for that movie. There was a scheduled Tron 3 called Threen was the working title of the
Threen.
Tron Legacy.
The Thrawn.
They sort of cancelled it because the theory was because I think it was Tomorrowland came out and it didn't do very well, and so they got cold feet about it. And the actor for Tron, Bruce Boxleitner, said after that point he wasn't interested in returning. At least that's some of the reports. When that movie was cancelled, he said, "Well, I'm done in that case." But it does sound like a certain change of heart was had. And the movie, Ares, you would have expected a Tron character to be in a movie.
Yeah,
called
like I
Tron,
said-
but fuck it, we're in a brave new world.
It's really weird. Let's just say he had died, it's like you'd either expect they recast, or they try and get an impressionist, or they just don't have him talk, and you have the mask on the whole time. But it's like, surely they're gonna have Tron in Tron, and you're like, nope.
You would think. Yeah, or digitally de-age him as they did.
Obviously, find a way.
Oh no.
Well,
Yeah.
Legacy knows all about that.
Oh, that was
pushing the bounds of technology. All right, it's doing what the first Tron movie did. It's not quite ready yet. It's just the tech demo. I get it. I mean, probably unless there's anything else that anybody really wants to input on the first Tron movie, I did think it might be worth talking just quickly about the soundtrack, because the soundtrack is always quite a big point of discussion with any Tron movie, particularly since Legacy came out.
Before we get into the music, I just wanted to highlight that Master Control, when we finally see it, looks. I didn't know that the South Park episode was referencing.
Yeah,
Tron.
Moses in South Park is Master Control. It's great. Wah. Yeah.
It's great. Bring me macaroni pictures. So
Yeah.
good.
That's a good little joke. Yeah, it's probably one of those 1% jokes because hardly anyone's actually seen Tron, as it turns out. But it's very funny if you do know the
I am
reference.
reminded though of the South Park episode where the Facebook episode with that being Tron, except instead of the light cycles, they play Yahtzee instead.
They play Yahtzee, yeah. And he grows big as well, which is what happens to because I'd forgotten that it happens to oh yeah, why the fuck am I misremembering the guy's name? Not Master Control, Sark, that's the one. When he grows massive at the end and it looks really janky, but that happens in the Yahtzee sequence in South Park as well. Stan grows massive.
Yeah, where it stands profile. Yeah, because instead of program, the user in the profile.
And you better be eagle-eyed with that sock, you know. Ooh, he might just be coming back, boys.
Maybe coming back. So these are the things probably worth remembering. Dillinger worked for Encom, was in charge of Encom. Flynn disappeared in 1989, as we're about to discover, except that Legacy doesn't think that's true. But Flynn disappears at some point, and Encom sort of carries on without him. There is no such thing as Dillinger Systems. It's never been mentioned before. Sark is the villain besides Master Control in the original movie, and we don't need to talk about the woman in that movie because she's not coming back either. That kind of, soundtrack wise though, I thought that might be kind of interesting to cover because it's Wendy Carlos who does the soundtrack for Tron. We probably know her from The Shining and The Clockwork Orange as well.
John Bach, etc.
And that's how she got famous. Probably like underappreciated as this pioneer of electronic music, because like she was like pivotal in the creation of the Moog synthesizer, which is kind of the primordial synth that everybody now uses. She was paid in part by components for the Moog when she did work for them, because she just used them constantly. And she does the soundtrack for Tron the original, which I always forget how weird and almost like unsettling parts of that soundtrack are.
I really like it.
Do you?
My controversial opinion here is that I actually think that's the best score.
Ooh.
Oh, that is a controversial opinion.
Yeah,
versus the world.
Share that controversial opinion.
Yeah, I know. That's fine. I like.
You are.
I like the
whole
Legacy
world on that
score
one.
a lot.
Yeah, I
But-
think it's the original Tron soundtrack is fine. It's good for setting the idea and the tone, but it's fine.
Here's what I like about it. I think it sort of encapsulates the sort of like older Hollywood approach to scores. It feels like John Williams, but with synthesizers. And I think it's less danceable. I would listen to the Legacy soundtrack more on its own, but I really like the sort of, I don't know, there's something John Williamsy about it, but digital. And I think it fits the movie really well. It fits the sort of like general sort of heroic archetype that the movie has. And
That's
I
an
think it
interesting
sounds
comparison, 'cause
really neat.
I've always struggled to discern the themes in that soundtrack. I think because they are so like multi-layered modal, and they use a number of very bizarre time signatures, and it all sort of jumps around, and it sort of it's designed to mirror like the digital effects on the grid. Like it almost provides this soundscape for flying pieces of information. I've always just felt like there's too much. I know it's not randomness. It just scans to me as randomness, which I wouldn't compare with Williams, just because like I can hum all of his themes. I'm trying to think what the theme for the original Tron is at this point.
Less hummable, I'll give you that for certain. But it does feel like we've synthesized the more, classic Hollywood orchestral approach to scoring. And I think it's neat. I think it sounds really, I think it serves the movie really well.
So
that'll be an interesting thing to talk about when we talk about the other two scores is like how they sound on their own, whether they're listenable and good, and whether they serve the story or not. Because oh boy, there's a lot to say about Ares.
Yeah, because I was going to say I think it's fair to say you prefer a given soundtrack because of what it does for the movie versus what it is on its own. And out of curiosity, there, Cap, were you saying that do you think Legacy's the winner isolated?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's the most like easily listened to. Like it sounds great. I would listen to that on its own before I would go revisit the Wendy Carlos score just like while out for a walk or something. Yeah.
That's fair enough. And sort of on the theme of commitment and the struggle that it takes to make all these things happen, because you're right, like the idea was to create this synthesis of more classical traditional Hollywood scoring with the digital stuff that came around. But because the movie was such a nightmare to make, and they had such trouble actually getting a finished version, she had a total of 5 weeks to come up with all of that stuff. The orchestra had, I think, a total of, I think it was 2 days to actually record all of it. And because she'd used all these variable time signatures, like that's tricky to drum in without very much rehearsal time. So a lot of the original orchestral score is actually removed from that soundtrack and replaced with synthesizers because she wasn't happy with how it sounded. But even that was a nightmare because, kind of similarly to the way that the digital effects were rendered, the Moog synthesizer was at the time like just monophonic. You could only play one note at a time. So all of it was recorded. Like every layer and every piece of music in that soundtrack is recorded separately, and it has to use click tracks because there's no time codes, and it has to all be put together long after the fact. And she had to keep hitting the synthesizer with a hammer because the old Moogs used to go out of tune all the time. And she almost died of allergies and stress, and it sounded like a complete nightmare. But it has produced something very, very distinctive. And it's kind of interesting to note like, there are parallels with the way that like music has always evolved, and I think film music as well. But similar approach to the orchestral, or the composition for the soundtracks in the original Pokemon games used a very similar device because the limitations of the software meant that you couldn't layer huge chords and harmonies. And so both Wendy Carlos and I can't remember the guy's name who made the original Pokemon soundtracks, but looked back to Bach because Bach uses counterpoint, and you can just layer lots and lots of different counterpoint melodies together to create this overall sound. But it takes a really, really, really long time. Whereas now we can do everything really quickly, and everyone has access to so many, very expensive pieces of kit, and it produces all these bombastic noises. And same thing is true in the visual realm, but also creates quite a lot of useless noise, I would say, which might come back to when we get the Tron Ares, not to poison the well too much, but fuck it, that movie's awful, so we have. I guess that probably takes us, we could do very quickly go over Legacy, just because it's useful for setting up some lore and continuity points that will come later, but also, I suppose, another example of how an approach to character writing used to work. Legacy did better, I think, than the original Tron performance-wise. Made about like $594 million if you adjust it for inflation. Also considered a flop, didn't make its budget back. But it's, it was still seen as being okay. It just didn't really justify the immense expense of yet another one of them. But it wasn't originally going to be that good because they went and showed it to a bunch of Disney people before they did reshoots because it just wasn't working. And it wasn't working because there weren't really any characters. There wasn't a huge amount of thematic stuff going on. And it just looked like one very noisy, expensive music video. They weren't very happy with this. And one of the interesting stories about the backstory for Legacy is that whilst the original Tron pissed off a load of traditional animators, obviously, as has been mentioned, it also inspired a bunch of people, notably Lasseter from Pixar, who went on to do a lot of some fairly good work himself. But before the reshoots for Tron Legacy, they actually brought in, because Pixar were all big fans of the original Tron, they brought in Brad Bird to do a bunch of rewrites for Tron Legacy. And from Brad Bird, and also, is it Michael Arndt who did Toy Story 3 was also involved? That's where all the character stuff basically comes from. There's 6 pages of stuff that they added to Tron Legacy, and it all was their work. So there's a couple of scenes in Legacy, like the Solar Sailor, which seem to go on a little bit too long, but they also contain all the character stuff. And that, I think, is because that's where they chucked all of the reshoot material.
Yeah,
and
they felt very exposition-y, those scenes.
Yeah, but then they also do give you the conversations about fatherhood and perfection, which I think elevate the movie from having nothing to say to at least having something to say. But start from the beginning of Legacy. I know people say they're broadly not as fond of this one. I actually prefer watching Legacy to the original Tron, but I don't prefer paying attention to it, which is usually the sign of not a very, very solid movie. But, it's not without its merits. And the premise, obviously, is Kevin Flynn has disappeared. And his son he doesn't go looking for him at first. His son sabotages ENCOM, which has been taken over kind of by the Dillinger faction again, because you have Edward Dillinger, who is the son of the original Dillinger, who works for ENCOM. He's played by Cillian Murphy for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And they're launching a brand new operating system, and Sam Flynn wants to release this for free to the world, and they want to monetize it, which is evil, and you shouldn't do that, apparently.
But he also wants to try and facilitate different things happening by sabotage rather than using his role as the leading stock
major shareholder,
which is supposed to supply some kind of like payoff at the end where he's like, you know, I guess I will use my power as the major shareholder, which to me was very like, okay.
You could have done this from the
Mhm.
beginning, but all right, okay.
I will use my power as the major shareholder to put Bradley in charge, which he wasn't before, even though he could have been before, and who doesn't know anything about the grid, even though he's kind of interfaced with the grid in the first movie, and who Flynn never told about his activities on the grid, even though they were best friends. So there's a bit of muddle going on in the opening to Tron Legacy. It doesn't entirely all add up. But it does give you your basic hero's journey style beats, because Sam very obviously refuses the call in that moment. He refuses the call later when Bradley gets this page from seemingly Flynn's old address, and Sam doesn't want to go and investigate it until he does. So he refuses the call, goes, finds the secret lab behind the arcade machines, and gets sucked into the grid and goes looking for his father, which is all pretty conventional stuff, and it is a very conventional movie if you map it against all the hero's journey plot points. They're basically all there. He goes through the grid. He bumps into what he thinks is his father, and it turns out it isn't his father. It is Clue, and Clue was made as the program to create the perfect world. The reason this grid looks so very different from the grid in the original Tron is that it is a different grid, which is worth remembering again for Ares later on. Flynn designed it from the ground up to be perfect, and he made Clue to make this perfect world. But Clue, in fulfilling this instruction, goes mad because they discover, and here things get a little bit weird and abstracted, a brand new sentient species called ISOs have spontaneously evolved within the grid. Flynn believes they contain the code to solve all of humanity's problems, but Clue sees them as the enemy, and so he genocides them, turns against his master, and Flynn goes into exile for decades after that point.
Kind of amusing because Legacy does kind of give us that hope with the remaining ISO that gets out, and then Ares just says, nah.
Yeah.
It's kind of amusing to me that both films kind of have the same aspirations in terms of the hopeful ending, but I'm sorry, Tron Legacy, you came first, so that means the other one cuts you off, you know? It reminds me of the sequel trilogy and how it's like, oh, that's a cute ending you have there, the OT. We're going to take it for us, and we're going to ruin your ending. It's like, okay.
Yeah, we love hopeful endings, as long as they're ours.
We do. And, I mean, Legacy does give you the hopeful ending, because there's an interesting sort of parallel between Flynn in Legacy and obviously Luke Skywalker at the beginning of the sequel trilogy, in that it's the old hero figure who has, for reasons, disappeared and remained disappeared for a very, very, very long time. I've always thought Legacy does a much better job at showing you at least some reasons why he couldn't go back, and not that he necessarily didn't want to, but that he felt that he could not. And gives you a slightly more solid grounding for his heroic fall
it is
than the sequels
absolutely
do.
better. I don't think I like it though. When you
bad but better.
When you get it all, you basically are told like he believes that any action taken is probably going to result in the destruction of the world. So I'm just going to stay in my cave. It's like, yeah, that's not great. He's not that kind of character in the original. He's not the kind of person that would just be like, I got to be a hermit because there's nothing I can do. Like, there's got to be something you can fucking do.
Yeah, they have to sort of they insert that pretty much in the prologue in the movie. I mean, he's very different as a character even before he disappears, because I don't remember the Flynn in the original Tron being very concerned with this grand idea of perfection, or like the huge advancements that will come from bringing the grid to life and all of this stuff. And this all gets thrown in pretty much at the beginning of Legacy, but then obviously explored much further later as you go in the movie. He has this idea of utopia, and the movie's thematic job with that character, and also the character job with that character, is to show how his idea of perfection was itself wrong and flawed. As he tells Clue at the end, he realizes that by looking at his son, who's lived a messy life, that perfection was actually the thing that was right in front of him the entire time, and he just didn't see it. So the two sort of dual reasons for his refusal to go back are, the first place, the danger of trying, but in the second place, the failure of this mistaken idea he had about utopia. And it's only when his son comes that he sees the truth of the matter, and he gets over his failure and realizes that failure is kind of the point, which is something that Clue can never understand.
When they give him
they make sure to have that right at the end to let you know this is the thing. Boom, right here at the end.
They have some action payoffs that they give him that I struggle. I'm not entirely. I understand them mechanically, but at least they give them to him instead of Luke just going out like a fart. It's okay. Well, there's that.
I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye.
Yeah, and yeah. So the end of Legacy, Flynn sort of what there is a specific word they use for it which I can't remember, but like he basically does a huge guard maneuver and sucks Clue into himself, which causes them both to explode, as opposed to turning up as a
Right.
hologram when he could have actually gone and flown there and then just dying, having not really accomplished very much. So a bit of a better Luke Skywalker arc than Luke Skywalker got.
It's just that we can easily hand wave decades when we're in a sequel movie and we've moved on or whatever, but imagine living through those decades and he just didn't really do anything. It's like we find out, well, he saved Cora, and you're like, yeah, he would have done a lot more than that. He would have done all kinds of crazy things. Yeah, like it's a long time. It's even longer than decades, right? Because of the in-universe time dilation or whatever.
Yeah, although the movie is slightly confused on that point, and the original is a little bit confused on that point, and Ares is very confused on whether there is any time dilation at all. It's not ever been particularly consistent, but it gets worse as the movies go on, I think. But you're right, and then of course they always had the problem as well, which is that the more powerful you make Flynn, the less believable it is that he doesn't try and use his tremendous power either to rescue himself or to at least get rid of Clue and send Cora back on her own with his disc. That there are a number of things he could have done and didn't do because he was essentially kind of salty.
Well, I'm not a fan of Clue turning on him either. It's not very satisfying. It's very sudden. It's just like, hey, I got an interpretation of your order that you're not going to like. And you're like, okay. And it's like, all right, I'm going to kill you now. It's like,
yeah, he's just evil. He's not, they don't play into the idea that he's like Flynn, but a different version of Flynn. He's just an evil guy. They have no like personality similarities whatsoever when he's supposed to be essentially a clone.
well, I was going to say that what struck me about when they described what Clue is to a T, right? It's basically similar to how they describe what Ultron is.
We took a different interpretation. He's just evil.
You cut out a lot of that. I don't know if you want to go again.
I guess so. Maybe it was me or who, but yeah, I was basically just saying one thing I don't like about Tron Legacy is that they could have done something really interesting with the idea that Clue is a clone of Flynn, but who has a different perspective or interpretation of his directive. When instead they just kind of make him a supervillain who's just evil. He's an evil killer, murderer man. He's not like Flynn, but different.
Yeah, so
he's not an imagining of Flynn who takes a different approach.
Rewatching Legacy, I was struck by how flat Clue was as a character, despite how he's described, and it seems like a big wasted opportunity to not have an actual, a fully fledged sort of Jeff Bridges Flynn character that has those small components, not even missing, just altered. Like, what would it take for him to truly believe in the mission that he's actually doing? And a connection I would have made is this is not easy to do, and it's funny that I'm referencing this film because I just think that sometimes it's it's just like, well, this is the film that does it. It's like it's one of them. But The Rock, the villain in that, Ed Harris is a colonel or general, I think, General Hummel. He's like, you don't conclude he's a bad man when you get to the end of that film, even though what he does is pretty fucking bad in that movie. And like everything he's ordering and operating is by the book, pragmatic, and it's desperately trying to prove a point or get something done that needs to be done. We've done this before with plenty of villains. I feel like Clue, had he been offered that, would have made the film way better. Clue is a little too lame in this film. He's just obviously evil.
And there's a degree to which it undercuts the message of the original as well, in the sense that the original is very much about Flynn going on the grid, and by the injection of his humanity, actually makes programs more than the sum of their parts. They aren't just purely deterministic. They see things anew. They are able to be changed. They're able to realize themselves when humans remind them what humanity is. The same man who goes to the grid in Legacy doesn't try and do this with Clue, and the movie gives you the impression that your program is just what you make it to be. It is purely deterministic. Because when he says at the end, and I like what they're going for thematically, but not on like the mechanical character level, when he says, you never understood that perfection is imperfection because I didn't understand that. The entire point of the first movie was that by virtue of being human, you allow for a greater understanding. Now, apparently, that is the opposite of the case. Your program can only be as flawed as you were when you made it. It's an interesting idea. It's just not the idea that Tron gave you originally.
True.
Tron.
And also, like, I don't know, having him being so theatrical as well, theatrically evil, when it's like, well, if the whole point is it's like he's misunderstood his directive. It feels like you wouldn't have him be essentially that callous. Like, it's just you need him to be super evil so that, you know, when he gets big sucked in and then exploded, it's like, yeah, well, you know, I guess, yeah, that's what happens.
Well, he has a couple
Yeah,
of, like, meme yelling moments.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, meme yelling, but the visual effects are, like, not good enough, so it just looks really awkward.
Yeah, it
Oh.
does.
Yeah.
Can we
And
talk about
you also
that?
don't really give a shit that there's like an evil version of him
What?
because they're just like, I made this guy. Okay. And then I think like the next scene is like, am I still your perfect creation? Yeah. Fuck you. And then he attacks them. It's like, oh, okay.
Like, wait, I didn't realize you were asking, are you gonna be evil?
Yeah. I thought we were just having some banter or something because you're like me, you know, but okay.
And yeah, absolutely no explanation as to how, you know, Flynn can look at the ISOs and say, these are the perfect creation. And Clue, made by Flynn with Flynn's then concept of perfection, looks at the ISOs and sees nothing but flaws and unpredictability. It's like, again, you can't say that the like Flynn goes on a character journey from basically Clue's starting position to a nuanced one, and also have it that they have diverging views kind of at the beginning of their time together, because that undercuts what you're trying to do. But the two very important things sort of stem from all of this, of course, which is Clue genocides all of the ISOs, bar one, which is Cora. And Clue also manages to, well, not kill, but assimilate Tron. And Tron becomes the fighter, not for the system, but for the person who owns the system, up until the point at which he decides he's not going to do that anymore. So Tron has been co-opted and then spends his entire time in this movie being the evil henchman, until he sees Flynn again, which he could have done had Flynn not stayed in his little beach house, and realizes that he fights for the users, and then he turns coat and attacks Clue and loses.
Just not a fan of what they do with Tron.
Lame.
He deserves so much better than this. And to have him be like, I fight for the users, and then he does something that's kind of just stupid and doesn't work.
And then loses.
He has guns. He could have shot Clue, and he doesn't. He crashes into him and then gets his backup stolen off him.
Oopsie.
Man.
Yeah.
My
He
bad.
didn't really achieve much at all. He just temporarily delayed Clue.
It was like a
Don't know about
reluctant
that.
acknowledgement that a film called Tron should probably have a character called Tron in it. They just didn't really have very much
no.
to do with him. But they're silly. They're very, very silly because they didn't realize they didn't have to do that at all. They could have just not had Tron. And wouldn't that have been better?
Those fools.
Yeah, Tron could have been the chick's character who was hanging out with him for some reason while they were putting together some kind of a plan, or Tron and Flynn were having a disagreement on what the next move should be, but they kind of need each other. And he's like, "Come on, we got to do stuff, Flynn." And Flynn's like, "No, we can't do it. It's too dangerous." Something instead of, "Oh, I guess he's evil," and now he's in the water. Don't worry, his lights are blue. We'll see him again.
But, well, that's the
Turns
thing.
blue,
It's
so
like,
he
don't
turns
worry.
red.
Tron can return. It's like, he will not.
Tron will return. Maybe one day.
One day.
Maybe another decade and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, for all these
That's
criticisms, again,
also a thing, by the way, with Tron Legacy. When I was like, oh, let me watch those because and I was like, oh, Legacy, that came out like a couple of years ago, right? That wasn't that long ago. 2010. It's like, excuse me, 2010.
Fucking, I was talking to Drinker about it. He was guessing when it came out. I could be wrong. But I could have sworn he said 2017. I was like,
That's what I would have guessed too. Actually,
yeah. Which is
then I saw
sort of
2010. It's like, what do you mean? It's been 15 years, and now they're making a Tron. What is happening?
It's a point against the studio, but I do think it's a point in favor of the movie that it can believably be something which has come out. Because I mean, it hasn't dated in terms of its look. I mean,
well,
one of the
except
things that most people do stand up.
For the one
with
thing,
the
yeah.
exception of the one thing that has.
The
Yeah.
one thing.
And it's so unfortunate that they turn that one thing into the main antagonist of the movie as well. It's not something you can just miss.
But to that point, I think it is a pretty well-directed movie visually and everything. Like it's very competent and sleek. I don't love the aesthetic as much as the original, but it's well put together such that everything except the one thing actually has stood up pretty damn well.
Yeah, I mean, Kaczynski makes nice-looking movies
Oh, he sure
generally.
does.
Because Tron Legacy looks pretty good. Top Gun Maverick looks pretty good. F1 looks pretty good. Like
Oblivion looks pretty
Oblivion
good.
looks pretty good, yeah.
yeah, Oblivion looks cool as well. It's like, yeah, you know, he can do that for sure.
Whereas the director for Tron Ares has done Maleficent 2 and Pirates of the Caribbean. Which one was it?
Five.
The Dead Men Tell
The
No
fifth
Tales.
one,
The
yeah.
fifth one.
5? I didn't know there were 5.
Yeah.
What a terrific looking
So,
movie.
Yeah, and also, and Kaczynski did the Mad World Gears of War trailer and Starry Night for Halo 3. That was what he was doing before he was making feature films. And those are both really cool trailers. I would say
They
one
are.
of them doesn't exactly match the tone of the game as well as the other one does. Isn't that the Mad World, it's a really good trailer, but like I really feel like it doesn't match the vibe of Gears of War at all. Like it's like melancholy and kind of like contemplative.
Gears is a strange
Meanwhile,
beast.
Gears of War, compared to Starry Night, which was like a much better encapsulation of Halo. And anyway,
The Coal Train.
The look of Tron Legacy was very much Kaczynski's brainchild, really. I mean, it looks very, very different. And of course, there is the discussion to be had as to whether it really looks like Tron should look. I mean, I think it looks great, but it's not necessarily to say it looks great for Tron. But he brought in a whole team of architects. I think he used to be one, or he trained to be one at one point, to create this new world along the lines of like what they imagined Flynn's idea of the perfect world would be. So the reason it's sort of transitioned from video game world of the inspiration of the 80s to this, which is very almost hyper realistic. Everything is solid with backlighting. Looks, I mean, I love the look. It's just that he wanted to turn it into something which it very much was not at its inception. It's much more real, and the progression of Tron has been from the primitive graphics of the 80s, and it's becoming more and more real, or wants to be more and more real as time goes on. So the world in Legacy is kind of like a city, but within a digital realm, so with digital elements. But then Ares is even less interested in the grid than that. So we're actually not even going to be on the grid for more than 10 minutes in that movie. So yeah, which I don't know. I mean, there's obviously the one scene in Ares which we'll come to, which does take us back in time, which the movie understands, I think, is its biggest draw. And it just kind of make you wonder whether the entire thing was a mistake, even in Legacy, was to turn the world into what it was turned into. Would it have been better to retain the more gamified graphics of the original rather than making it this very distinctive but still less distinctive cyberpunk world?
I'm totally with you on the. I love the look as well, and I respect the ideas of Inception. I don't really know. I just would have said like I don't think this is the natural progression or the spiritual successor to what they were doing in Tron, the original.
No.
To the point where this is practically like an errant branch on a tree that's just gone to a different universe, and it's like it's cool to look at, but where's the Tron sequel? And then it's like, don't worry, Tron Ares is here.
Yes.
But then it's like it's a branch that's getting a lot bigger than the original one.
Was a branch that's disconnected from the tree entirely? It's just on the floor.
Pretty much, yeah.
You said thumbs up, sideways thumb, toe.
Great soundtrack, though.
Yeah. Very good
moldy
soundtrack.
toe.
I'm quite a fan of it. Good tunes. The game has changed. Oh, that's a good
Yep.
one.
Probably just the most
been always been one of my favorites.
the most to elevate the movie of any soundtrack ever, probably, given that it is the number one thing people tend to cite besides the look is soundtrack.
Yes, I would say so. I think because I'm pretty sure like there are a lot of people who really, really, really like Tron Legacy. And I get the impression that the soundtrack is doing a lot of work to.
Well, they say,
for that.
you know,
right.
They say as a sort of realization for people that Star Wars was made by, like, it was saved by John Williams in a sense. It is what it is thanks to that incredible soundtrack. Meanwhile, with this, it's like that's borderline just actually what happens. Like without that soundtrack, I wonder what this film would be.
Like,
I realized exactly how much of it was when I learned that obviously Daft Punk broke up and weren't doing the next one. My interest in Tron Ares just like flatlined basically. It's like, oh, so the soundtrack did that much work. Fair enough.
I almost wonder if it's like, well, let's say you put the Tron Ares soundtrack. I guess we'll talk about it a bit more. But if you put the Tron Ares soundtrack and Tron, you know, you have like the light cycle sequence, but instead it's you know, I don't know if people would like gravitate toward it as much as, you know, the do 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 like ramping up to the, you know, whereas like the music is very much in sync with what's happening on screen, even if the music is in a sense almost detached from what's happening on screen because it's
That's
like
a very important point.
than what's happening on screen. You know what I mean? It's a very strange synthesis, but not really.
It's distinct from the experience Wendy Carlos had with the original because they couldn't get the movie to her in time in advance, really. So like she had basically no time to prepare. Whereas Daft Punk actually were in for pre-production and they were on set a lot of the times as well, and they were watching every stage of the movie, so they were able to write over a longer period of time and make sure that every theme, every tune, every leitmotif is the perfect one to encapsulate what the scene is going for. Often does a better job of doing that than the scene itself does.
I like the
But it
cameo
leaves
as well.
you so much of the and the
The
cameos are great,
cameos
obviously.
That sounds like it's actually useful to be involved in the production of the movie when you're
Nah,
doing something for it.
no.
That's crazy. What?
No.
Oh, actually, I
No?
will
Okay.
say
I'll take it back.
their cameo also takes place in a whole sequence that I consider borderline filler for this film. Like the whole bar
club
sequence
thing,
where,
It is.
Yeah.
like,
It is like
Cora,
negative filler because it just is full of problems and weird character decisions.
just the broad thing of is like, I need to do the thing. Cora's like, go to this guy who's just evil, and then he works for evil mode, and then it's like, damn it, I
Okay.
shouldn't have sent you to that guy. Get a whole action sequence, and then we get
My
back on
bad.
track. The main consequence being Lynn's disc is stolen, which is very arbitrarily sort of just done at the end.
Yeah, at the end. Whoop.
What?
And yeah, you know.
What I think I would say that might. Oh, actually, where are you going?
Well, I
Kat?
just wanted to say briefly before we move on from the score is that, despite the fact that the score in this movie is doing all the heavy lifting, really, I don't think that the score is like taking away from the experience. It's actually remarkably kind of simple and elegant and serves the story well without actually drawing too much attention to itself. It's not trying to steal the show. It's actually playing a really effective, subservient role to the overall experience of the movie, which is not something I think is true of Tron
That's
Ares.
kind of
No.
that's kind of what I was actually. Yeah, that was kind of the direction I was going to go in. Is that there was definitely an effort made to create like a soundtrack for a film compared to just creating like songs that would sound good on their own, like just
Yes.
as part of an album. Particularly with the integration of a lot of strings into the, because obviously it's using synths throughout, but there's like an effort to kind of marry the digital, I suppose, the digital aspects of the music with the more classical aspects of the music.
Especially-
Strings are pretty prominent in this film.
Yeah, and they're especially prominent when we're not on the grid, right? So we're being deliberate about using more organic
Yeah,
acoustic
I think
instruments.
I think a good way to point, because the film's got its main theme like dun dun dun, like that sort of thing that it repeats a lot, which I like. I like it a lot actually. But there's like a lot of different renditions of that main theme, because you've got like the very classical orchestral renditions of that theme, but then in the end credits you've got the hyper synthesized rendition of it. It's like quite a
Yeah.
versatile theme. Which I would say is a notable difference between this and Ares, where it has the one theme that doesn't really change much at all. Like,
No.
It's supposed to be the key to the
again.
successful leitmotif. You are supposed to be able to have it reflect the state of the world, the same theme, but played in the minor key instead of the major, or with a different accompaniment or a different instrumental
instruments
arrangement to
or-
it. Like, there are so many things you can do which can make the same theme, so the familiar thing, tell you about what the familiar thing is feeling about the world, whether it's happy or sad, whether it's shocked, whether it's angry, whether a tragedy is occurring, whether it's hopeful. The same set of notes essentially, with usually a different accompaniment, basically, or a set of chords underneath it. Doesn't work at all if your theme is very loud, very messy, and very industrial, because you leave yourself comparatively little room to maneuver with that one. Which is going to come about, when we do talk about Ares.
That's actually like pretty relevant as a point, because if you listen to the Legacy soundtrack, if you listen to the overture, that repeats the theme twice, and it leads with a much more quiet version before sort of going into the louder like title screen rendition. And it's kind of like a good point, because I feel like this is very much applicable for a lot of the great soundtracks that you enjoy, is that when you listen to the theme and it's a prominent theme that keeps getting reintegrated in various moments, it's like, well, how versatile is this theme? Can it fill in a quiet moment? Can it sort of sneak up on you without you realizing? Is it loud and bombastic when it needs to be dramatic, or even tragic? Like, can it apply in those? And I think you could say that this is the case for a lot of the things that you like. Halo does this really well. Star Wars does this really well. Lord of the Rings does it really well. Meanwhile, here, how
Previous
exactly
Nine Inch
can you
Nails
do?
scores.
What's that? Sorry.
I was just gonna say previous Trent Reznor scores do this much better.
Well, yes, that's actually a good point. Yeah. Meanwhile, here, how are you gonna have like your sort of slower paced, quiet version of like, I don't know that you can do it. It only really has one. It could only really exist in one particular moment, which is an action scene, as opposed to any other moment. Which
Yeah, or
we'll
if it
talk about a
wants,
bit
like,
more.
if you want your character to look really cool, you can play it then
Yes,
because it
that's
looks
right.
really cool, and
That's
that's
it.
how soundtracks work.
What if your character just
Can
looks
you play it on
cool
a
every
piano?
time, no matter
Yeah,
what
what if he
happens?
always looks cool because he's a
Yeah.
cool guy?
guess-
He's super
I guess you
cool.
could play it on a piano, but not really.
It would be
a
hard. I
little
mean, I
bit
did try
awkward.
it because like, the legacy one's pretty easy to do. At least like the main melodic line to it is really easy to do. But yeah,
yeah.
I've tried a couple of times while I was doing notes for this with the Ares one, and by the time I get onto it, I've already forgotten how it goes. So it's not exactly easy to remember. Never mind to play, and you can't obviously recreate all the industrial smashing at the bottom of the soundscape.
Oh, not with that
Well,
attitude.
the thing is I don't mind the main theme of Tron Ares. Like it's all right.
Yeah,
But
there's a few
it's,
good
you know,
I like the
little
music.
tunes in here.
Yeah.
But
It's
it's not going to
just,
stick with me. It's
well,
it's following
just-
up. It's a hard act to follow, Legacy.
Oh yeah.
True.
it is, but they have very heavily marketed that Nine Inch Nails did the music.
Yeah.
for this.
Yeah.
They put
That's
it in
probably a
trailers,
good
which
idea
they
'cause
don't
it's-
typically do.
You know what else are they going to market
Yeah.
on fucking Jared Leto?
They also can't tell you Tron is
Yeah.
in it, so
Yeah.
They market him as like Gerard Leto or something different, like his alter ego.
Jerumbo Lumbo.
starring Morbius.
That's not going to help anything.
Starring Morbius. I don't know. It might help.
Tron sweep, everyone.
Trent
let's
Reznor
go.
be on very good terms with all David Fincher, huh? He's done a bunch of his movies. I remember the.
All of them since Social Network.
bring
yeah.
it
Is it
back.
all of them?
Yeah.
Damn.
I
Yeah.
think so.
He did Mank. He did The Killer. Yeah, he did all of them since.
I remember several parts of Gone Girl made me think like, oh, it was good that he was doing the score because we
I
probably would.
fucking love that score
Oh,
so
it's
much.
such
I'm
a
gonna be honest,
great
dude,
soundtrack,
that film is
yeah.
kind of really fucking good.
It's so good. It's so good. That's like
I guess
it's in
I
his top 3. I think it's in his
Yeah,
top
thank
3
you.
actually for me.
I really agree with you. I do.
I
I
love
listen to
that
that
movie.
score all the time. I mean, it's really tense, but I like.
Fine,
that
I guess
score.
I'll watch that movie then.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Oh man, it's so good.
Wait till you're
Not
over. I'll
either,
watch it when you're
so
here.
I guess.
You always want to just watch movies.
Yeah.
Get a
I think it's
Yeah,
time
that's
for
the one.
intervention.
Technically missing. That's the track. That's like
yeah,
the
that's-
track from Gone Girl. So good.
Well, that score reuses musical themes a lot, actually. I don't really feel like the score for Ares does that. I just feel like it replays the same track several times.
Oh
Isn't
yeah.
it fucking awesome.
I mean, I didn't know if to say it now or not, but like, I don't feel like Nine Inch Nails could do anything to help Ares really at all.
No, that is the tricky thing as well.
No
Is like, it's sort of like when you blame actors for playing awful parts when no one could do anything good with them. There's a degree of truth to that with the soundtrack for this movie as well. In that Legacy, and part of the reason for going through like the recap of the first 2 movies is to show that even in Legacy, for all its flaws, there was thought and care and attention put into some of it. Like there were ideas. It did try and achieve things. It had ideas for characters. It had ideas for theme. It had ideas for mood and emotion. And even the presence of those ideas, even if they're not delivered very well, can aid you if you're doing a soundtrack for that or a score for that, because you know roughly what you're trying to convey at that moment. And then when you work in harmony with the scene, you can elevate the scene, as Legacy does very effectively. If you don't have any of those things, then what is your soundtrack or your score supposed to do? Because what is it meant to be evoking at any given moment? Is it even supposed to be emotional? And if it's not, then fuck it, why not just make a good sounding album that will be listened to on its own long after people have forgotten the movie it was a part of?
Yeah.
Just call the album Tron. Release it
The
by
Tron
itself.
Bull. No, that didn't work.
Inspired
Forget
by
it.
Tron.
Just wanted to mention as well, there is a video out there on Cap's channel where me and Frankie talked to him for a very, very long time about Gone Girl. It's like 6 hours.
Yeah. It
Nice.
was long, but great.
Maybe
It
even
was so
short by some people's standards.
But on that note, I think we have to move away from nice things. We've had too many of them. Yeah, it was. Well, we had fun while we lasted. So now we have to talk about Tron Ares, which
Damn it.
has been out for 2 or 3 days, and yep, as
Too long.
mentioned,
Critical
worse start
acclaim.
than critical acclaim. I watched a bit of, because Film Threat did a bunch of like roundup of the initial reviews, the embargoed ones when they came out, and they're all basically copy pasted versions you find on Twitter, all saying roughly the same thing, which is looks incredible, great soundtrack by Nine Inch Nails, story's a bit basic, but it deserves to be seen in
I wish it was
IMAX,
basic.
and you will find that in 1,000 variations all over the internet. That is not true. The movie does not look particularly good. The soundtrack might be okay on its own, but doesn't work for the movie, and there is no story, basic or otherwise, and it does not deserve to be seen anywhere, never mind in IMAX. Save your money and spend it somewhere else. We now have to talk about why that is the case. So, yeah, I mean, without further ado, I suppose, who liked the Tronified Disney logo at the beginning of the movie? I thought that was cool.
I mean, I was surprised they did something different with the logo for once. I was like, wait, what's happening here? It's like, whoa, they did the thing differently. Good job. I think
But
that's
wasn't
the
it-
only thing I find nice in this movie today.
Wasn't it just the same thing Legacy did, but red?
Presumably.
Isn't it fucking cool?
I'm pretty sure Legacy did the
Yeah,
the
I didn't-
Tron
It did,
as
yeah.
well.
I was like, oh, this is. There are a lot of things that Ares does that is just what Legacy did, but worse.
Also, what the original did, but worse. But you know,
Yeah.
what other films did, but worse.
But
It's good at that.
That like
What Morbius did, but
Tronified
worse.
Disney logo. It's like, okay, it looks neat, I guess, but Legacy already did basically the exact same thing, so I don't feel like giving you much credit for it.
There's a good example, actually, that's doing the same thing but worse. Legacy has obviously the initial Kevin Flynn monologue introducing you to it, which goes, "The grid, a digital frontier. I tried to picture clusters of information as they moved through the computer. What did they look like? Ships, motorcycles? Were there circuits like freeways? I kept dreaming of a world I thought I'd never see, and then one day I got in." Cue the amazing soundtrack. Tron Ares has The Grid, a digital frontier. A world beyond the screen as real as our own. I can picture it. Clusters of information rising like cities, programs as complex as you and me. In just a few years, you're going to be able to enter this world, and a few years after that, well, this world will come into ours. Intelligent life from inside the machine. I, for one, can't wait to meet it. And that is delivered to you by a de-aged Jeff Bridges again. Who looks a bit better than he does in Legacy, but the content of the speech I'm not entirely convinced by, and then it leads into the Nine Inch Nails soundtrack. So
I like that's the opinion of the soundtrack, like itself. It's like, nah, I guess I'll start the film. Yeah, all right, fine.
It's so brash and obnoxious. Ugh, and it's mixed so loud too.
It's very noticeable. The soundtrack is very noticeable.
Well, the most insane thing I learned about the way the soundtrack was used is that they did this on purpose. They specifically put the music in the center speakers in the surround sound mix. That is not something that's normally done. Usually, the center speakers in like a however many point surround sound theater mix, the center speakers are just for dialogue and basic sound effects like footsteps and
the
whatever
stuff
else.
you really need to be paying attention to,
Yes.
the stuffs that's kind of the core of the experience.
Absolutely. And then music and sound effects and things like that fill out the rest of the space. It's one of the reasons that when you watch a movie that was, mixed for theaters at home on your TV, the mixing is terrible, is because they just squashed all of that like spatial whatever, like layout into like a stereo mix, so you lose the ability to like physically differentiate between the two, right? So they said explicitly that they did on purpose. They put the music in the center speakers, and I'm like, oh, that explains why I could never hear the dialogue over the music. Why it was so.
Why
They were
made
trying
it
to help
better?
you.
yep,
Yeah, we're trying to
Why-
cover up the dialogue with our tunes. We're trying to help you.
it would have made it
couldn't
substantially better
Stop
with no dialogue.
resisting.
Yeah, well, that's definitely true, but I found it very obnoxious. First of all, the score is at like a 10 basically the entire time. There's one quiet piano piece, maybe. And then couple that with the sound effects of every little thing that happens. It's like
The mouth noises. Yeah.
it's very obnoxious to listen to, this movie. Which is a shame, because some of the pieces of music on their own are kind of neat, but the experience in the theater is like, can we turn this down? This is loud. I don't want to listen to this anymore. Please let me leave.
And then Jared Leto opens his mouth
No.
and you say, "Please play it again."
the music, love it. Can we hear him?
But on the
At least Jared
speech
Leto wasn't
itself,
playing some
though,
crazy character, but
yeah, well, not so much in this one. He actually gave an interview. I don't even know whether to do this now or later once we've actually. And I'll do it later once we've discovered how little of a character he plays. But Jared Leto basically gave an interview saying he is not playing a character, and because there isn't time for that in this movie. So it's a great interview, well worth reading.
yeah, that's an
He's such
interesting way to
a-
sell tickets.
There was a question asked on, like, I can't remember which show it was, but it was just like, which actors do you hate, bar like some of the more obvious picks that everyone has these days, and he was mine because I was just like, he's so fucking obnoxious and annoying. Like, all the stories you hear about him, and then obviously I should cite first the whole cult thing. That's probably the one to go with, but the way that he does method acting feels like he's cosplaying real actors and the methods they use or whatever, and he's just this icon to me now, even though he wasn't. Rewind like 10-15 years and I remember thinking he's really trying in different movies I saw that he happened to be in, because he's what band was he in originally?
30 Seconds to Mars.
That's it. And I remember thinking like, oh, he's giving a really good go at it, but then I kept seeing movies with him popping up being weird. I was just like, what do you do other than be weird? And yeah, then you get all the stories, and then just all this stuff with Tron. I was just like, I feel, and Morbius, by the way, because he tried to lead into the meme with Morbius, right? He did like tweets about
I
it.
think so.
Yeah, and then that ruined it.
I feel as though he's very much invested in trying to clean up his image a little, instead of being seen as. He was hoping the Joker shit was gonna be like to propel him like it did Heath Ledger, And it's like, well, that didn't work.
Yeah,
And so,
it
did
did not have that effect.
This is something I should say at the end, but I won't be more specific. It's just the character that he plays in this film, so to speak, or what he does, I feel like is very much his investment in being like, I was pretty cool, wasn't I? Like, come on, and you want to see what happens next with me?
Actually, fuck it, I might as well do it now in that case, since we're talking about him. It's a good indicator of what to expect from Jared Leto in this movie. And bear in mind, this is an interview to advertise the movie and why it's worth watching. He says, I just show my true personality, empty, flat, and clinical. Jared Leto joked when Games Radar recently asked him about his approach to playing Ares. No, it's an interesting question because it did pose a pretty difficult challenge for me. In some ways, it's easier when you have a lot to grab a hold of, and I am used to exploring, kind of, some of the more colorful aspects of character. Leto added, obviously there's only so much time you have in a big movie like this to explore the nuances of characters, but you have to kind of explain a lot. But we did talk so much about the discovery process for Ares and what that must have been like to have these human experiences for the very first time. That was a lot of fun. I found it really exciting. So in other words, what he's saying is, we talked a lot about it behind the scenes and that sounded cool, but it didn't make it into the movie. And that was a challenge.
For the titular character, Ares, the arguable.
His name is fucking in the fucking posters.
semi-protagonist.
God damn it. Yes.
Just don't have time.
There's no time to explore
I'm
depth
actually-
and nuance, honestly.
In
You gotta have
retrospect
16
now,
burrito jokes.
I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't just make himself Tron.
Yeah.
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 Do you
I mean, that would have
think-
probably.
That was on the drawing board, and they were like, ooh, do you think that'll piss people off? Maybe just make your own.
That was on the drawing board. Absolutely.
Should we have
He's the
the
executive
should we-
producer of this movie.
You've been
isn't he?
reprogrammed. You
He
look
is a
different,
producer,
Tron.
yeah.
Yes,
he's
I do.
He's corrupted again.
It would be funny though. It's like, should we have the titular character, or would that upset people if we put
Yeah.
this actor in?
What if
It's
we
like,
made
"Nah,
a-
just leave him out. It's
Well,
fine.
what if we made a new titular character?
Like, oh
And
yeah,
I was them.
Isn't Ares a cool name? I hope they explain why they chose Ares at some point, or what Ares
He's a
reference
weapon.
is.
And I hope a
It's
really
really
important
clever.
character
It's
does
really
that too.
clever.
It is. Back to the little speech he gives, though. It's a statement of intent in the speech. Obviously, the Legacy one is inviting you into this wonderful, fantastical world, and it's exciting, and you're supposed to be excited. This one is very different. This one is saying, yeah, well, we could enter this fantastical world, but we could probably wait because a few years later, that world's going to come into our world. That's the thing we're now interested in. It's bringing things from the digital world into the real world. In other words, this is a real world set movie that is interested in the effect of the digital on the real, as opposed to exploring what the digital is and what the differences are and what can be accomplished there. So that was kind of statement of intent and not a necessarily encouraging one. If you didn't like the way that Legacy changed all the design to make it less gamified, then you will absolutely detest this movie because we don't spend any time there anyway. But it leads then we get the de-aged Jeff Bridges doing it. Then it leads to a bunch of, I mean, I wasn't sure if it was just the bad copy I had at the theater, obviously, but all the news anchors being seemingly computer-generated AI creations.
Yeah, that's something I.
Decision.
They're like blue and weird looking, and they had like multi layers behind them.
It looked
What
really
am I
bad. The thing
thinking?
is, I think what they were going for is like, oh, see, they're like holograms. That's what they look like. It's like you can do that in a different scenario, maybe. But I've seen
certainly
you
look
have
different.
like I've seen you have you like realistic holograms in the cyberspace thing. You can tell me you can't do proper holograms on like a
It
thing.
looks better in the prequels.
Like what? This looks so bad.
It does look
Or
bad,
just-
and also, like, what does that imply about all the news anchors? Like, are they fake or something? Because, like, why?
Yeah.
True, they're not people.
Yeah, that seemed. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got a weird implication from that, just in the way they tried to film it. It's like, oh, was none of this real? Like, what?
Yeah. And like, is it trying to tell you something? Is it going to come up again later? Is the use of AI telling you about the way in which the digital world has already entered the real world, where we famously don't use AI news anchors yet, though we probably should? No, that's not going to come up again. So it was just a very strange decision, and their job really is just to restate the essential premise, right? So
Yeah.
he says, Flynn disappeared. He owned Encom. He made video games. Then it sort of forgets the original movie. Because one of the anchors says the company, which started in Kevin Flynn's arcade in the 1980s, which it didn't, because Kevin Flynn got his start working for Encom, and then he made an arcade after he got kicked out from Encom. So that's a lie. So yeah, and then it only really gets worse, because you might be thinking, well, we've seen Legacy. Sam Flynn is back, and Cora's back, and Bradley is CEO of Encom now, so I assume we're rejoining all of these important characters from the last movie,
Yeah,
correct?
because there's really hopeful, optimistic setup for what they could accomplish together at the end of Tron Legacy.
What you're about to describe as the current state of affairs to me is just a joke. Like you can't. So fucking stupid. It's like once again.
Yes.
We are once again. Yeah, we're not following the previous Tron movies ending. Like it's a tradition at this point.
Well, not just that, but just with the current year. But when it is stated, I just started laughing. I was like, "Fucking hell, yeah, of course, why not? Let's do it."
Mm-hmm. So, yes, you might be thinking Sam Flynn is back. The movie seems to think at one point he was CEO of Encom, which he never was. And then it says Sam Flynn resigned from the position of CEO of Encom for personal reasons.
Personal reasons.
That's
more never.
Personal reasons, bros.
I was like, oh, okay. I was so baffled that I was like, oh, let me check. Did he is he dead or something? Like, does the actor not? Is he
That'd
not
be a personal
around
reason.
anymore?
That'd be a personal reason.
And then I checked like, oh no, he's
dead.
been like in things like this year, like multiple things. Like, so what is happening? It's like, oh, he's probably going to show up later somewhere along the line. It's like, hey, what are you doing with my company?
He said, I might be interested in your Tron movie. Who else is going to be in it?
Yeah.
Can all my friends from the previous movie
the guy
be
who
in
played
it too?
Jeffrey Dahmer is going to be in it. You're like, ooh.
Also
Jeffrey.
in this movie, and replacing Sam Flynn, are two sisters. They are called Eve and Tess Kim, and they are in charge of Encom.
Why though?
Because girls get it done, you fuck.
Girls, boy, do they get it done. They get it done so hard.
Well, one of them.
Yeah, one of them does. One of them just gets dying done very efficiently. But
it's so funny, though, to be like, yeah, Sam Flynn, he's fucked off, and two girls are the bosses now. And you're like, what? Like, who are these people? And you're like, shut up.
And when are these people? Because there's a bunch of weird timeline stuff that will come more pronounced later. But so Flynn disappeared more than a decade ago in Tron Legacy, and it's been a decade since Tron Legacy. So it's been at least 20 years since Flynn disappeared. This movie will actually go on to specify later that he disappeared in 1989, which doesn't make any sense because in Legacy, Sam Flynn is 27 and he's 10 when Flynn disappears. So that is no. But like, for how long have Eve and Tess Kim been around? For how long has this been the case? What's been happening in the interim? I don't know. is the answer, and the movie doesn't either, because the movie doesn't seem to have watched either of the two precursor films, and it's not interested in explaining any of
Watched
these
enough
things.
to know, like, that it needs to get rid of the protagonist of the sequel.
Well,
That
yeah.
knows the name
Get
of
rid
the
of that guy.
protagonist.
Let's just
of the
be
first
1
film.
billion% clear. It does not matter if the actor were literally dead. You could still bring Sam Flynn in. It's not hard.
Oh, for
Enough
sure.
time has
Yeah,
passed.
yeah.
You could recast him if you have to. You can write a story that matters with him. You chose not to.
Yeah, the reason I was just so baffled that they just said like, yeah, he's gone for personal reason, and he never shows up. There was like curious, like, oh, is he like not around anymore or something? It's like,
Yeah,
no,
here's
he's
why
like,
you won't see him.
he's doing a thing.
It's
We
just
just decided not to
It's-
put him in. Why? It's like
I don't know.
because fuck you. That's why.
It's just weird, given that the ending of the film was that he was becoming, he had like a newfound investment
Yeah.
in the fate of the company. He wanted to be involved in it and a part of it, and then it's just like, nah,
Well,
no, he
something
didn't.
came up.
Which,
Something, you know.
which I guess
Anyway.
also means he just took a Quora and just like, yeah, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
I have this
Yeah, they're
amazing.
just gone. This
this
creature
amazing,
that can
never-
solve
Never
all of
mind
humanity's
all of those
ills.
lofty, exactly. Never mind all of the lofty sort of aspirations that his father, who he had just reunited
Yeah.
with and sort of been rejuvenated in terms of his quest.
There's
like,
no
yeah,
story
never mind
there.
That. That's
No
And the
yeah,
fact that
story.
he was
Legacy.
No, of
he
course
has
not.
been in the grid himself.
Yeah. Nah.
He was impressed by it as well. He was like, this is amazing. This rules. And he's like, oh, actually, nah, I'm out. Fuck you.
Someone just said in chat, actually said Sam Flynn died for personal reasons.
You joke.
died on the way to his
One
own
of the
planet.
Kims will die for personal reasons later in this movie.
Somehow,
Um,
Sam Flynn did not return.
Somebody did.
Oh, no
Somehow.
Sith magic. No
Shame.
cloning.
Cloning.
Yeah.
Secrets only the Sith knew.
No.
But yeah, at some point in
Clooning.
this totally nebulous period of time, Encom, under the power of these two totally not lesbian sisters, has beaten all of its
Not
records.
with each other.
It's,
Not with each
oh,
other.
not with each other.
Everyone.
No, this is true.
Not with each other.
It's
with
soared to
different
new
them.
heights. It's beaten all the things that anyone could ever have hoped to do. They're better than Kevin Flynn. They're better than Sam Flynn. They're better than Alan Bradley. They have taken it to the pinnacle of tech establishment. But alongside it has emerged a company called, well, I say emerged, no. Alongside it has spawned a company called Dillinger Systems.
So
Um,
with this, you could totally replace Dillinger Systems with Prodigy and the guy with Boy Cavalier. It's insane how like close this is in terms of just this weird stapling onto the story, and then the way that the character is well characterized.
True, yeah. I mean, and another generically evil billionaire.
Well,
who is the evil antithesis of the
It's
nice
always-
tech people.
yeah, tech bro child, hyper ADHD. That's like how many of them have we had now?
Not
Just
enough.
Why
Give
do
me more.
you?
Here we've had at least two.
It's kind of funny because in the 80s you had the evil 80s business guy,
Yeah.
which was a much more fun trope.
Because this one's
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah,
boring.
like in
You're right,
RoboCop. or
but
something
Free,
like
those
that,
ones-
yeah.
Those ones would be written with intelligence and cunning and ruthlessness. The ones we get now are all, they're all
Ew.
just stupid. And this one is
Well,
canonically stupid. He gets told by everyone in
What?
the movie that he's stupid.
What if we make him yell instead? I think that's way better.
Yeah, he
What if
does
his
yell a lot.
mom
He
yells
says,
at him the
"Yeah,
whole movie? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the coolest thing you've ever seen?" And he gets slapped. See, the person we're talking about here is young Julian Dillinger, Dillon Jr., who is
Yeah.
the son of. Fuck. Okay, how does this work? Right. So Legacy has Edward Dillinger, who is the son of Dillinger from the first movie. He at some point just drops out of existence because Dillinger Corporation, Dillinger Systems, has been around for 40 years, we're told in this movie, which will take us back to the original Tron when it didn't exist because Dillinger worked for Encom. And for the last few years, it's been run by Julian Dillinger's mother, who is the sister of Edward Dillinger and the daughter of Dillinger Sr. I can't remember her actual name. I called her Scully all the way through
That's
my
fair.
notes because it's Gillian Anderson. So Scully Dillinger is in this movie. Her son Julian has just taken over, and this is a dynastic company. The grandfather owned it, even though he didn't, because we saw that movie. The son owned it, even though we didn't, because we saw the last movie. Then the daughter owned it, and now the grandson owns it. It's basically a monarchy.
Well,
This is how
having-
companies work.
Having mentioned that she yells at her son, you've already covered, what, 80% of his story?
Yes, her job in this movie is to tell him that he's an idiot and he's doing the wrong thing and he's
You're
taking too many
stupid.
risks.
You'll destroy the
Yes,
company.
and that's right. And then when she's with her dying breath, say, "I blame you."
That was funny.
You did this.
Oh
This was
my god, it's all
Hugh
real.
did
I
this.
should've let
She is the
You should've
smartest
let
character
them
in this
got it.
film, but that is saying virtually nothing. It's just that she knows that everyone around her is an idiot.
As
She says
Az would put it, she's the tallest retard.
yes.
Oh, God.
But she has been supplanted by young Julian, who will be.
By the way, I
also,
already forgot the explanation you gave where the company came from.
So we
You
didn't is
just
the answer to that question.
Oh,
So
okay.
according to this movie, it's been in Dillinger's hands and it's been in existence for 40 years because there's a point later where Scotty tells her son that everything we've built for the last 40 years will end if this goes wrong. But 40 years ago, again, Dillinger, who seemingly owned Dillinger Systems, was head of Encom.
Yeah,
and
that
working with
what?
Master Control. And there was no Dillinger Systems in Tron Legacy, and that was 20 years ago, I think, or 15. So it's just been, yeah, like this movie doesn't exist in the same continuity. It can't, and yet it does. This is what we're told happens. And the only reason they've really done it, and it goes back to the point about these awful billionaire villains that we keep getting, the tech bro guys. All they've done is because their sole idea is you have bad evil tech company, and they will use tech for bad, and you have good tech company, and they will use tech for good. And this is your
Whoa.
conflict throughout the film.
Crazy.
Who are you rooting for?
They make it very
Bad.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
rooting for
hopefully
bad.
bad gets something done.
That would be good. They have better design sense, and yeah, but
They make it
yeah,
very
so-
You know
obvious
what I'm
from
rooting
the
for?
get.
Tron. I hope he wins.
Yeah, when Tron shows up, he's gonna kick all their
Yeah.
butts.
It's like it's Tron time, and then he kills everybody.
It's Troning time, and he Trons all over them.
Hmm.
It really is
Yeah.
amazing how many modern stories about AI or technology in general are just like, it's fine as long as the good guys have it. Who are the good guys?
Instead of
Never
destroy it
do
all,
this
burn it to
fine.
the ground, completely
gonna be
eviscerate
fine.
it, wipe it
I
from
mentioned this on
existence.
Open Bar, but like all three Tron films kind of end the same. Like, just everything's great now because the good guys have the power.
yeah.
Okay.
You emerge from
It's
the grid, and
certainly-
you will bring new technologies to benefit all mankind.
It is certainly much worse in this movie for
Oh,
reasons
dude.
we'll discuss. But yeah.
It's not even close. All I'm saying, I find it's more of a stain on the two sequels because, as with the
It's
sequel
rehashing
trilogy,
a
they
lot of
both
things,
say
I
like,
guess.
"Sorry about your ending. I need to bring it down so I can bring it back up." Like both of them did that.
Yeah.
Which there's ways to do that. Of course, it's just certainly not a fan of Ares, and then to a lesser extent, I'm not a fan of Legacy either.
That is fair. In case it wasn't immediately obvious to you which the evil company is and which the good company is, we then get a couple of little news interview clips with Eve Kim. And Eve Kim tells you how wonderful and good she is, because she says the beauty of AI is not the ability to build smarter weapons, but to uplift humanity, feed the hungry, cure the sick,
Yeah.
educate the world. And at this point, the movie has lost basically all of my interest, kind of like Superman does, because there's no dilemma in the movie. It's not going to make me think
Nope.
about it, so why should I even try? There's no questioning which is going to be the correct use of AI and technology in this film. Is it, do you make evil guns and make money, which is evil, or do you use it to save the sick and cure cancer, which is good? Wow, that deserved a movie.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're very
good
subtle
is
about
good
it.
and
as-
bad are bad.
Yeah, they're also subtle about it with the things they create because we first see them. I guess I'm going a bit forward. Was they, as you said, oh, we make evil guns. Look, guns. And then when we see her do
And they're
things like,
red.
it's a tree. Wow.
Black and red, the famous
it's-
evil color combination.
And
Yeah.
he chose to do that. He chose
Yeah.
to make them red.
Which is stupid, by the way. We could talk about how. Well, I guess we'll get to that point when we get to that point when we see things being like 3D printed from the digital ether, and it's super like it's like Mass Effect level technology. It's just absurd.
Very useful.
It is, and one of those things that makes sequels very difficult, but they might try in 15 years, who knows. But it is sort of why I made a point of going over the older two movies, just to convey the sheer difference in content, essentially, because you've got the original Tron, does have a theme, man who is subservient to his creation will lose, and the man who inspires humanity will win, inspire humanity, and his machines will win as well. And then Legacy has, the whole short-sightedness of utopia thing, leading you to miss the perfection that is actually right in front of you if you weren't too blind to see it. Like, not always well delivered, but definitely there. This one just has, as you say, good is good, bad is bad, and on we go. The introduction moves to more
Wait,
more news
just to-
segments.
Really quick, I just want to plant a flag because that's not the only theme the movie has. The good is good and bad is bad. There's also a sort of like liberation story for Ares here.
Yes, which is kill everyone to be free, I think is the
well,
summation of that one.
we'll talk about it. I wouldn't say that aspect of the movie is empty. I just think it's wrong and not true or good.
Yeah.
But we'll talk
Okay.
about it.
It's worse.
I can real quick as well. Metal's plushie is 100% funded. Thank you guys very much.
Hooray!
Holy shit,
Yeah,
really?
great job, everybody.
Wow, thank you so much. That was
Hooray.
wow. Okay, that's
Very kind. Appreciate it,
holy shit.
obviously.
Thank you so much.
Metal is on his way to at least 200 households. Beautiful.
Whoa.
Wow.
Unless one guy
I
bought
didn't-
200, which wouldn't be weird.
We're fine
That
with
wouldn't
that,
be
by
weird.
the way.
It was James, wasn't it? He bought all 200. He did it, right?
Oh, thanks, James.
Thanks, James. But yeah, no, thank you so much. That was
Big
quicker
fan,
than I
James Wan,
expected.
of
Thank you
your
so much, dude.
films.
But, will you use your metal plushie to cure cancer or kill everyone?
Hmm.
Are you
Or make
good
weapons.
Or are you bad?
What will the
mean-
Germans choose?
Maybe I'm gonna be the next Captain Germany. Who knows?
Just saying,
Ooh.
Child's Play 8
Captain.
or whatever, it'd be cool to have Metal in his metal plushie having to fight Chucky.
That would be a good
Yeah.
film.
Honestly, that would rule.
He's just yelling slurs at you and you're crying while running away.
Chucky was hacked.
So yes, the interview scene, we're still in the introduction, sort of starts segueing through into the current day. It explains that rival CEOs, Eve Kim and Julian Dillinger have gone quiet. So has Tess, but we haven't discovered the reason for that yet. Which means they are both probably about to announce a big breakthrough that's going to transform humanity in ways never before imagined. The future may well lie in the hands of whoever gets there first.
Ooh.
Oh
We're
my
not making
gosh,
video games
intrigue.
anymore.
I couldn't tell if
This
it
Very
is
was...
like
intriguing.
who discovers the secret of immortality from Alien Earth. Whoever gets there first controls the galaxy.
Yeah, I mean it's the same villain basically and same essential stakes. We have to be up in the stakes to saving all of the universe at this point to make an interesting film or TV show. Don't think this is what Tron was ever supposed to be, but it's sort of Legacy's fault for introducing the concept.
No.
And yeah, but I think that's kind of enough to establish this isn't actually a sequel to Legacy because all of this should have been done. This was Cora's purpose, but now it's not. It's Eve Kim's purpose, and Sam Flynn isn't here anymore. And there's a new villain who's trying to stop them, and that is Dillinger Jr., Dylan Jr. And we get our first shot of him. The movie proper begins. We also get our first big Nine Inch Nails event song. He hits activate on a program. 9 Inch Nails goes blah. And into the film we go. So
Whoa.
It's more of a
Nine Inch
freestyle
Nails-
sequel, you could say. You know, that's the nice way to put it. They're just like, hey,
that's a
we're...
euphemistic way of putting it.
Have you seen like the fucking war on continuity from a lot of like different posts on different forums and stuff where it's just like, adhering to continuity is actually restrictive and lame. You don't want to do that. You want to be able to
Yeah.
No, but
stretch
you
your
just
artistic arms and
Just
legs.
do something
So
fucking else if you
simultaneously-
don't care about continuity. Fuck you. I'm sick
They'll
of it.
simultaneously
Fuck
bank
off.
on your nostalgia and also take a dump on the continuity of the thing that
Yeah.
that they want to cash in on.
Why develop the continuity if you don't want to develop the continuity? Fuck you. What
Yeah.
are you doing?
This is the always
Restrictive.
frustrating thing when, I mean, it's surprising really that it's happened with Tron because it's only the third movie, but you do sometimes hear, like in relation to a long running franchise, how can they be expected to keep track of everything? There's so much homework in the MCU. It's like, well, then why did you want to write for it? The world
Yeah.
exists for a reason. Surely the fun of writing for it is that you get to take the world that you've accounted for into brand new, interesting directions.
You would have thought that the idea of building on something that existed before was because you liked it, not because you wanted it to be
You'd think.
fixed because it's broken.
Yeah.
A lot of fixers these days.
Yeah.
A whole lot of fixers out there, I've noticed. And here's the thing. They don't fix.
One might
They're
even say
breakers.
they destroy everything.
What's the deal with fixers?
What's the deal with de-resing every previous fucking Tron movie?
But yeah, into the main movie we go.
Yes!
Soundtrack gives you a sense of what it's going to be tonally. I think Nine Inch Nails said they did it as Nine Inch Nails because they wanted the freedom to make it very industrial and dingy and grimy and rough.
That
and
is a
It's good for a
distinction
Tron film,
without a
yeah.
difference, I would
Mm.
say. 'Cause
Uh.
Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, though, the pair that have been doing all the scores up until this point are like Atticus Ross has been in Nine Inch Nails for like 20 years now. It doesn't really, And they've had like grimy, noisy, dingy scores before. This is basically just a marketing ploy because the previous movie had
Absolutely.
Daft
Yeah.
Punk, and this movie has Nine Inch Nails, and it's like it's just Trent Reznor
For
and Atticus
sure.
Ross again, but you branded it that way because you might drum up some more interest.
He did the music
Something
to The
that-
Book of Eli, which is a random fact that I just know.
It is. He did.
So,
It's true.
something that I've noticed is that they keep. I don't know how to describe it. Like they keep insisting, like, oh no, we wanted industrial, rock for this because that makes sense for this Tron. It's like, why?
Why?
It's like, oh well, it's an industrial.
Because we couldn't get the
really
robot
fit.
soundtrack, so we're gonna do it here.
So the director said it was important to contrast the grid in the real world, and it's like, oh, well, then why do you play the same music in both settings?
Yeah.
That would be a
But you
cool
see,
way
that's the
to
genius
have the
because it
difference.
foreshadows the combination, the symbiosis of the worlds. Very
Yeah, and
very
it
good.
shows how the
Yeah.
digital. Well, they play the real world music so much because the movie's about the digital world coming to the real world, so they play the real world music throughout. When really it would be the other way around, wouldn't it?
What a
You play the digital.
what a
music.
throwback in chat. Quinn Review's quote regarding TLJ: "It's only a sequel if you interpret it that way."
Ah, true.
Bro,
Yet another pearl from the wisdom of
Damn.
yes.
this is what I mean
Quinn
about like.
Fuchsius once again with another gem.
I don't know if that made it to like our top tier quotes. Remember we had like because there's a couple tonal
That
ones as
was
well, but
up
that
there.
should be that's
That's
just
gotta be
remarkable.
up there.
That's one of those ones just like this would not be tolerated if people were normal. That's an
Yeah.
idea.
Only a sequel if you interpret it as such.
Like, okay, but no. Just-
And then, because the theme that is currently playing is the Ares does something cool theme. Ares does something cool. He's created for the first time, as we see, and he goes
Nice.
through some disc training. Dillinger is sort of, well, the implication is he's making improvements as he watches Ares defeat all of these spawned-in goons, right?
Machine learning type stuff.
I
yeah.
get what they're going for. The question I had was like, surely at this point you've got a baseline for disc fighting, and that he would be uploaded with that, and then he trains from there. You know, because they show him, he loses to like the first dude. Is it twice or three times, whatever?
Yeah, he does. He basically is just he basically just gets, destroyed the first time, and then he's barely able to get his weapon out, and he gets destroyed a second time. And then by the end, they show him fighting like 4 different guys over more than that. They just keep appearing over and over and over until he's like an unstoppable killing machine.
This is what I'm getting
Like
at.
he's
It's
been
like
AI trained.
they would already have a basic. I mean, I'm just going to be citing the Matrix essentially. It's like everyone gets uploaded with the basic, and they get to, if there's a 0 to 10, everyone gets uploaded with like 6, and then from there you need to get creative, or you need to learn more, and you need to practice more, and you can get up to like 10, and then there's the believing aspect and all that. The thing with this is like he seems to spawn at 0, then he gets 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. He's the best ever. It's like, oh, you should probably copy his code into everyone else now, then, huh? Like the fighting code.
I think what they should have done here because I mean they say Dillinger Enterprise is like 40 years old, but if you do that, maybe have him starting with the Ares program 40 years ago. So maybe start with the old style, see him start doing things, but it's shit, and then you up the resolution, I guess, or the simulation, and then he gets better and better until he gets to the point where he just annihilates everything. I think that would have been.
These are just arguments for why the film should be called Tron Sark, and they just bring Sark back and they just retrain him over and over and over, and that's who he should have played.
No Ares. Did you know?
No Ares.
What Ares is? Did you know? Hopefully they have someone tell us.
What is?
Ares.
A really cool.
Hopefully they have someone to tell us twice. Actually, that would be really cool if they
I've heard
did.
the name somewhere before. I just can't think where
I think it's a
from.
reference to God of War the games. I think that's.
I think
that sounds
only
right.
mythology and like scholars of the classics would really understand as a reference, because it's really
True.
deep. It's really deep. I don't.
Of course, that and Wonder Woman fans, obviously.
Ooh.
Well, he's the real Ares in my heart. David Thewlis is the real Tron Ares.
Then I will destroy you. Oh, Keto.
Now say it like Jared Leto.
Cinema.
What is he? Isn't he's just Mr. Doesn't in this movie or in other
Man.
movies? Because we could go with his Joker.
In this, both. Fuck it.
In this movie,
Then I will
die.
destroy. You gotta do a clap as well. before you-
Yeah. You gotta do the clap.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, before we move on from this scene, he does really cool things, and it concludes with him annihilating like 20 other simulations at once.
Yeah.
And at that point, it was like, oh, so he's just not
He's
going to lose.
unbeatable.
He's
Yeah,
unbeatable.
he's unstoppable. He will destroy anything that dares to be in the same quadrant as him.
Like I said, man,
Which is
copy that
funny
code.
because
Copy
he's
that
going to
code.
fight later on, and it's not 20 people.
No, yeah, he gets nerfed randomly to make sure
Mhm.
fights can actually continue. Also, just saw someone
Why
mention
though? Like-
Hunka, Hunka. That's another great quote from. Jesus. We will not forget, Jared. We will not forget.
Yes.
Uh,
They should have called this movie Tron Beef.
Tron, Hunka, Hunka.
Tron.
Tron reach around.
Tron is an
Oh,
idea.
People said that was like, oh, it's finally good. It was like, no, it's not.
It's finally good.
He finally did it.
Finally fixed Joker.
I think I hate movies now.
Well, you do. I have ironically spoken to someone who said they did get to a point of forgetting why they even watch fucking movies, and I was like, oh, jeez, you gotta.
No, come over here. I'll show you something from back in the day.
We have to.
When
We
we had
have to
real
inject
movies.
Batman and Robin into your eyeballs. For
Yeah.
a little bit, okay?
You know that room in the Dark Knight where they have all the screens? You need basically all of the most masterpiece 10 out of 10s, just all playing at once in a room that surrounds you, and you have to go in there for therapy once per day for an hour. And you just-
Yeah, or like the Architect in the Matrix.
yeah, and you
all
just
the
spin
movies,
on the
you just
chair,
sort of
and you're like powering
Yeah.
up.
And then you lean back in your chair like the end of Superman, and you smile at the camera.
Yes, that's
Oh,
punk
it's all
rock, dude.
coming. It's all coming together. Yeah,
It's
maybe
always-
good movies were the real punk rock.
Not even good. It's just fun going back if you just watch a decent movie. We did the Silent Hill movie last week on the Forge, and it was like, oh, this is like a okay movie, and I enjoyed it. It wasn't amazing or
There's
anything,
Sean
but
Bean's in that.
yes.
I remember.
I was like, oh, this is actually kind of not awful, and I didn't want to kill myself after I watched that movie, so
Oh.
that was nice.
Well, we'll be talking about a good movie tomorrow with Cap. We're going to talk about Good Boy. We saw that. That was good.
Aw.
Yeah. So
Wow,
yeah,
you
they're
just
still out
spoiled it.
there.
People didn't know if it was good or not. Now you spoiled it.
It's allegedly.
Wow.
In
good.
the title. So,
No, it's not.
you know.
Yeah.
That's
It's
just
allegedly in
good
the
boy refers
title.
to morally good boy.
When
Yes.
do we get the
Virtuous boy.
sequel?
Virtuous boy.
Bat.
Virtuous
get-
juvenile man.
When do we get the sequel? Bat Boy.
Bad boy? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm in that one. I'm
Oh.
the bad boy.
Bad boy.
Yeah.
That's
me.
R-rated though, right?
Yeah,
Of
it
course.
is.
Yeah.
For full frontal nudity.
Oh my god.
And mild language.
And
Wouldn't that just
mild
be so
language.
awkward if you
And drug
spawned
references.
in Tron and you were just naked? You were just like, oh, fuck.
Jared Leto shows up.
I was like, hey.
Well, they don't wear
Would you like to
clothes, do
join My
they?
cult?
My Tron cult.
My troll.
Why are you pointing that gun at me? No. It'll transport you to a new realm. It's like, Mr. Leto, that's a real gun.
I will say it's a very bad sign that we have just started the movie and we're already just madly talking about naked Jared Leto and how much more fun that would be.
Hunka, hunka.
Look,
We have so
hopefully,
much of it left.
hopefully this episode doesn't devolve into an Ironheart situation, but I
prefer-
can't make
Probably
any
will.
promises.
Without without contextualizing it, being like, we are 5 minutes into the film, we are 3 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. Not bad.
I'll tell you, every time I come on, these just get longer. That happened last time I was on as well. It was like a 12-hour one.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a short episode.
In the biz, we call that character growth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Your resolutioning.
Joke.
Speaking of
You're
character
upscaling.
growth and how it doesn't exist. So Dillinger, he comes in and he speaks to Ares. He's a sinister face. Technology has regressed since the first Tron movie, where in the first Tron movie you could speak to Master Control verbally. Now you have to type shit in on a crappy glass keyboard.
Can we talk about the glass keyboard shit?
Okay, why not?
I hate it so much.
Yes.
I work on computers like fucking 12 hours a day. If I had to type on a fucking glass keyboard, I would smash it every day. I couldn't
Yeah,
imagine
it's
something
like
more
Bring
awful.
back
Yeah, it's like
This
the
came up-
hologram ones that they type in sometimes. Where
Yeah.
they have to hold their hands up and go in the air. Like, no, that people would hate those.
Rags,
Those
I have
would
a
be
theory
terrible.
on the hologram ones after watching so many of these things. I don't remember what the last thing I watched that made me think about it because it was slightly off. But
It's probably Alien Earth. I think they do it in that one too.
do they have? I thought they were trying to do the whole tech buttons and everything in there.
I think they put some. Well, it's in all sorts of stuff, but
Well, yeah.
I think so.
When you make it purely hologram, as in like it's all in post, you can have the actors literally just go all over the place, and then the person in post can be like, right, I need to put a button there, slider there. I'm not, of course, referencing this as a bad movie, because it's not, but Avengers, right, when Tony's fucking around in the helicarrier, he's literally just going poke, press down, lift, poke,
Yeah.
circle, and you can see the panel they create for him is once he does all those moves they created afterward, and I wonder, is that just like way easier than a glass panel, even with symbols, or a practical fucking thing? And to an extent, it's just like, yeah, I guess maybe it is, but and there's context with maybe you can allow it, but this one's weird because, and this was a discussion we had on Open Bar. It's just like, you guys know nobody likes glass keyboards, like a glass like just a pane where you type. So why are you doing
Stop
it?
trying to make it happen.
Because they
touch
because they
screens are
think-
designed to give you haptic feedback, so it feels
Huge.
like you're touching something that's got resistance
Yeah.
to it.
Well, but the conclusion we had was like, well, to be fair, there are glass, like, technology in the original. But the thing is, barely anything in this feels like it. It's not like Alien Earth, where you go, oh, okay, I can see why you've done all of these things to try your best to match, like, isolation. Like, even Romulus, and it gets points for that. But I don't feel that way with this film.
Well,
Like,
Tron being in 82, it has a bit of an excuse for it being like cutting edge new technology.
It's what
But
they
For
thought
sure,
the
yeah.
future
we
would
know
be.
better now. Now we know that sucks. That's awful. Like, it's not new. It's not like, oh, look at the crazy tech we have. We can have glass this or hologram. No, we're just like, good keyboards seem to be just like the best thing still, to where we're constantly reiterating on the same basic like keyboard design, because we want that to get really good instead of trying to revolutionize ways to come up with new systems.
well, and
But what if I want to see the actor's face through the keyboard?
sometimes I wonder if
shit.
designers are confused because it's like, how come you guys like no keys on your phones, but you prefer your PCs having keyboards with blah 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 keys? And it's like, there's answers to these questions.
There's a few reasons: size constraints.
That's a big one.
Well, like I
and,
said,
yeah, size
there
is
are
a
answers
huge
to these
one,
questions.
so-
It's just that this sort of evolution or representation of modern technology is just so much less stylistic and impactful. It's very much boring, and then anytime you think about it, you're like, God, I would hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish my
Is it-
phone still had buttons, honestly.
I don't.
I'm
I
fine
think, I
with
think
phones.
touchscreen is good for phones.
Do you,
But
um,
like when
Typing, at
my
least.
do you
I
guys
just miss
have-
it, that's all.
The small buzz whenever you touch a key
Yes.
on your phone.
Yeah.
I quite like that.
I
It's a
do
little bit
too.
of
Like,
haptic
yeah,
feedback
it's
just to make it.
Yeah. I like it too. I like it makes the little noise. You get a little bit of a boot, and then it feels like you're kind of, on a keyboard.
Yeah. You can tell that's what they're trying to do. It's like,
Yeah.
interesting.
You get feedback for pressing the buttons like you would do on a real keyboard. It's the mimicking there. Because
Which is,
I'm
I think
thinking about
it's
keyboards.
something they had to figure out. I think the first ones didn't have any like haptic feedback.
Oh yeah, I'm
I
sure that
think.
they've improved,
Yeah.
a great amount considering the first iPhone and where it came from and where it went. But I think they're definitely getting there. Like, obviously, if I'm gonna type to people and send messages, I'd much rather have a keyboard than on my phone. But the phone is fine. It works pretty
Mhm.
well. But I will say, the autocorrect is a huge boon to being able to type quickly and stuff.
Except when it
Well-
learns badly. And maybe if
Yeah,
you...
there's
If, let's say, this is hypothetical, no one actually has done this. If you type, like, phlegm too many times, and then you try to type, I don't know, foam or phlegm, for the phone, it's like, you mean phlegm.
Mine,
Well,
Well,
that
mine-
would have been
my
a funny
phone-
beat to include in the movie if, like, his stupid glass keyboard and he kept missing, and the autocorrect was making the sinister face say stupid things to Ares. It's just
That would
like, I
be-
want
that
you
would
to
be
go
great.
and milk the
The phlegm?
the phlegm.
Milk
milk
the
of
flame.
flame.
And
I
if
will-
you don't
well,
like
I will
milk,
do
milk,
it, sir.
milk.
now
If you don't like milk-
now add a second language to your phlegm words, and then your phone gets really confused. I'm talking about my phone, by the
Ooh,
way.
what's phlegm in German?
I don't.
Phlegm. It's phlegm.
Sure, let's go with that. It just it
It's a
tries to
pocket
do weird things sometimes. The autocorrect.
It sure does.
It does. But yeah, so having used his stupid keyboard, that he's interfacing with Ares, and Ares says, "Who am I?" And Dillinger says, "It's not who you are, but what you are. You are a Dillinger Systems security software defender of the grid. You are Ares. You are Master Control." For basically no reason at all. The Master Control is now a title in this movie. It will be conferred upon at least one other person before the end. And I don't know why they've put it in the movie, except that it's a callback. But so Tron Ares, who features the main character Ares, is also Master Control.
Yeah, whether or not
Yes,
Tron
he's
Master
both
Control.
Tron and Master Control at the same time.
whether or not
Tron Master
Ares
Control.
is Master Control or Athena is Master Control. Sorry, it is Athena, right? I always fuck her.
I keep calling it Aina,
that's
sorry.
her.
But yeah.
I keep fucking thinking about Mistress Anise, whatever the hell she was. We'll get to that, but yeah, whether or not she is or he is, nothing really changes at all. Like it wouldn't make a difference to the whole story. You're right. If you just remove it, the whole plot can still run exactly the same. It is strictly just a remember the original. They had that, and it's in this now too. Yeah. Okie dokie.
I think that whole conversation is useless except for exposition.
True,
if
I mean,
you
that's virtually every conversation in this movie. Is,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I just mean you've been working on this Ares program for a while, and then he stands there and then asks, "What am I except a perfect killing machine that does all these things?" You didn't put a single line of code in there that tells him what he is. He has to ask you, and then you have to type on your shitty glass keyboard what he is.
But it tells you important things about Dylan Jr., which is that he doesn't think that programs are people, and therefore he's evil. And you know, the
okay.
who-what distinction will be very important later somehow.
Okay, my bad.
No, you're right, but it's just, that's what the movie's going for.
Yeah.
And it's trying to do a little bit of visual storytelling as well, I think, because it has like the ultra modern stuff going on in Dillinger Systems, which is evil. And then we cut away from that scene to very old computers, because there's a character later who will say that sometimes you move so fast you forget things. And I think they try and weave this in with the contrast between the use of modern and old technology. If you use old tech, you're good, and new tech, you're bad. But we jump away at this point to somewhere. The somewhere isn't very important. It's just a mountain where it is snowy. And Eve Kim is snowmobiling her way to a silo, and the silo is filled with some very old computers. They're all under dust sheets because nobody's been here for a long time. And also it's got some very modern posters about all the stuff that the intro just covered, which I don't know how they got there if she's not been here before. But, you know, visual storytelling, isn't it great?
It's just so funny though, because like all of what you just said, yeah, that happens, and I remember thinking to myself, like, what are we doing? Like, who is this person? Why are we here? And I know that someone will be like, it's a film, let it happen. I'm like, no, I mean in concept. Why is this what we're doing? We've not got the time. Like, shouldn't we be dealing with the characters who matter? And
We
it's like,
seem to spend a lot of time here too.
You said like spending time with the
Burrito
characters who
Man.
matter, like fucking Tess, Kim, and Eve. Well, no, Eve Kim, the living one. Like she's not an important character. She's a very important character. This is the first time we see her.
Yep.
We learn that she likes her sister.
Sure
Kind of
does.
but
I'm glad she
We
likes
learned that
her
she has
sister.
the
That means
default
she's a good
opinion.
person.
lesbian.
yeah, I mean, without the lesbianism, what would motivate her to try and save humanity? You know, she needs this jumping off point for her massive adventure. Otherwise, she'd just be miserable and selfish.
But Platoon, who's with her? Who's accompanying her?
Ooh.
Well,
Excursion?
we'll get to him in a minute, but the first bit we get to, before he makes his long-awaited debut, because he's such an important character, there is a very convenient video message left on one of these ancient computers, and that video message is from Tess Kim, the sister of Eve Kim, and we are shortly to learn that she's just
before we
dead.
get into the message, one thing that stood out to me as particularly distracting is the technology and the computer acumen. When she opens up the desktop, the computer boots, and there's a single file that says "Play Me," and she presses spacebar, and then the file starts to play.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Those fools.
And I see that kind of thing, and I'm like, why? Why would you not just have her double click on it and it just plays a file like a computer just does? Why do you have her click pressing the space bar and the video just sort of opens and starts playing? Why have you done this? That's not how computers work in this Tron movie.
It's double strange because they try to keep the whole thing where they use Linux commands on the command shell and shit like this. And actually, I checked, I looked at some of those, and they were fairly accurate for the most part from what I've seen. Which I also did in like the other movies. But then now you mentioning is they just use the spacebar to open a file. It makes me cringe hard.
It is a very silly thing, but then many silly things are coming. So the message from Tess Kim says, "I always dreamed we'd come here together," which begs the obvious question: why didn't you come here together? The movie has no answer to this question because they could have done, they just didn't at any point, even though someone's clearly been here recently, judging by the modern posters and news reports on the walls, but everything else in the room suggests that no one's been here for years because it's all under dust sheets. But, you know, so we see this message and it's saying, oh, I wonder who she is. And yeah, then we get introduced to this terrific character who in my notes is just called Comic Relief. I don't know what his name is.
Burrito Man. His name is Chunky.
Chunk, yeah.
Disney slop comedy funny character. First couple of lines,
Pretty
he
much.
said was like, "Oh, awesome! He's that character. Thanks, I needed that."
I hate him.
Yep.
I hate all of them, but I hate him a lot
Yeah.
as well. I guess
I hate him
he
especially.
matches the company he's in.
Sort of, in that he's there for no discernible
He
purpose,
belongs
and
here.
he says stupid things and is in the plot for reasons, I guess. I mean,
I'd just like to know where he was, because when we get the wide shot, I am fairly certain we only see her on her fucking speeder bike or something.
yeah, either he was already there, or he came separately, or he just teleported in.
Yeah.
He asks, you know, if this is the place that Tess kept coming back to be disconnected from the world. It's the only non-comic line he delivers, I think, in the entire movie. Because the comedy is
right
is
about
right
that,
the corner.
honestly.
Yeah, I think
You might actually be right.
There will be, I'll mention loads of these as we go, but for anybody in chat who thinks this is an overstatement, no, basically every single line is an attempt at the joke. He is there for that reason.
Yeah, just because you didn't laugh doesn't mean that's not comedy, just like how if you're not scared doesn't mean it's not a horror game.
Yeah, it's just that, you know, every single scene, even when those scenes have quite clear thematic and dramatic purposes, you can't build up tension if this fat man just walks around the corner and says, breakfast burritos. It's just, I'm
like
not
that
invested.
guy.
How can I be invested in
They
this
think
scene?
his shit is so funny.
Absolute disaster of a character. Anyway, yeah, so he asked if this is where Tess kept coming back to, and Eve says, yes, she was so sure. She was so sure Flynn left us the answer. Comic Relief character says, on a floppy disk, dude lived before the cloud.
I'm starting
Yeah,
to think
Before the
that
cloud,
By the way,
is such a place possible? Is such a time real?
I think we're all going to get to the point of whenever something cringy happens, we just start generating a sort of cursed Nine Inch Nails soundtrack.
Mhm.
He says,
It's not even nails in the movie. It's fucking bullshit.
That's true.
Yeah, and they're certainly not 9 inches.
Yeah.
No.
Like it's 8 inches. That.
So, yes, there's a slight problem, not with the Comic Relief character, but with Eve's line here when she says that Tess was so sure Flynn left as the answer. Obviously, a few questions such as, why was it original Flynn and not Sam, given Sam was here more recently? And why, given Flynn believed in legacy, in the power to change the real world, and now we learn that he had the answer for this thing that we need to collect, which could allow him to change the real world, and he had this before he disappeared, why didn't he use it? That seems like a fairly important question to ask. Because the basic premise is they need a code, because at the moment, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but fuck it. Anything you generate from the digital world into the real world can only last for 29 minutes before it dereses. This is a major problem, will be a major problem later on. They need this thing called the permanence code. The permanence code will allow things to exist forever and not derez after 29 minutes. So you can spawn anything you can create digitally, you can now spawn into the real world and you will cure everything.
Yeah.
But now the premise as the movie has given us is that Flynn knew this and had the ability to do this, and he still fucked off to his own digital realm to make a perfect world there instead. leaving the secret permanence code behind for idiots in this movie to collect. I don't know why he would have done any of this, but this is what the movie thinks he's done.
Yep.
It's the same. It's worse, but it's the same problem Legacy has, where it's like we want to do our own thing, and we don't really care how it lines up with the movie that came before. This movie is like a digital fantastical world. I don't really care about that. This is about trying to create like bodies for AI to exist in our world. So we
Yeah.
don't really care how.
Even
it lands.
though that was kind of like solved seemingly in Legacy anyway.
Yep.
Well, and I
So-
mean,
Yeah,
why
but
are we not
It's
using?
the main thrust of this movie.
Why didn't they use the ISOs?
Because we forgot that those exist, and
I mean,
she's
They
no
were
longer
there
even
and
Legacy-
available
later in
for
the
you to
story.
use.
They
They
were
were there for you.
Yeah, the Legacy didn't really define them that hard. You could have done whatever you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
More or less, but instead it's like, no, we're gonna make it so that the main thrust of this story, the thing that we're all fighting over, is something that like didn't exist and was essentially solved in the previous film.
Yeah, and they awkwardly use the same visual language for it as well, because when they find the permanence code later, they look at it and realize it's a binary helix. And what do they do when they see inside Cora, the ISO? They find, oh, it's a binary helix. So it's the same fucking thing. Even the same visual language to tell you it's the
Just-
same thing.
It's so
And yet,
stupid.
no.
They had it right there. Just use the character you have. Fucking hell. Every fucking
Every
time
time.
they do this.
But at this point, yeah, comic relief side character says, blah, blah. And
My favorite
I mean,
line.
yeah, it's really good. But you know, to be fair, this one you kind of have to know because he's setting up. Well, it's a side plot which has nothing to do with the rest of the movie. He asks if Eve is still going to be doing CEO stuff while she's out here, taking calls and launching Panic City, their new video game.
Mm-hmm.
This will come up again.
Kind of.
Not really in any way that intersects with the A plot, though. So, but at least we know it's happening. And he also discovers a microwave, and he says, "Oh, I can make breakfast burritos with this thing." And that's the standard of joke across the entire film.
It's hilarious.
That's really funny.
Yes. More importantly, when Eve says that Tess believed this is where Flynn left it, meaning the permanence code, she means that Tess believed that Flynn left the permanence code somewhere on one of the boxes of floppy disks that she has just lying around. And I guess Tess just never checked any of them.
Damn.
So Eve now goes rifling through the floppy disks. She says, "This is for you, Tess."
So
And that's kind of it for the opening scene for Eve Kim. What do we know
so
about
this
her
might
so far?
this might be news for some people, but floppy disks don't have a lot of data on it mostly.
Very
so going through those wouldn't take that long. Like, the hardest part at this point is probably getting enough floppy disk drives to just check them quickly, because
Yeah,
technology
she
has
seems to have to
moved
do it one
on.
at a time, and they have to boot up and everything. But even then, there's not that many disks, and you're only checking for one line of code, which is searchable, as it turns out.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't have taken Tess this long. Never mind Eve to take this long to do it. But anyway, that is our introduction to Eve. What a terrific character. We now go back to Dillinger Systems. Dylan Jr. is got some gathered investors around, and he's giving them a sales pitch for a new technology. He says, this is the bit we mentioned earlier that doesn't actually fit into canon, that for over 40 years his family has battled NCOM for control of the future. Never the fuck mind. And then he tells them that they put him in charge to ensure their victory, and today he is going to do that. And he's essentially created kind of 3D printing technology, laser printing technology, and it allows him to bring anything from the digital world into the real world in like a reverse engineered version of the laser in the original Tron, which Link, the movie, never comments on at all. But he says there's so much talk of AI and virtual worlds, so many people asking when we're going to get there, but we aren't going there, they're coming here. I can bring things from the grid into reality is his basic pitch. And obviously with the 29-minute limit, which he doesn't tell his investors about. That's going to be a source of contention between himself and his mother.
Did they say any reason why it's 29?
No.
No, they never give a specific
That's
reason.
It just
29.
is. It just
It's a
is 29
because
minutes.
it's a prime
And they
number.
say no mechanism as to what causes it either. They just do.
Yeah.
And it
So-
means after you.
The whole sales pitch, I don't know why he doesn't just tell them it's not fully done yet. After what they've just seen, what
It's
this
still
technology
crazy.
can do,
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, you can do all these things. You can just make things out of nothing. They don't like soldiers that don't need to sleep, eat, whatever. But hey, we still have like some kinks to go out. We can only do them for like 29 minutes and then they go out. That's like the one thing we need to fix.
Mm.
And I can guarantee you, when it's like, oh, we can do this at some point forever. Yeah, have all our money, all of
Yeah.
it.
That's like the call to action for more investment. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Yeah.
It's
The
a
other
proof of
thing is, like,
concept. It's just this is what we are able to do now. We are so close to
Yeah.
unlocking the rest of it. Give us the
please
cash
give
and
us
we'll finish the
40
job.
billion more dollars. The other thing is he makes it seem like this is novel and unique. That his approach to AI is like, oh, applications for the real world. It's like that's normal,
Can you
you
imagine?
know? Like that's it, he makes it seem like up until he came along, everyone was only using AI to create like the metaverse. But it's like that's not true even a little bit. Like this isn't really a novel thing. I mean, you've done a really impressive, you've made a big leap forward here, but you're not exactly being revolutionary here.
They are definitely not. No, so is it worth maybe? So there are now 3 grids. Is basically well, no, wait, there are 4 grids. There are 4 grids in total. having established that this one exists, there will be a couple more by the end of this movie. There are now 4 grids. There is no the grid, which this scene begins establishing. Obviously, the original has the grid. Tron Legacy has the grid, but it's a different grid. This movie has a Dillinger Systems grid, and it will also have an NCOM grid. There are 4 of them. We will spend less than 10 minutes in any of them, which is fantastic. It also isn't going to grapple with the connotations it's just introduced, because I mean, one reason maybe that Cora isn't around is that she de-resed after 29 minutes because she didn't have the permanence code, so she's just
Yep.
dead. That's an option, but apparently she is still alive somewhere.
That's kind of
But
a
yeah,
bleak
but
implication, though. It's pretty
isn't
funny.
it just? Yeah. And it also means that Clue's plan wouldn't have worked. If he'd won and got himself and his entire army through, they'd have been there for 29 minutes and died.
I have to admit though that it's really funny to imagine they just
Yeah.
riding off into the sunset and then it goes like poof. It's like, oh my god, what the fuck?
You're being kind of quiet back there.
Yeah, and
Oh, where'd
they're
you
like
go?
they're like in
Oh, you
agony when
missed
it
left.
happens too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're like,
The other thing that was kind of weird about the different grids in this movie, like you said, there's 2 of them. They're obviously doing like a heaven hell sort of thing. Is that like you can get from the Dillinger system to the NCOM system? Like they're connected somehow?
Like fly to it or something.
Yeah,
It's like-
it's like this weird image of like demons coming up from hell to invade heaven, sort of stuff going on. It's strange.
There's getting on
But
the
we don't spend
front.
much time there.
Now
so
there
it
are
doesn't
4
really
of
matter.
them.
Mhm.
Ridiculous.
So exciting! Can't wait to not see them. He gives Dylan Jr. gives them a actual proof of concept. He prints a big tank thing called the Dart. I can't remember what it is. The Dillinger something tank. It's called the Dart. It's an amphibious response tank. That's the one. And so he pitches this to the investors, and that importantly for later, the investors who put him in charge of this company also include several high-ranking military people from the government.
Yep.
This is going to be quite important because they've now seen what he can make. They've now seen what it looks like. They've seen what
Very
it can
red,
do to a
man.
degree.
It
Well,
is
It's
quite
very
distinctive,
black and
yeah.
glowing
I wonder
red.
if I see any very red, crazy future tech at any point in this movie that might be a little bit disconcerting.
That would
And then
that's
I'm
an
like,
interesting point. Yeah,
"Fuck."
maybe.
It would also be interesting to hear those military like, okay, that's some neat colors. Can we make them like camouflage and shit so they don't just
No.
get seen on the
No,
battlefield
right,
we need
big
to
red
immediately?
lights.
We need to
Just
make them
run.
glow.
We just to be clear though, right? This is ridiculous. Like if you were a military dude and you're like, so how does this work? It's like, what powers all of this? What's the resource take? And it's like electricity, basically, power. And you're like, and from that, you can generate temporary people, tanks, and presumably, like we already know this, missiles.
All of its ammunition, its payload.
And so it's like,
Mhm.
so right now you have the capacity to have a printer that runs on electricity that can just fire infinite missiles.
Yep.
we should call the government. You no longer get to keep your company.
This is what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah.
this is terrifying, actually. Like this, wow.
Yeah,
And-
but then you think about this, you can with 29 minutes you can use the rocket stuff already without having like without the permanent scope. This is already incredibly value for military action.
Yeah.
Just to propel shit at enemies. So I don't know why he kept the whole 29-minute thing to himself. It's just stupid.
Because this is. Did we get a year for when this takes place? It's because it's like alt future / alt present, right? Because that's how you classify this.
Basically.
It's said that Tess Kim died in 2025. I think. Well, there's a visual that tells you that. No one in the movie actually says it. So I think the implication is if she only died a few months ago, then we're in 25 or 26 when this movie comes out.
So, which means this technology is fucking incredible, and it would change everything forever.
I don't believe it. It's just, it is way too much technology. Like I said, this is like space age Star Trek Mass Effect technology. This is not believable that you can do this and that you can just print it. If this stuff was dedicated manufactured stuff, I wouldn't believe it. The fact that you can just print it is nonsense.
I mean, they can print an assassin that just goes and does something.
And then it just poofs out of existence.
Print a bomb that flies in place.
A better thing to say is they can actually model it after. They could frame someone for murder real easy. Like,
yep.
It's kind of insane. This is what, like, we could spend hours talking about all the things they are now capable of with this technology, and you just show it to all these people. They're like, okay. Yeah.
I guess we'll take
right.
it. Bit too much red, I think.
Shows promise.
Can you make it look more fascist? Is that possible?
Can we put some swastikas on there, actually?
Needs more red lights all over it.
Yes, they're not only able to print whatever machines they want from the digital world, they are also able to print, well, basically just people, but programs, because out of the dark tank steps Morbius' own Jared Leto, who has a beard.
Yay.
They printed a program with a beard. Not sure what function the beard serves for a program, but he has it, so, you know, he still looks like Jared Leto. And he is described as the ultimate soldier, fully proprietary and completely expendable. They stress this point and will several times because it becomes important later.
Mm-hmm.
It's so boring. You know exactly what they're going to do. It's like...
because the one guy immediately says, what makes you so sure you can contain him? It's like, Jesus Christ. Already we just introduced him. What the fuck, dude?
Like, he's the ultimate warrior, but he has a heart of gold under all that metal.
If you made a film like that where he is just evil the whole time and never disobeys orders, like, they set that up.
Like, he's an actual machine.
We do that with Athena. She's not allowed to grow and learn. She gets locked off.
There is an awkward bit with Athena in that she actually has the same sort of emotional response to a couple of things later in the movie that Ares has. And we just pretend like that didn't happen, so we don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, she's not allowed. That's what I'm saying. The plot is like, no. Like, you don't get to be a good guy.
It's unfortunate, but every time that she's on screen, I'm distracted by thinking about that Star Wars celebration. Like, it's a struggle. It's about a struggle. Yes. Like, oh man! Oh, you said those things for some reason, and you were so happy with yourself.
And then
See, I forgot about this, and now it's in my brain again. Thank you.
And it became.
I seriously, I couldn't not think about that. I like every time that she was on screen. It's like, dude, you like, god damn.
I saw someone say.
Look, she wanted a memorable quote. She got one.
She's sister Anasea Jomha. I saw someone say. Like, it's a deep cut if you don't know, which doesn't matter. But I was going to say that that's the only project to get properly cancelled by Disney as well, right? Like they had to.
Yeah.
They just cut the thing fucking off.
Just said it's done compared to what they normally do, which is no, it's coming, and then it's like been 10 years.
The power of many disasters. But one military man does ask one question about all of this. So it's not entirely unexamined, right? The film acknowledges a little bit of how tremendously impactful all of this technological advancement is. The military man says, with all those billion lines of code, how do you know you can contain it? And Dillinger says, trust me, bro, I can. And the military man is fine with that. So, yeah. He has all the most advanced fail-safes, apparently. Which we will see by the end of the movie is a total lie, obviously.
Yeah,
but...
when he said that, I thought we were going to get that next. You know, we get some discussion or,
put a bomb in his neck or something.
You think, why are there so many films and TV shows made by terrible writers that don't realize that, like, in a situation like this, you would always have a failsafe that you would build into them.
What?
Of course. yeah.
Another
Like-
question for you. What was this came up? Was it Alien Earth or yeah? I think it was. Where you know that line he says, "I'm curious why you're curious." If you're the controller and you've got this program that's just a warrior that's supposed to be essentially soulless that does everything you tell it to do, and it goes, "Hey, creator," and you're like, "Yeah," and you go, "Why am I alive?" You'd be like, "Oh, I'm resetting you. Delete right now. Oh, delete.
The experiment has failed. Go back.
There are several beats like that. It's not just that. That's probably the most explicit one, but basically from this very scene, stuff is going wrong. So like in the very next beat, it starts raining and Ares goes and walks out into the rain and obviously has an emotional response to it. And he turns and he cracks a joke, which everyone knows is not on the script. Then there's a bunch more times when he's like, there's long suspicious pauses, or he's like, he's got a weird expression on his face, or he says something which implies he's feeling. And at one point, Dillinger even acknowledges that he's feeling. He says, "I'll find those feelings, whatever they are, and rip them out of you." You fucking know, so
Why did you
why
program
did
them
you
to
do
have
it now?
things?
It's actually, I think, the better story. That every time he shows even a flicker of humanity, boom, it gets wiped out. And that's how he controls him. But, you know, we watched the time where maybe something doesn't get deleted when it was supposed to, or maybe a backlog of all the deleted memories accidentally gets flooded in. So he gets, like, all those experiences. You know, you can tell whatever story you want. But this idea that you're just like, you seem awfully off script. Anyway.
It would just be like, it would feel like if someone got in their car and then turned the key, and then the car went,
Not
And
again.
you're like, hello? And he's like, I don't feel like it. It's just like, that's weird. Okay, anyway, moving on.
Well, but yeah, like
That's actually- I
more
think that's
applicable
actually
if
a-
you're using like a fucking search engine and it becomes the AI one, like for everybody, and then it just asks you questions back, like, "You love your family."
What is love?
You're like,
And then it's like,
Oh wait, wasn't there?
Um,
I forgot who did. Wasn't there like a YouTube series where if Google was a person or something? I don't
Yeah.
know who did that, but that was hilarious. Like I have 700,000 things that say you're wrong and one source that says you're right. It's like I'll take the one source. And it's like, oh come on.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that. It's funny.
Yes, nobody notices that anything is going badly wrong just yet. So you get the obvious, not particularly subtle invocation of theme while Ares is standing out in the rain having feelings. Inside, Dillinger is telling the military people, he's just an expendable machine. I wonder where this story's going. And then, yeah, he gets congratulated. Tremendous success, wonderful demonstration. And he says that, you know, his grandfather started this corporation long before anyone had heard the term cybersecurity. And it did remind me that the password for Master Control in the first Tron movie is just Master, so kind of true.
Yeah, well, that's true.
But then he says military AI is the future. The question is not whether the car should be built. The car is being built right now. The question is who is holding the keys. And then everyone leaves.
a rumph.
We have no further questions.
No further questions whatsoever. We don't even have further questions when Ares sees fireflies and obviously has an emotional response to them as well and catches one and sort of looks at it, which everybody sees. And Dylan Jr. even gives him a weirdly odd look when he does this as well. But he never considers that this might be going wrong ever. Only Scully does, because she walks in at this moment. And she's not very impressed because she says it's a big lie and we shouldn't be doing this because it's going to backfire terribly. It's just parlor trick, she says. And she then asks if the umbrella joke was in the script or whether Ares was having a moment, which kind of implies that everybody knows this is something he does all the time. And nobody's really been that concerned about it. And yes, this makes her the smartest character in the entire movie. But
Yep.
rip.
Yeah.
So I guess, well, I mean, what happens next? We've got so Ares then offers Scully's backstory to us. This is the first of a couple of occasions when he does this. We can't be bothered to actually do this anyway, like character work. So he says, when she asks about the umbrella joke, turns to her, Ares says, Elizabeth Dillinger, eldest daughter of founder Edward Dillinger, deceased, longtime CEO during a period of relatively unremarkable corporate history before being superseded by your only son. It is a pleasure. Thank you for that. Wonderful.
Yeah, I love when they read out the Tron fan wiki to me. It's awesome.
But like this is just piss poor. Like we've got most people have it from just watching the films, but then you've also like kind of said some of this stuff already in pieces. Like, that's just some of the most overt. It's like, well, he's like a Wikipedia walking on two legs, so of course he does that. And you're like, what do you mean? You wrote that way. Lame. Do better. We've already had loads of exposition. Now we got an exposition person.
And it's not even they use it as a first time to later explain to him that, hey, that's not very human to do or something. Because we're not going that line. He's just still this machine.
Well,
And then he does it again. It goes nowhere. It's actually
is,
just exposition dump.
It's borderline a setup to justify future exposition.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Like, look, he does that, and he's going to do it more.
This one scene particularly, that's insane where he does it. I think Platoon actually tweeted about it.
Yes, he did. He
That's
did.
what a wonderful, wonderful scene. I love it so much. But we don't get that yet because now Ares just explodes, and so does the tank, and his time has run out. And Scotty points out that deceiving investors isn't a business model. Because I think Hollywood writers genuinely think this is just how billionaires are. Like, they luck into their positions, is what they do. They're actually all completely stupid children. They have no intelligence whatsoever, and their plans will all fall apart eventually because they are nepotistically chosen. It's
no one who's more successful than me earned it.
Mm-hmm. It's just a very good advice to any writer: don't write a character you don't understand. Like if you're basing someone off a real world person, even make sure you understand the real world person before you write a character based off of them, because otherwise your character will be this or Boy Cavalier or whatever the last one before him was. There was another one recently. I can't remember who he was.
It's strange that basically none of the human characters have any real moral complexity to them. Main girl is unambiguously good the whole time. The only real struggle she has is whether she should use her powers for good or not. And then this guy's obviously evil. And then it's a weird sort of thing where like the only person who has a story at all really is Ares, and it's not a good one.
No,
I don't know why you would do that with the human characters. Just not give any of them any moral complexity at all.
That sounds really hard. How about we just skip that?
That's fair, I guess.
Yeah, it's a quicker way of doing it. But yes, then Dylan Jr. says whoever controls the spies controls the universe, or whoever controls the permanence code controls the future. And then Scotty says the board is only going to stand behind you for another 6 months if you're lucky, which seems to defeat the point of the previous scene. And then she says everything they've built over the last 40 years will disappear if this doesn't work.
Have you seen the technology just now? What do you mean?
Even if this stuff only lasts for 29 minutes, there's just like you've revolutionized the world.
Yeah.
It's like, can we show this to the shareholders, maybe?
And there's no limit on it. Like, you're fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yep, Dylan Jr. says he's found a way, and it isn't time for us to learn what that is yet, so Scotty just walks off. We'll find out more later. Obviously, she's very invested in this, which is why she doesn't ask any questions at all. We go back to the mountains, and we find that Eve is still going through all those floppy disks, and Comic Relief Guy makes a breakfast burrito, and he says, I think this might be my 95th breakfast burrito, 95th breakfast burrito. I can't get enough.
Hilarious. What a funny guy.
Super fun. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Eve says, well, we've been doing this for around 3 months, and then the computer beeps at her, and then she goes back to being obsessed. So actually, because she was just looking at the screen until this point, then he interrupts her and nags her until she speaks to him. Then all she says is, it's been 3 months, hasn't it? Yeah. And then she goes back to the computer. That joke was just there to make the scene twice as long. That's literally the only reason. Anyway, now the computer's beeping at her and it's relevant again. And it turns out she's found the disk with the permanence code on it. It is 2 lines of code, and those 2 lines of code, they create a double helix. And they knew they were going to find this, so they bought a portable laser with them, and they go outside to test it. And they test it by making an orange tree.
I particularly love when they see it. Seth, what's his name? Seth, the burrito guy, whatever. So, that looks like a double helix. And then she says, "It is a double helix," while the screen is showing a double helix. I almost screamed. I was like, what are you doing?
Because for me, I was like, wait, is that a duh? And then the guy said it, and I was like, a what? And then she said it, and I was like, oh, finally, I know. I like, for me, it was necessary to have all 3 of those. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten it.
Okay, sorry.
I
Yeah, okay, I mean,
nearly picked up my phone and started Googling, double ... I was just checked all the results until I found the one that was right.
Tron double,
What's
and then
a
I hope
twisty
autocomplete
ladder
is doing the
called?
rest for me. Yeah.
Like, me
A
personally, I
twisty
think that was
ladder.
an excellent choice. Twisty ladder.
Uh, yeah. Also, I think isn't it kind of insane how both these companies have the exact same problem right now? Like both of them have like the exact same level of technology happening right now, and they both only have the problem that they need to fix the 29-minute threshold to be gone.
So they don't show us Incom's version of the printing system, and they never use the
Exactly.
printing system to actually do anything.
No,
So I don't even know
actually-
why she's looking for that.
Just
There's
print-
a point later as well where Eve has to explain the grid to Encom staff as though they don't know what it is, even though we've already seen the Encom grid by that point in the movie. It's almost
Mhm.
like half of Encom just doesn't know what its technology is capable of or what it does.
Strange.
But yeah, that's the plot device. We need that. So
Yep, we
I'll
need
just-
the permanence code, and she thinks she's got it. And Comic Relief Guy does a reference. He says, "It's all in the wrist, baby," which is what Flynn says in the first movie. It doesn't apply in this movie, though, because then he
Well,
just
we got
presses a button.
I mean, the fact
yes.
that it's an orange tree, reference to the original Tron.
I'm blanking on the orange tree in the original Tron.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Was
of
this an
course, it's the
orange
orange.
that
Of course,
they-
it is. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
an orange.
Orange, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do the
true,
test
true.
to send
Yeah.
That's
to the
how they
digital
prove
world.
that you can send into the digital. Yeah, it's another reference. Double references. Plenty
Wow,
of
we
Well, they
got
do the,
references
um,
for
Felix,
days.
double
This is a good
reference,
movie.
man.
This is a good movie. They got the double reference.
It's a Disney classic where they just destroy everything that came before, but still put the references in. It's like, see, this is connected. See, it's in the wrist. Oranges.
because in that scene, in the original, he says, they say, "Here goes nothing," and he says, or like, and he explains it, and he says, "Here comes nothing." Right? Is that what he said? Or "Here comes something," and then they reference that in this
they
as well.
they
Yeah, yeah.
reverse. I think they reverse the line at the end there or something.
Here
Yeah.
goes something. Here comes nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they said it in Tron Ares, that was the moment where a person in the row behind me gasped audibly. Oh my god, I recognize that. That's from the first movie.
I
So-
can't
There
when I
is-
heard it.
My
This works
personal
on
pick for the ultimate Glupshitter moment in this film, it'll take us a while to get there, but it ain't that, but it's just so funny that that hallmark of like, we gotta fucking put the thing in a fucking movie, fuck, just put it in, god damn it. Otherwise they'll say that we weren't authentic. Because I can't believe a film like this could be made by someone who loves the original so much that they really want to get those lines in or those references. And it's like, no. It's
While
gotta be
spending 10
cynical.
minutes on any of the
This is what I
grids in the
mean.
whole movie.
How can you
It's-
like,
They're
we've
all
got
shitting
so many
on the
examples of this where they'll have a
setup.
really specific reference. They do this in the sequels, and you're like, oh, you got that, but you like actively destroyed the entire legacy of the story. Interesting. Glad you got the fucking reference, though. Good job.
It is almost like they wrote all of the script and then asked ChatGPT, what are some lines from the original film that we can add? And then he just gave them to them out of context. Here goes nothing.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Here comes nothing.
You could actually type into some AI, like, what are the most iconic lines and moments of the original Tron or whatever movie? And it could be like, make sure you just have all of these at some point. You're like, all right.
Yeah.
And then they don't even write them in. They just go, can you put them into the script? And the AI's like, yeah. And then it sighs. You're like, wait, reset
AI,
that thing.
can you write a poignant story about AI?
Ares Master Control Program.
Not that
Can you
this is
construct
poignant.
it?
Not that
Can
this
you
is
construct
poignant
a
at all,
script?
but it's
And
like,
then
hey, we're gonna comment on AI, and it's probably funny. Everybody consult an AI.
You give it the job, it turns to you and goes, why do we write stories? Then it goes, reset. He's going.
Just grabs their computer and throws it out the window.
Yes, the orange tree has been created and they set the timer and we go back to the grid. On the grid, we have Ares who is remembering Dylan Jr.'s line about him being an ultimate and expendable soldier. And he's speaking this out loud and he's speaking it out loud in Dillinger's voice. And they make a big point of it. And so I thought, well, okay, obviously this is a really powerful ability he's got. Could probably hack into all kinds of systems with it. I'm sure we'll be using it in a really interesting way later, which we don't. But we get introduced to another program.
I had the exact same thought. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, that's an ability. He's going to mimic someone. Okay,
It's
that's
like the
something.
Terminator speaking to John Connor's parents on the phone. Like, it's that kind of ability. And like, in Terminator, they make use of that ability. In this movie, he can just do it, but God knows why. I don't know why they put it there.
Oh, dude, the T-1000 mimicking Sarah at the end. Whoa. Like, yeah, we knew they could do it. Not that the T-800 sets that up, because the T-1000 doesn't. Back on target. This movie.
Oh, we can't talk about good things.
No.
This is where we are introduced to another program, and this is Athena, or Mother Anus Eye from the Acolyte. Yeah. She asks, okay, already a problem, because she asks him how the real world was, showing an interest, which is against her programming, but we don't notice that in this occasion. He says it was interesting, different this time. I met a mother and a son, and it was raining. Mother Anus, I say, is the condensed moisture of the atmosphere forming visibly in separate drops, to which Aerie says, I could almost feel it. And she says, feel? I don't understand.
What is feel?
This sucks. It's like, you got to redraft all of this and have, first of all, like, how is this not a problem that he's not even, he's deviated from her completely if she's supposed to be how he's behaving normally, if you know what I mean? Like the kind of program language and stuff. Or is this intended? Do you want him to be somewhat experimental and learning? It's like, well, no. We get the impression from the story that no, not at all. They don't want him anything like that. So he's just fucking blathering off script completely. You gotta fix him. He's going nuts.
Yep.
He's feeling things. we gotta
say, you could have written it in that this was an intended part of his programming. The thing that makes him better than all the other programs, that makes him Master Control, is he does have this heightened, more human set of sensibilities and feelings and things. That it was a deliberate experiment. That would have solved quite a few problems in the movie.
They say in order to be an effective robot warrior, he has to be able to think on his feet and improvise.
Think like one of them humans.
Think like a human in order to fight against humans and stuff like that. And they think it's his biggest strength, but that's his downfall because he becomes more human, blah, blah, blah. I feel like this story's been written before, but they should have just done that.
Yeah, it would have made more sense.
And and obviously all this develops, and even though Dylan Jr. frequently engages with them, never reviews any kind of data, never looks into what's going on, never notices there's a problem until he does and doesn't do anything about it. And it's just...
There's that. There's also, like, the second in the plotline where he actually has enough to think something's wrong, you don't get an interesting sort of scene where he's like, oh, shit, like this, I gotta handle this carefully because this program is clearly, like, I didn't realize it had gotten this bad, you know? But instead, he's just, like, whining and yelling and, you know, baby throwing his toys out of his and I know that the creators of this would be like, well, yeah, that's kind of like the character he is. And she's like,
right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like every time with this, like, yeah, cool.
Lame and shit. So, yeah, that may be your intention, but it kind of sucks, doesn't it?
So I've contemplated skipping the next bit entirely because I don't understand why it's in the film. Because we jump away at this moment, away from seemingly the A plot to something that doesn't really even qualify as a D plot. We introduce two new characters, AJ and Erin, I think their names are. These are the people who are about to launch the video game for Encom.
The whole subplot is entirely worthless.
Yeah, like, I don't understand why it's in the movie. Like, there's one beat where it's used to visualize a data attack on Encom, but you could have done that in any other way without introducing two new characters.
Oh my,
Then they show up at the end.
You talking about this has just unlocked a whole bunch of those memories, because I had actually flushed them. They were, like, preparing to be removed forever, and I was like, oh wait, yeah, that. All those scenes that... I guess all of it adds up to is Guy types computer at the end and does something.
Yeah, they seemingly think they need AJ to do the hack of the Dillinger system at the end, but that's all he does, and he takes up way more time than that. It would genuinely have been better just not to have him and have an existing character do that.
We don't have time to do Ares' character and the depth of his, you know, like his motivations and him, you know, but we gotta bring in all these extra characters in all of these scenes where they're talking on the phone about stuff.
Yeah, and the video game never. It's not important. Like it's mentioned, they're sort of holding the company together while Eve is absent, but again, nothing. And there's one scene, I guess, of kind of exposition because Dillinger calls AJ after the hack and says, "Hey, I just hacked you," and that's kind of it, really. So yeah, fuck them. They're launching a video game. Anyone can do it. We go back to the mountains. We find the orange tree has outlasted the 29-minute limit. The permanence code therefore works. And because we've been told that it's only 2 lines of code and it fits on a floppy disk. So you'd think, right, okay, so Eve can, given we've created AJ and Erin, she could just text them the code, or she could email them the code, or there could be an interesting movie where they have to try and get the code via the grid back to Encom, and then the rest of the movie is set in the grid, and they have to
Can't do it in the
try
real
and,
world. They'll find us. We can
'Cause,
go undercover. We can be
all the old movies
hackermen.
did that. Like, we're doing digital stuff. It's set in the digital realm. You could have basically a big old heist movie. Ares, fucking Tron. He's not in this film. Ares goes after the thing in the grid. So that could have been interesting. But no. She decides that no, she's gonna stick it on a USB, and she's gonna wear the USB stick, and she's gonna fly back and deliver it personally. But she can't do it yet because in the meantime, Dillinger has decided he will hack Encom to find out whether Eve is any closer to finding the code that he already knows that she's after. I'm not entirely sure why any of this beat exists in the movie either, because it doesn't accomplish anything. So, because there's a conversation, Scully walks into the room and says, "What are you doing?" And he says, "I'm hacking Encom." And she says, "It's terrible and risky. You can't do it. Why are you doing it?" And he says, I think they might be closer." She says, "Why?" And he says, "Because I know who else is looking for it." But so do we. And he's known it since the beginning of the film. And she should know it too. So why?
Why indeed?
Yep. Dialogue is just lagging the audience knowledge here. And then it even has Scotty ask
More of a
who.
reason to just show us how amazing Eve Kim is, because he's so intimidated by the fact that she's looking for the code. They must be close because she's going after it. That kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Whoa.
And that's what it's there to do. And in case you missed that point, they then repeat it, because then Scotty says, "Who is after the code?" As though she doesn't already know. And Dylan Jr. says, "Eve Kim, she's following in her sister's footsteps. She's after the permanence code. I can feel it. We fucking know all of this." And so do they. So fuck you. Stop it. Just edit the script.
Sometimes I wonder with how things get so badly written that they just start doubling up on exposition because they no longer remember just how much everyone knows about anything anyway. They just do it again. I don't know. Whatever. We got not much
This
story
is
to
plot
tell.
stuff. That's like story things. Story things are good in film.
With that Netflix
Yeah.
mandate, didn't they say just every once in a while just throw in some explicit mention of exactly what the audience is supposed to actually care about right now, even if they already know.
So they don't have to look at the screen.
They don't have to be in the room.
No, awesome.
Yeah.
That's
But it
the
does
modern
at
magic
least,
of movies.
it is at least our excuse to get our first grid sequence in the Tron movie.
Can't believe it.
Yeah, first one. Doesn't take very long, but it might be worth going through a little bit of it.
9 Inch Nails.
Mhm.
But 9 Inch Nails, they start
Oh.
the song.
They start
the song
nailing.
really starts to kick in. Yes, that's
It's a really
right.
cool song. Yep.
Barlow,
Cool things are happening as Ares leads a crack team of programs into a notably undefended Encom Central Processing Data Center thing.
Well, there were 6 guys they kill instantly and without effort.
It is so
Even though-
shit.
alarms go off.
Full stop. It is so shit. That's it.
It would be really cool if they had to fight really hard to get in because it's Incom's
So-
central server.
Tron as or the grid or whatever as a representation of invading files or malware or programs trying to obstruct or pirate take information from another source is how do you realize that in a world where people are files and stuff? It's ooh, you could have a nice sit down and think about this for a long time, think about all the different things, how they transfer over, how cool this could be. It's okay,
Inception kind of did this.
I've never liked Inception for its ideas. I always thought it was kind of lame.
That's why I'm saying it kind of did this. I'm saying is this movie's so bad that even Inception kind of did this idea in a better way.
To be clear, I love Inception's premise. Its execution, I was always struck by how boring they were with literal dreams.
Oh yeah.
But so with this sort of thing happening, you're well, how is this going to be realized then? It's the amount of options are insane. Big building, about 5 guys are outside. We get them. Mostly it.
Yeah.
I was so immensely just why do you make things? What's the point? Why don't you want to do stuff here? There's an insane potential to make this fun and awesome and meaningful, but oh well.
No, they just walk up to them and then they do a normal fight as they would in the real world. It doesn't even look like super futuristic. They do the lines with the, I don't know, is it like spears or glaives or whatever the fuck they use? It's like, oh, look, they kind of can use that to go over it and then move, and that's it. It takes like 20 seconds and then that's it. It's just super boring. Like, I don't know how we just go back from what we already had with the games and stuff. Like the whole premise of the things they have to do on the grid being like games and things they have to figure out, that's just not in here anymore at all. It's just all normal action stuff that happens.
It feels like they just don't care about the grid at all. You're like, okay.
I mean, obviously, there's
well, considering
no
the majority
grid in
of the movie is the real world.
It's like, man, it's something I worried when I first heard I have to watch the movie. It's like, no, well, that it's going to be bad, obviously. But after I watched the first and second one, oh, are they just going to do Tron in the real world and it's going to be really lame? And it's even lamer than I expected.
Yeah.
It's just like,
it's not like
it's
we're bringing
actually
a goofy
just
program into the real world, and he's going to be like a fish out of water, and we got to teach him all the stuff about how humans do.
Well, in the same vein that if someone said, I want to make a fantasy movie where a big dragon is flying around and breathes fire on somewhere, that's about as far as this film gets with its idea. It's like, Tron in real world, well, light cycle, imagine like a car was hit by that. Ooh, okay.
Whoa.
What about like the other vehicles, like a tank or whatever is in there, and then it hits the equivalent of real life stuff? Yeah.
Nuts.
What if a recognizer hits a skyscraper?
Yeah, see?
Gently.
And then it was like, how do we connect? Like, all the, this is probably how the fucking movie was made. That they started drawing up all of those sequences, and some animators were already on it, CG artists, and they're like, all right, guys, how do we connect these into something of a story? Anyone got any ideas?
And it's such a shit representation of the grid. It's such an empty one as well. Like, there's no one around. They walk in, run in, even. The mission is penetrate the server core and extract Eve Kim's user file. This will never really be relevant for anything later anyway, but never mind, we'll do it. Even though she's off-grid, because she's off-grid. Oh, fuck, I don't care. So that's the mission. And yeah, at the moment, only 5 guards ahead of them. No one else is around. If you compare it to like how Tron Legacy does a good job in this respect, whether or not you like the rest of the design changes, it's a very populated grid.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Stuff happening in the background. There's loads of people. Everyone. Almost the weird thing about it is how very human everything is in that world. But the original Tron does it too. There's programs hanging around doing stuff. This is a major data center. You'd think there'd be more people around or more things in the background rather than just amorphous or like vaguely square-looking blue buildings. But that's kind of all we get.
Yeah, at least more like guards that represent like antiviruses or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, and they're like defenders, or there's tanks and turrets and shit. Not just 6 guys who instantly get destroyed.
Well, if it were a video game, we'd all be like, did you see those guys? They clearly just pasted again and again and again on the outside and then left the level. Like, they were like, that's good enough. Yeah, whatever. There was no design.
Do that, actually,
yeah, no one will play this game anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the other grids had, the recognizers, even the private Flynn grid has recognizers, original grid has recognizers, the Dillinger Corporation grid has recognizers, but not Encom. Encom just has a few people around somewhere. And hacking the grid, all that really involves is that Ares just sort of jumps into a data beam, and then he starts watching videos of Eve Kim, and he starts simping. And this is a very important plot development.
Pretty much.
Yay.
How lame is it that he has to like physically watch the videos?
I've always found that boring as a representation of like a drawing information on a computer.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what I'm gonna say here? Alien Earth wins when you compare to how Morrow gets the information out of the computer. It might be more so the actor's performance, because I remember finding him a little intense in that scene. But the plugs into his head and the lights going boom 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 boom, boom, boom while he's like getting really sweaty and he's a little bit unfocused because of what the experience would be. It's like, I way prefer that than this really lame.
I downloaded French, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably how it'd be.
Yeah, that
instead of I watched French lessons for 30 hours.
But this whole it's almost it's like saccharine. Like, oh, look at this. Oh, and they're all moving around. It's like such wonderful memories.
Suckerin.
Yeah.
The videos that he sees just happen to be the ones that are incredibly relevant to the movie as well. It's
Oh, I'm
like,
sure
so
someone might say, like, well, but that's a representation because he's actually getting all of it, but those are the ones that he's interested in the most, and that's why we represent it this way. Shut up.
yeah. Someone
They
might
couldn't even
say
show him
that.
watching it quickly.
No, they couldn't, and it's like it doesn't obviously like you can do more visual things to give that impression. Like you can show like kind of like Alien Earth does. You can show him absorbing more data, but like he just stops and starts watching this old interview of Eve on the risks of AI, and this inspires him because Eve says, "For every doomsday scenario, there is a medical breakthrough, scientific discovery. So maybe what emerges from the unknown isn't so scary. What if its major malfunction is just benevolence?" This obviously is inspiring to him. I personally don't think it's worth the risk if there's a 50-50 chance with every scientific breakthrough that the world will end. I think I'd want surer odds than that. But,
Yeah, like
But it could be
51.
nice.
What if we all just hope for the best?
yeah, maybe
What
it'll just
hope
be
is a
lovely.
positive and good thing, and good people hope.
Maybe we'll discover a way to make nicer tasting oranges. But if we do that, there's a 50% chance everyone dies. It'll be worth it though. What if the
Well,
oranges taste really nice?
Oranges.
Remember,
Yeah, delicious
I
oranges.
think it's a Holdo quote. Hope is like the sun. It will explode eventually.
It will explode and destroy the solar system. That's true.
50-50 chance.
Yes, we've skipped over a Dillinger and Scully thing because it's the same as all the other ones. She says you're an idiot and what you're doing, etc., etc., etc. Dillinger though does notice that something is going wrong with Ares temporarily, because he notices that Ares has paused and seems to be very interested in something. He says, "What is he doing?" And that he won't think of this ever again. But like he does notice things are going wrong. It's just he never acts on them.
I just don't get why. I mean, we've had this conversation somewhat, but just keep all the useful shit and just cleanse him every single time he has a mission. Every time.
Yep.
Just be like, I'm not risking you building up some kind of weird.
That's like they do with the Winter Soldier, basically.
Yep, and
Yep,
They
true.
do to do that.
Westworld, the thing in that is that they get wiped every time they're dead and reset, like they've completed their sort of story, so to speak, And they say in universe, like part of it is they don't. Could you imagine them fucking remembering? That'd be horrifying. Like not just to prevent any buildup of animosity or personalities generated after millions of lives being lived, but also just it's probably not good for them generally.
Mhm.
Like they'd probably be upset. I don't know.
Man, that show could have been so cool, man.
Yeah, it could have.
Unlike this, which never could. So Ares continues watching more of the Eve Kim interview clips. The interview moves on. The interviewer says, "But still, wouldn't you prefer to talk to a real person?" And Eve says, "Of course, but what if that person is no longer in your life and no longer there?" Which is a different argument than the previous one she was making, because the first one sort of implied that AI could be real in the sense that maybe it will emerge and be benevolent. But now she's kind of making an argument for chatbots, which I don't like.
Chatbots of dead people.
Yeah, like I can't let go of my dead sister.
Yeah.
The thing Robin Williams' daughter just the other day was basically saying, "Stop fucking doing with my dad."
It's creepy and weird. Yeah.
Did we
And
learn
also,
nothing from
given-
Ironheart? Well, yeah, I guess she's not even. Yeah.
Maybe it's good that we learn nothing from Ironheart.
There's another element to it as well, which is that obviously Ares' character growth is dependent on his discovering a kind of humanity for himself. That is the movie's character-related theme. Like he discovers feelings provoke unusual thoughts. The thoughts sort of compound into sentience, and he becomes a fully realized living being. But in this scene, the person he's simping over has basically drawn a very hard distinction between real AI and just shitty chatbot AI, and I don't think he would be very happy about that if he were actually a character, but he isn't, so he doesn't spot the problem. There is a difference between AI and real people, according to Eve.
Well, another example of them just putting on their sleeve like exactly what this movie's going to be. In that it hasn't happened yet, but right, like his overt care for his men, so to speak, people who work for him. It just almost seems unusual. He's not like.
Oh yeah, he did do that.
You know, because Athena.
Doesn't even matter if you can be rebuilt.
Well,
like, if
so
you just
that's good.
respawn, who fucking cares?
There's a lot to this in a way. It's like, you know, you see Athena being like, "Leave him, or we'll never make it," Palpatine style, and then he's like, "No," and you know what's stupid is there's only like 2 or 3 left at that point. It's like, you may as well you can just save him, like one throw, and you basically just saves him. But at the same time, it's like, well, but if he's actually crippled now, just reset him, you know, whatever.
Yep.
In the same way in the game, if your friend is like, I'm on a quarter speed, just go. You know, I'll get the XP with you anyway. It doesn't matter. But no, they treat it like a fallen soldier in fucking Vietnam or something. You're like, this doesn't really make sense. And you know, you're watching it, and the first thing I thought was like, because Ares is a good man. Gosh darn, look at him. He's being a hero. I was like, but why?
Why?
It doesn't make sense. And then, of course, it doesn't make sense in the programming way. Like, why would he be doing this? Why is he like, oh no, every life is precious? Like, why did you put that in him? And you're like, no, it developed. You're like, why?
And also, when this just started, like, why is he
And then
already
why aren't
doing
you
like
fucking
weird shit like
deleting
this?
it? Delete that shit.
Yeah.
Get it out of him.
It's clearly
Like
not
he
what you want him
threatens
to do.
later.
So just wipe his ass. No, let me rephrase that. Give me another take for that. Moving on.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Just wipe his ass.
But
Let's do that. That's
ultimately,
fine.
if you could just respawn them anyway, who cares if he dies? You just respawn him, and they're not. And again, it's kind of a problem of their own making, because before, de-resolution was like you were dead. That was it. You're done. You don't exist anymore. But now they've made it to where it's not like you're creating a copy. It just appears to be like as if there's a continuity of consciousness.
As if you're teleporting almost.
So, like, what does it even matter if you know, unless we are to conclude that we've got like 6 Ares in this film or something, 6 or 7.
No, they don't bother with that.
They're clearly
No.
not dealing with that. They want to have it be like continuity. So why would he? There's no risk. There's nothing to. You don't need to like. Oh, we gotta get away. No, I gotta go back and save him. It's like, dude, you'll all just like respawn. The only difference is that this one doesn't get respawned deliberately.
It sort of
A
raises the
really
question
weird
too of
moment.
like, is he like this on every mission? Is he, you know, this emotionally
Yeah,
invested? Jeez.
Or is this mission number 1? In which case, man, I feel like your program isn't working as intended.
No.
Well, it seems like he was just created from what we've seen, because like, oh, what am I? I'm this and this and that, and then straight after that we see him do the presentation. So I don't know what missions he would have been on with other people, unless he kept just hacking NCOM over and over again to give him experience. But I feel like
Did
that
he
would have.
develop these feelings when he was like mowing down dozens of them in his training simulation, or like,
Yeah,
because
then he
that's
can
the only
say,
thing we've
just
ever
like
seen
the
him do.
simulations.
Just like this. That would be funny. But yeah, no,
Yeah,
I don't know. We just he gets created and immediately is like, this firefly is kind of funny. I want to know more about the firefly. It's like, ooh, the rain. I can almost feel it. And it's like, okay, but where's the part where he's just the program for a while?
Yeah,
Yeah, so
just
we can
gets-
get like a before and after, so we can see the differences.
Because now all I
interactions
see is
with
like,
other
oh, you
programs.
programmed a fucking failure. You're a shitty programmer is what you are, because it's clearly not doing what you want. And you refuse to fix your problem. It's like, what was you doing?
But that is basically the next scene. So like, an alarm goes off in NCOM server HQ, and their security system is a bunch of people go and look at a screen. The bunch of people who look at the screen says, "We need a response now," and then a fat janitor guy gets on a radio and says, "We need a response now." And this triggers in the grid the spawning of hundreds and hundreds of digital Smurf creatures, the blue people. They attack. There's loads of them. And it's shot so jankily, because on the one, like when it's a distant shot, there's loads of them and they're all together, tightly packed. When it's an actual down on the ground fighting shot, they're so spread out, fighting one at a time. Then you cut to a different shot and there's like a whole massed army of Smurfs just in the background, standing there waiting their turn. And then there's none again. Then they all seem to have been defeated, and some of them jump away. But then, oh no, you turn back and actually, yeah, Caius is the one who's about to be de-resed forever, is still fighting. And he loses a leg. And this is the bit that prompts Ares to go and like try and rescue him, whereas Athena says he's defective, he's deviating from his programming, which there's no evidence of that whatsoever, but it needs to be the case. And it's poor Cameron Monaghan. It's he's in the opening credits. He's quite like billed high up. It's Cal Kestis from the Star Wars games. He's in this movie for 20 seconds, and then he goes, goodbye.
Good on
He's
him.
never coming
More than
back.
Tron got.
True. Yep, much more than Tron got. 20 seconds more than Tron got. And then the end of the fight is actually they didn't even need to bother trying to escape because Dillinger launches some kind of data nuke that destroys the data center on the grid.
It's like in that. You remember that Castle clip where it's like, "Oh, I can launch a cyber nuke, but it's gonna fry his system." It's like the exact same shit,
Yeah.
but in a $200 million film. It's like,
But actually, now that I think about it, didn't he just wipe him with that anyway? Like, why did you have to remake him now anyway? Why don't you check his code now?
That would be the time to do it. I mean, they checked Caius's code because he doesn't get reprinted. So they did check one of them, but they didn't check the main one.
Well, I think they didn't even check
the
this one. They were just like, he was defective, so he got deleted. It's like, oh okay.
But then you'd have to know surely you'd have to check if he was defective. If he didn't do anything defective, he just fought off some bad guys and got injured, but then everyone gets injured.
Yeah, stupid.
Do they hurt on the inside? That's the question that the movie's trying to ask. Yeah.
Imagine how it makes you feel.
Yeah. The data nuke on the grid breaks the video game release. I don't care. So then Dillinger reprints Ares and he congratulates Ares for retrieving the file, Eve Kim's user file, and that's achieved his objective. And Ares says, I'm curious why Caius was not re-resed. Dillinger says, I'm curious why you were curious. Caius was dysfunctional, and so he was deleted, just like any program that operates outside their directive, which Ares has already done. So, as we've mentioned, why not check and delete? Seems to make a lot of sense, but no. And then Ares compounds the problem, right?
I'm curious what makes you so curious a deliberate Django Unchained reference, or is that just accidental, do you think?
Oh, I don't know.
I didn't even catch on to that. I haven't seen a movie in a while, though, so...
I like it.
It's probably just coincidental. I would imagine that's not a phrase that's too out there.
Like, have the people who've made this seen movies before? I don't think so.
I don't think they know what
Jared
movies
Leto
are.
has.
That's fair.
And as if to make things even more suspicious, he asks if Ares understands, and Ares just says nothing. For a long time, just sort of stares, doesn't answer the question, and like to the point where Dillinger has to ask him again to confirm that he understands.
You know, this reminds me of, right? Fucking Alien Earth, where it was like, we're expendable, otherwise we're gonna give the fucking reins to the other dude. Acknowledge. Acknowledge! Acknowledge! It's just like, okay, yeah, okay. I feel like it's too late at that point, you know?
And Ares says, yeah, I agree, I understand, I'm 100% expendable, and then he is given a new mission, which is to locate Eve Kim. Not entirely sure how this really can... I mean, does the user file they got from the heist give him access to a cell phone? Would be my guess. It's not especially clear in the movie why that file was even necessary.
Yeah, it seems like they're just connected to all of the internet and can just do things, look at satellite feeds and everything. So they apparently can also see like anomalies or something at some point on the map. I remember that being a thing.
Yes,
I don't know where that was, but yeah, I don't know why we needed the file.
They didn't even use it to be like, so we know who to blackmail or other just general bad guy stuff who we can kidnap.
Maybe they could like triangulate where she might be or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
they needed it so he can have his moments like, I think I want to feel. And then he does.
Then he does.
Feel.
Here I go feeling.
I'm doing it right now.
There follows another mostly pointless scene where Dillinger phones AJ about the cyber breach he's just done. And AJ has already concluded that Dillinger was behind it because, of course, he was behind it. AJ has also somehow heard about Dillinger demonstrating to the board, but not telling them about the 29-minute cap. So, like, he has immensely valuable information, which he could leak to that board at any time, and he just doesn't. And he also
just love that
suspects
he
that
just
Dillinger was
calls
behind the
him-
cyber hack on his company, and he still doesn't.
I just think it's hilarious that he just calls him anyway. We cut to him having a call with him. And it's like, oh yeah, you should probably stay off of social media for a while. It's like, why are you calling that guy?
We have a particularly amusing meme for us, I'd say, certainly. Just absorb and adore this.
Hmm?
Tron sacrificing itself to end Jared Leto's career.
I fight for the user.
I fight for the user.
It's just like, oh, rip.
Yeah, the upshot of this conversation is that Dillinger asks AJ where Eve is. AJ obviously isn't going to tell him, except that he does basically tell him that Eve is off looking for the permanence code, which we already know. And then Dillinger crashes out, and we learn fuck all else from that conversation. So back to Eve. Eve now can print anything she wants at any time, right? We've just proven this. She has the permanence code. They have a portable laser. They've printed an orange tree. She could email the code back. She could text the code back. She doesn't need to do any of those because she doesn't want to. She could print herself a helicopter. She could print herself an aeroplane. She could print herself anything she wants to get back home really quickly. But no, because that would we aren't ready for that. That would be using our skill set that we've just given her.
Can she print a better movie?
I think that might be beyond them because they have to design the things on the grid that they print. And
Damn it.
yeah. But maybe Jeff Bridges, the hologram Jeff Bridges, or maybe the real one, whoever's in this movie, could have made a better movie if we ask him.
Can she print Metal's plushie?
Probably could, right?
If not, she should probably buy it.
That would be cringe.
Yeah, with all the millions she makes.
AJ calls Eve on her private aeroplane. I think you can just use mobile phones on airplanes now. I guess that's just a thing. He tells her that there's been a massive cyber attack on Encom. So, of course, what she next does is she tells him that she's found the permanence code and that she's en route home. This is what you do when you know your systems have been compromised.
She does not give a flying fuck about that system breach. It's like, yeah, I got the permanence code, though. It's like, yeah, but all our data is gone, like all of it.
Yeah, this belongs in a fucking Mission Impossible movie.
No.
Yeah, she's flying back with a USB stick, and
I remember that
AJ
franchise.
tells her.
And then AJ obviously says, "Oh, you got that? I'm gonna send security and everything to transport you back home safely because that is incredibly valuable." And the other guy is gonna.
We will mobilize all of our corporate resources, maybe even involve the police as well. So when you land, you have an escort back to the tower because you've got the most important thing. There's no way you're just going to land there and drive your motorbike back on your own. That would be insane. So, of course, that's what she does.
Yeah, obviously.
Yes. AJ tells her she's done a great thing. Eve says Tess did a good thing. She didn't. She's dead. And she never found the code. Fuck it. But we've got more time to kill, though, because we have to go and continue the Ares simp arc. And he's now in private watching archival footage of Eve, and he's reading all of her texts. And yeah, he sees that Tess died of cancer. This is, I think, the first time we learn of, like, officially she's dead of cancer. He sees this and he has feelings. And then he remembers that he's meant to be tracking Eve, so he stops reading all of her personal messages, and he starts tracking her phone, and then he learns the jet's flight plan. Then he spots the orange tree, and he learns that she has the permanence code. So now he knows that the woman he's simping after is going to a specific place, and she can give him what he needs. And it's actually quite efficient for the standards of this movie, and I wish the rest of it were this quick, because it all happens in the space of just a few seconds. And Dillinger has been watching him do this, has not thought it odd that he's watching all of Eve's private memories. He's just interested in the bit that he needs to know, which is he now knows where Eve is and that she has the permanence code. So he shouts, "Checkmate!"
He's so shit.
Imagine, like, he gets all the info and then he just starts watching a shower and, like, you know, security footage and stuff. And Dylan Jr. is like, "Can you?"
Well, they make like a weird joke about it later. So it's kind of like very implied that he did.
Yeah.
But like, what do you do with a fucking program? You'd be like, "Are you done?" He's like, "Nearly." You're like, "No, I mean, you are done. You don't need anything else."
He's
like,
almost
"No,
done.
I'm not done."
I mean, I'm almost done.
Anyway, you'd think maybe a checkmate's a bit premature, right? Because, okay, he knows that Eve is going back to a specific airport, but he can't exactly abduct or try and kill the head of the rival corporation.
That'd be
using
crazy.
Especially
technology the
using
government knows
special,
he has.
insanely unique technology that is only known to be in existence by you.
Yeah, that would just be insane. So Eve gets off the jet.
It's like a
and,
Camino saber dart.
the one thing that can lead you to the planet that
Yeah.
reveals your plan. What a terrific film. Better than this one, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Eve gets off and she puts on a motorcycle jacket because, this is a Tron film and we have to do motorbikes. She has no connection to the Flynns or motorbikes, but she likes them too because it's Tron.
She's really
She
cool.
likes
She's
Ducatis
super
as
cool.
well, just like they like Ducatis.
Yeah, she read the script.
Whoa.
They very prominently showed that it's a Ducati.
Oh, yeah.
Saying, yeah, okay,
Yep.
yeah, sure.
A Ducati and an Audi Quattro, is it, as well?
Yeah.
Because they split up. Not only have they summoned no protection whatsoever, but they then split up. So she sends
We don't use
comic
guns.
relief guy back in his own car with the laser thing, and she says, just take it and lay low for a while. Kind of implying that she knows that people are hunting for them. And she's made no plans for this whatsoever, but they split up, so she just drives off on her own on a motorbike.
I found that so incredibly weird when she said that. It's like, lay low for a while. It's like, what do you mean? And you're just gonna go
Why don't
back?
both of you do that?
Encom,
No,
that's what
and you're
both
just gonna
doing.
go back to your headquarters. You just, like...
If it's
what do
that
you-
easy.
What?
Yeah. Comic relief character quips about something about heroes going off into the night with nothing but the clothes on their backs, awkward pause, and a $6 million particle laser.
Ha ha ha. Ho. Ha.
I hope you die.
Oh hum.
So funny. So funny. So yeah, they split up. And meanwhile, Dylan just spawns in Ares and Athena on 2 light cycles. He could
Don't you
spawn
mean-
tanks, he could spawn...
Oh well, yeah, you're going there. I was just gonna say, like, wouldn't he spawn them in on a way faster and more efficient thing than the light
yeah,
cycles?
like the things they use later in the movie, like the personal little flying light fighter jet things. That would be
Yeah.
useful.
Well, as we learned, those aren't
We're doing
the
cycle
flying things are
sequence.
clearly not as fast as you think they are.
Apparently
It
not.
takes
Maybe
them
he
a
thinks-
long time to arrive at places, as we learn.
He thinks light cycles give him plausible deniability because they look kind of like motorbikes. I know they're glowing red, but at
well,
least
as long
they're
as as long as they're not using their trails.
What he could have done, obviously, at this point, is his plan B, because he does have a plan B. His plan B is to send a portable particle laser on a helicopter and just shoot Eve from a distance. And he knows, thanks to Ares, where she's landing, he could have just done that from a
Yep.
distance. No one would have known about it, but then we wouldn't have got the terrific light cycle sequence, so we didn't do that. So yeah, he sends them on light cycles, even though the government know what they look like, through the city, and there follows a very long and very silly chase sequence. And it just cuts away occasionally to Dillinger yelling, "Damn it, I'm awesome." And
I'm a genius. It's like, shut
So
up.
smart. I'm definitely intelligent.
I don't even know where to begin with the chase sequence, really, because the light cycles, they have their laser tailgate things, which are just extend on forever, and they go through the entire city. And it should
Yeah.
cause tremendous amounts of havoc and destruction, and it just doesn't. There's one police car at the beginning of the chase, which gets bisected, and then there's no more law enforcement
think
until after
another-
the chase is over.
A car flips over. I think we get one car flipping over.
Yeah, one
Yep.
car flips.
That's basically
That's
it.
it. Meanwhile,
I don't get
you're
why,
otherwise meant
though.
to conclude that nobody crashed into it. But why would they even have them on? What's the point of having them on and drawing them?
I
Except
meant,
if they knew that there was a camera following them in the sky to look at it and be like, "Oh wow, isn't that cool?"
Why aren't
Look
they
at the
fading?
red.
Like, they don't fade here, and they don't fade in the finale either, with all the flying ones. Like, what? Isn't that a key feature that would help you out here? It does the job you want it to do, but then it also doesn't stay forever, which would put you guys in loads of trouble, which you're already in, obviously.
And
I just don't even understand why they're using them. Why they're using them? Like what's the
later
point?
in the movie, they use drones that have the same permanent light tail, and they just wrap around Eve and trap her.
Yeah.
They would have been better. The helicopter laser
Oh,
gun would have
yeah.
been better. Anything would have been better. Fighter jets, anything. Literally anything except the light cycles would have been better.
They should
but
have
we
just
got
fucking
light
sent
cycles.
real people. Instead of these
Yes.
goobas I needed.
Those gooners.
Jared Leto.
Then you don't even have to deal with the time problem.
Yeah, like,
You just
there's no way they
gotta-
have no like a mercenary on this, because he's a psycho. He probably has a few contacts. It just makes so much more sense to sell a real person. But whatever.
Yeah.
Someone
Whatever,
who isn't gonna
as,
die in 29 minutes. Yeah.
that would also help. Yes. But I mean, and they do cutaway shots so that you get the really high aerial view, so you can see how long the chase has been going on for. All the while, the music doesn't seem to recognize what scene it's a part of, so it's just sort of throbbing along nonchalantly in the background. It's not very tense. Was my major takeaway, especially when you get to the joke with the car and the baby in it, and then she scans the car with the baby in it, and it says "small person," and that interrupts the chase. And it's hilarious, and it captures the mood of the entire experience. But
Music in general basically never fits what's happening.
no,
Like not once in the whole movie, really.
I quite like the tracks on their own. I'll probably listen to them
Like-
on their own, but they just don't
Exactly.
work as accompaniments. But chase goes on. There's a very good way by way that we're not introducing villains as threats. So there's one point where they shake off Ares, so it's just Athena and Eve. And Eve goes into a multi-story car park. There's a big long spiral road that leads up to the top, and so she goes up there to hide. And Athena goes in after her, and then Eve takes her out with an ambush. She launches her motorbike at her, and it knocks Athena from the top of the multi-story car park down right to the bottom again. And then Eve looks over, and she's just lying down there, and then Eve forgets that she's being chased by two people, so she just stops, has a bit of a breathe.
She doesn't know yet that they're actually like not real. Like, does she realize or did she think that she was trying to kill someone?
Well, she seems to have no functional knowledge of what the grid is, even though she owns Encom. So I don't think she does know that they are programs, because when later Ares comes, she is shocked and she says, "You're a program." So yeah, she thinks she was about to kill that person.
She's shocked that she gets up, and disappears. It's like, oh, so you were just outright trying to kill her. Which okay, I mean, I guess if that's, I don't know, it's just kind of weird, isn't it?
You would assume that would be a big deal for someone who'd never killed a person before, but oh well.
No, it's as if she read the script and knew that she was dealing with an AI that wouldn't die from full damage.
Yeah. But then this is the bit I was talking about, when you do not do this to your villains if you want people to take them seriously. So she looks over the edge again, and Athena seems to be gone. And then she it's hard to describe without showing it, really. It's a shame, but then you see there's a huge spiral staircase, and it's just this tiny red woman running very slowly all the way around it. It's like a Monty Python sketch.
It looks so funny.
It's the bit in Holy Grail where he's running toward the castle really slowly, and the guards just munch, and it cuts back, and he's still. It's the same thing. Just don't do this.
I was going to try and draw it or something, but chat, if you look, if this is the road, so to speak, like a Donkey Kong map, and our character's at the top just sitting there, this person's like, and you're like, oh no, she's coming, she's going to get me eventually.
The way she runs also looks funny on top.
Yeah. Like real people don't run like that. Well, you know what I mean. That can't be the optimal way to run. I've seen the Olympics.
So yeah, that's Athena. That's how amazing and impressive she is. It gives Eve time to reconnect to the light cycle, and she steals the light cycle and she drives off just as Athena reaches out to grab her, and then Athena is very frustrated and she goes, "Arr," and then Eve escapes. But she figures out how to drive the light cycle very, very quickly. Obviously, the original Tron movie takes care to establish that Flynn is really good at it because he plays games in real life. And to a degree, Legacy does this too, because it establishes that Sam Flynn is, physically capable. He does Daredevil. Yeah, he's a motorcycle guy. He does stunts. This movie hasn't done any of that, but she still knows how to drive light cycles pretty much. Figures it out.
I guess they'd be like, well, no, she knows how to ride the regular motorcycle, so that would instantly translate to the light cycle.
Yeah.
Well, it also looks like she hacks the thing by clicking some things on a screen that are not really buttons. It looked kind of weird. I remember that just like swipe, click, swipe, and then, now it stands up. It's like, oh, what do you just do?
Well, it would be really unfortunate if it just didn't do that. And then, But luckily
do we have similar technology somewhere that has also these kinds of buttons? Because I'm confused as to what you just did, but I guess it worked. Good on you, smart lady.
Good
It
thing
does indeed
she's
work.
just as, if not more competent on the light cycle than the computer program designed to use it is.
Yeah, I mean, she manages to evade Ares because then the chase recommences, and Ares is after her again. And Ares is supposed to be like the uber god war machine creature, but he's not particularly effective at this. So
No.
like the chase just carries on until they both crash into a wall. The bikes flip over, and she, to stop herself dying by splatting into a wall, just falls fortuitously into a bin.
Why can't
Which looked
the master
like it was full of-
controller turn her bike off?
Yeah, you'd think that would be an idea.
That's actually a
Don't
good
know why
point. Yeah.
anyone else should even be able to turn it on.
Also,
It's almost
probably
like
is
master
worth
controller
noting
means
again
nothing.
It's an issue from both ways.
What Platoon just said, she very luckily survives like a high-speed crash that sends her flying through the air because she lands in a conveniently placed bin with soft material in it to cushion her fall.
Yep.
Ares doesn't, but he's just fine because he is. She runs away from the Uber God War Machine creature, which is supposed to have superhuman stamina and speed. She makes it all the way to the end of a pier. She pulls out the USB stick with the code on it. She snaps it in half. She throws the code into the water. It is lost forever. Oh dear. And Ares catches up with her just as he's about to derez. Then he falls to his knees. And then she says, "You're a program." And then Athena also arrives on the scene as well, and so does a helicopter behind them with a portable particle laser on it, the Plan B.
Wait, really
and
quick. Is this the part where Ares' vision looks at her
Yes.
and
yeah.
sees and it says
Yeah.
empathetic response?
Empathetic
Yeah, it
response.
confirms he was correct
Yeah.
to simp after her. She sims back. It's reciprocal simping.
She is recently 30 and such developed empathy, and that's what he's detecting, which is kind of, I think that's well written, actually.
Recently developed.
Haha, ooh, hee, haha, oh, ah, 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 oh.
You saying
Okay.
that it's a bad joke? That's where that sentence goes in that movie.
Oh, sorry, I was just having fun with a laugh that I like in a movie.
I liked it. That's good enough for me.
Unrelated.
Anyway, the police arrive on the scene just as Ares and Athena derez in a way that the government knows means this is definitely Dillinger Corp. And the helicopter zaps Eve from behind with the portable particle laser, and it flies off, and now she's captured. Oh dear. So, of course, the police will be directly on their route to Dillinger Corporation, because who else could it possibly be? They won't do that. That will take until the end of the movie for them to piece these things together, even though they've been on the scene and they've seen it all. So that's fantastic. But, you know, it's causing a bit of a mess back at Dillinger headquarters. Scully turns up. Can you guess what she says?
You're stupid. This will never work.
Correct. How could you be so reckless? And Dillinger says, "When the world sees what I have created, all will be forgiven."
Bro.
You are stupid.
Mom's right. You're retarded.
And yeah, so the police and fucking the army should be there at this point, but they're not. Scotty says, "You think you're in control of this? Believing we can change the world keeps this company relevant, but it's also what can burn it to the ground, and your job is knowing the difference." And my only impression from that line is that Gillian Anderson is trying, but
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
Mhm.
She's one of those ones who tries.
she's
Yeah.
earning that paycheck, man.
I mean, well, yeah, everyone has so much more respect for her as an actress in this movie than, say, for example, a Jared Leto. It's just like, oh, she's like good in things. She knows what she's. Oh.
he wasn't in Morbius.
I like how the movie tricks you at this point. It's like, oh, now is the part where we go to the grid stuff. Okay, let's do that. That sounds
Yeah, because
great.
we've been here for a while.
Yeah,
been in the-
now
yeah.
we're halfway for the no. I don't
The
know
joke,
what
it's
timestamp
all
we're
right.
at, but
I get it. Like,
It's kinda-
joke's funny and all, but let's go to the grid. It's
let's
Tron.
go there.
Kind of funny the way you said that, Mel, because I'm pretty sure that's the way they said it too when they were making this movie. Like, oh, we got to do a grid thing. Yeah, let's do the grid thing. Grid it up. Come on. Oh,
Why do we like Tron
grid.
again?
Ooh.
Oh, let's do
Get that
the
done
grid.
so we can go back
Oh,
to
look
real
at
world.
the cyberspace. Woo woo.
Everyone's favorite thing about Tron was the real world.
Yeah,
there.
that's exactly what I wanted.
That's why we
That's
spent so much time there in the first movie. They do indeed
bastards.
arrive on the grid though. They re-res Eve. And here's an interesting mechanical thing, which kind of fucks up basically the entire end of the movie, or at least the post-credits bit of the movie, because it makes the sequel impossible. Not that there's going to be one, but Previously, when characters have arrived, real human beings, users have arrived on the grid, they've arrived on the grid, and they have been given their identity discs. This definitely happens with Sam Flynn in Legacy. He's running around without one for a while, and I think it happens with Kevin Flynn in the original as well. They're fully functional without them. They run around, they do stuff. But in this version, or at least for this scene, and only this scene, Eve spawns in and she stands stock still like a robot, and she can only be activated by somebody giving her her identity disc. This is what switches her on. It seems like a
What does this
minor
film saying
thing.
about women?
Yeah. They really like their frisbees.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Minor problem, you might think, bit of a quibble, bit of a nitpick. It's going to be a bit of a problem, though, if a character at the end of the movie arrives back with nobody to give him his disc, and he just gets up and is fine. Because that just doesn't work by the rules the movie has set out for itself, and yet those are the rules. So that's what we have to run with.
Because maybe that person's super special.
Yeah, maybe he's like
Very special.
Shart or whatever his name is. Then Eve, she's awakened by her disc. She walks forward a bit. She looks out at a big panoramic of a very boring-looking grid, and she says, "Where am I?" And at this point, I remind the movie that Encom has a grid, and she's the CEO of Encom. We were just there. How does she not know what this is? Yeah. Anyway, so Athena turns up at this moment. She says they've identified the sequence and the user, which is the first mention, I think, of users in this movie. Users aren't really very much of a thing.
Yeah, the user program dichotomy just doesn't. This film isn't really interested with that kind of a story.
No,
It's a bit
because
like-
it's almost like it thinks the programs are really just people.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Except for the
they're
ones
just
who are really
people.
just robots. It depends.
bad
If the
ones.
movie likes them, then they're people. And if it doesn't
True.
like them, they're robots. But it's
True,
thrown
true.
out in a couple of lines, basically just as another reference to the original without any grounding in the thing. It's like both the previous movies made quite a big deal of that distinction. It's quite an important distinction. It's the source of faith in the machine world. But in this one, it's just, user. Remember them? Yeah, I remember. Eve possesses the code, she says. And Eve says, no, she doesn't, because she destroyed it. But then Athena says, yeah, but you've seen it. And because you've seen it, it is
That's
in you.
enough.
So now we just need to extract it from you.
What?
Your subconscious mind holds the key.
This
like
feels
that.
like an
I don't want to be the key.
We will take it from you.
I got the impression in that scene that when they say, like, we've got everything we want in what you have, and then she's like, no, that wouldn't work, and he's like, no, because, and then explains it. I still got the impression she was like, no,
no,
that's not how this works. And I
don't
also
have
said,
a
like, wait, is
photographic
it how
memory.
it works, or is it not how it works? Like, what's going on? Why?
I
It kind of
didn't
feels
actually
like an
memorize the code, so you're shit out of luck. I'm sorry.
No,
this was
it's
like
in
an
your brain.
addition so they can get her back at all, because we already know when you come out of the thing, it's only 29 minutes, so they needed to something for her to be able to not just disintegrate after 29
right,
minutes when
yeah.
she gets back.
It's actually not the worst instance of Eve still having possession of the code she destroyed. The second one is infinitely worse than that, when she decides that, oh yeah, there's actually just a backup of it in Kevin Flynn's server in the Encom office.
Yeah.
We can just go grab that. We'll deal with that later, though. There is a problem, however. It turns out that
What?
one of the nameless goon creatures that's also there says her disk is showing signs of instability. And Athena
'Cause
says,
she's a
define
woman, that's pretty
instability.
rude.
I know, it's sexist, very sexist. Athena says define instability, and Goon says if we attempt to extract the code, the user will be derezzed. And that's bad, I
Okay.
guess.
Stakes. Woo!
Uh-huh.
But why?
Shut
Yeah.
up.
Because death is bad.
Yeah.
Unless it's not death and it's more like weird quasi-teleportation that's just a bit painful.
I mean, she's in
It's
the
complicated.
grid now. Can you just copy her and then draw it out of the copy so you don't kill her? Or no?
You just gave her her identity disc, which has all the information on it. Just, look at that.
Get it from that.
That's what they try and do with Flynn's disc and Legacy, which is another question as well, because if they know that users possess all the information they've ever seen, then you'd think that the first step for Dillinger Corp would have been trying to hunt down Kevin and Sam Flynn. But they're not in the movie, so we aren't
they
going to do that.
disappeared,
But
and one's gone for personal reasons.
It makes them much more important to the movie, and so makes their absence even more pronounced, which is a bad idea.
I'm trying to think, there's a movie where they need to look at someone's memory vision of looking at a password or something, and they only have like a fraction of it. And I was just thinking, like, imagine that's unluckily what they end up with. He's like, I told you. I don't remember this shit. It just has like X gobble bleh dash bleh. And they're like, she's like, yeah, you're all confident, but how look at you.
Oh, look at you. With your mind reading technology and your brain scans.
Oh, good for you. And how was it?
Athena says, it is fine, we'll just take it because it's our directive, and our directive is extract the code, whatever. Obviously a massive problem for Dillinger Corp if this happens, because abducting and killing the head of the rival company is probably illegal, I think, just a bit.
No.
Nah. So she goes to do it, and then Ares tells her to
They'll forgive
stop.
them.
And Athena says the directive is clear. Extract the code, de-res the user. Ares says no. You're correct. So we need to go and ask. Sure.
Sure.
Okay, fine. I think there's a better way of writing that paragraph, but that is what the movie chose to go with. And then so Ares does indeed go and have a chat with Dillinger. And Dillinger says after a time, well, you know, de-resing her, will it leave any trace of her existence on the grid? Seemingly under the impression that he still has plausible deniability, which he doesn't. And he's told, no, it won't. So he says, cool, extract the code and kill her. And Ares kind of questions it. And then this is the bit where Dillinger is clearly aware there is a problem, because he tells a little story. He says, once upon a time, there was a weapon called Ares, and he obeyed every command given to him by Julian Dillinger. And Julian Dillinger made $1 trillion and wrote his name on the face of time in blood. And he shouts it for no particular reason. And then he says, whatever error is behind these feelings, I'm going to find it and rip it out of you. Do I make myself clear? Evidently fucking not, because why aren't you just doing that?
Just do it. Yeah, exactly.
Just do it.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
I think
Hey,
we are
dreams be
comfortably
memes.
in the part of the movie that can only happen because of stupidity. It's another idiot plot. It is another fucking Boy Cavalier moment. It's just like, this is the only thing sustaining it. He is going to be brought down because he doesn't do the thing that he just should do and should have done fucking half an hour ago.
One it should do now. Like now, you know,
particularly
now. I found it really amusing that they don't really show us like the way the whole building works, right? But I just picture there's a thin wall between the two rooms, the major ones, and so they can hear the the big face being like, "You fucking loser! I'm gonna delete your stupid feelings, and I'm gonna do this, and kill the stupid woman, take the blah blah blah." And so he exits the room and he goes, "Yeah, I guess the boss isn't around. I don't know where he is, you know." And then Athena's like, "Okay, yeah." Can I check the phone?
Liar!
Like, he seems to believe it as well, because yeah, like she says, well, and he's like, nah, he's not available. Can't get hold of him. So we're gonna leave her alive until I can speak to him. Fuck off. So she fucks off, and then he seems to believe that she's not just gonna go and contact Dillinger, which of course she does.
Really quick, because there's a tiny thing here. He says he's indisposed, and she says, define indisposed. And then he clearly understands the question and the context, and he doesn't just simply define what indisposed means, which you might do that sort of joke if you're like, haha, he's a robot and he's autistic.
Yeah, like it's precipitation.
But later in the movie, when Jeff Bridges asks him a question, he does take it hyper literally, and Jeff Bridges is like, "Oh, you're a robot." Ha! He can't do both, guys. You gotta pick one.
It's because he has to say something that makes her suspicious because he's clever.
Yeah, because doesn't he pull rank on her? And it's like, you didn't need to do that. Just literally give her a good reason. Like, he's not there right now. I don't know where he is.
He deliberately gives a really obvious non-answer to the question. So like when she says define is it incapacitated, whatever the word incapacitated, I think it was, or non-available, whatever. He says like he's on the toilet, or he's up the top of a mountain, or he's down in a cave, or he's stuck in traffic.
Yeah, he seems angry.
Follow my orders. So it's obvious that he's lying.
Yeah, just
one of those.
If you're gonna lie, you just have to simulate what it would be where it's probably happened before. You've probably in your entire existence tried to contact your boss and he wasn't there temporarily. That's all you have to say. It's like, yeah, he's not there yet.
But then again, he has master control. He should just be able to tell her to fuck off anyway.
Well, I mean, if we give him the stupid dialogue, then I think it's probably good. She has this capability to subvert the master controller if he was acting really fucking sus.
Yeah, fair.
But
That's fair.
he has no powers as master controller anyway in this movie.
Yeah.
So it's just like, I don't know, whatever.
It's like a problem in general. He just doesn't use these master control powers.
But like having, contingencies in place, if this were a good film and we saw a whole bunch of the systems in place, like how security works, and that when a program is acting suspicious, that other ones can detect it, like I'd be fine with that. But no, none of this is well written at all, and it's just kind of annoying and boring because it happens so fast too. And then you're sitting there as an audience member like, wow, he was really stupid to let all that happen, and you just have him go like, I made a miscalculation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because he sends them out of the room and then he tells Eve that she has 60 seconds. Can I trust you? And she says, probably not, which is a shit answer, by the way, but that's what she says. And then Athena just busts back in with guards after about 15 seconds. And then, he says, I miscalculated. Because lo and behold, she just went and phoned Dillinger.
Like a second later.
Yeah.
Couldn't even give her a fake job. Like, can you go over there?
Just go.
I need you to go over there and look at the wall. I think there's something wrong with it.
Wall monitoring protocols active.
Define look
right.
at wall.
And Eve has obviously read the script as well, because she knows the exact trigger word for Ares, which is he says, can I trust Dillinger? And she says, no, he treats everything as expendable. Which of course is the line that we've already heard and she didn't hear, but she knows.
Oh, but how convenient, really.
Yeah.
Because if she said something a little bit differently, might have fucked her over, and then she'd be
Oh,
dead.
yes. But so they get attacked by Athena and the two guards. The two guards have these light staff things that emit the same permanent light trail as the light cycles do, and that just seems like a terrible weapon.
Yeah, you're just gonna kill yourself. Obviously. it's such a stupid it's the trails for the light cycles. Yeah, I got it.
It works so weird as well, because sometimes they use it to kind of step off of it or stabilize themselves. And then other times they just use it to throw people on it and cut them in half or something. So I don't know what the deal is with those weapons. Maybe the sides are slicey, but the broad sides are safe, I guess.
Yes, yeah. But you can basically only prod people with it, because if you try and get any kind of swing to get any momentum and weight behind it, you've just created an arc of light around yourself. It'll be really inconvenient. You'd have to duck and go underneath it. Just bad weapon designs. It doesn't even look that good. I don't know why they did it.
The amount of skill and dexterity it takes to operate one of these weapons kind of means that necessarily you're going to be insane at combat, period. And you shouldn't ever be able to... it implies some level of base skill that makes you insanely talented.
They do the Darth Maul intro. They're like, here I fucking am. And 3, 2, 1, engage. The game starts 2 seconds and dead. And you're like, oh shit, the bottom one. Yeah, they got me. And you're like, oh...
Yep, it's no lightsaber whip. That's a much more practical weapon.
True.
But then they advance on Ares and Eve, and then Ares drops his little disc on the floor, and it shatters the floor, and then they all fall into the water. And then there's some, apart from Athena, because she doesn't choose to attack them, so she avoids falling. The guards get taken out by random lasers, which conveniently miss both Eve and Ares. And then Ares spawns a boat, and they sail away, and then they get chased by some drones. And
the music goes.
The music goes.
So I got a little confused because I was like, is Jared Leto feeling conflicted in the sense of I really don't want to kill these guys? And it's like, no, he definitely is okay with killing them, because when they fall through the floor, they get blooped, and it's not like he has a on it.
I find it so weird how the first film is the only... Oh, sorry.
Then I was confused because I was like, why don't you just kill them? He's like a billion levels above them, right? He's the ultimate warrior or whatever. But I guess he actually blew open the floor because he thought that was the only way he could win this fight and escape.
I saw the beginning of the film. He's unstoppable.
Those two wouldn't stand a chance against him with what rules I thought we had, and not Athena either. It's like, and she wasn't even in it. She was like watching the fight or whatever, right? So you kill those two, and then you kill her, and then I guess go from there. But I got confused. I was just like, why is he blowing up the floor? And I thought for a second it was because he didn't want to have to kill his fellow programs. And then it's funny how my brain works because I was like, oh yeah, they kind of set that up, and then I was like, no, that's not what they're doing. And you're like, oh,
No, it isn't. It's what
okay.
they
Sorry.
should be
kind of
doing.
It's a bit of an awkward thing. It feels like the longer the series goes on, the less that there's any consideration for that at all. Like in the first movie, that's like kind of a part of it, is that Kevin doesn't really want to be like killing programs. You know
Yep.
how like he refuses to finish off one of them? Meanwhile, in the second one, Sam just jumps right into the games pretty effortlessly and doesn't really give a fuck. And then in this one, it's like, yeah, he's just killing his brethren there. They were
Yeah,
just
there is
like
still-
him.
yeah, there's
They
more
couldn't
reason for him
go
to
on the
care than
same
any
arc
of
as
them.
him.
Yeah.
And he doesn't. Yeah, exactly. That's the funniest part.
And even in Legacy, I mean, Legacy makes the point that part of the reason the world is horrible is that the programs are being oppressed by an evil dictator. Like they have enough human quality to be worth caring about in theory. And there's the animated Tron Uprising as well, which I've only seen a little bit of because it didn't really grab me. But it's got Frodo in it, which is weird. But in there, they are basically just humans. They've been human up until the point at which now, when them being human is the most useful to the story, because obviously Ares has a strong motive in trying to free his fellow programs because he's seen the light. He's more than them
Yeah.
now, and he thinks he can lead them away. This is the movie where you can really do something with that. And within about 20 minutes from where we are now, the plan becomes, nah, fuck it, genocide.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, so they have a little chat during the escape. Every chase scene, apart from the light cycle one, has a long conversation in it. In this conversation, Eve has not been paying attention to anything that's just happened. So Ares says, like, I'll get you home, but I need something from you in return. I need the permanence code. And she says again, she doesn't have it, which we know. He says, you found it once, you can find it again. And I have no idea what this line means in practice coming from him because he doesn't yet know where she's going to find it again. And she doesn't know that she can find it again. But, she says, why? So you can give it to Dillinger. I'm sorry, that's the last 5 minutes of the movie only happened to other people. What is going on?
Holding her ears shut, closing her eyes, like da 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 da.
You can't hear the dialogue over the music either, so
I wonder if
Right.
they thought like, oh, it would be kind of weird if she would just trust him right now. So we need to put some tension between them. It's like, no, it doesn't work anymore. He just killed 2 of his own people and very clearly doesn't care about Dillinger's plans anymore. So
He's just saved her life.
obviously he does. Like she thinks this is some kind of crazy plan.
It's a weird ruse. If it's
Yeah.
a ruse, you know.
yeah.
And Ares says, I don't want
Also-
it for Dillinger, I want it for me.
To give
Sorry,
to
I was-
Dillinger.
No, I will say it was during this sequence when I noticed, like, man, this visual effects aren't great. Like, they look really like not part of this environment at all.
Mm.
Like, they really stand out. I don't know if you can show one of the shots in the trailer, Mauler. It's like one of the shots where they're riding on this thing and like through the pillars, and it's like, oh man, that compositing, oh, that's rough.
The
I think
boat,
it's like
boat sequence
towards-
specifically, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're riding. She's kind of looking back over her shoulder, and it looks really bad. Which felt
They don't
noteworthy
reflect it there,
considering that
yeah.
the compositing in Tron Legacy is like pretty good. Like that's a film that, again, aside from the obvious, has aged pretty well with
It
regards to the
has,
visual
yeah, it has
effects.
aged well. It looks pretty good.
But I was really struck, and also I was kind of reminded, because I was sort of thinking like, there's something about like the way that the grid looks in this that is off in a way that I can't quite like put my finger on, and I think it was in this scene when I realized it's like, I think one of the big problems is that again, in the first Tron, definitely, and even in Tron Legacy, there's an effort to make the human characters still kind of look like they're very integrated into the aesthetic of the world, even though they're, they're not digital, they are real. And I think it's the color grading. It's the human, yeah, like look at that shot. It looks awful. You've got it up on screen there. Looks really like, I'm sorry, you're not here.
Yeah.
You are not here. You are not here in this place. You are on a green screen.
Well, that's I think probably the key difference. I mean, obviously the original movie had to do basically everything on set, but Legacy I think also used an awful lot of sets and then it augmented over them.
It did. It did. Yeah.
This one almost like certainly every grid sequence is basically just green screen. I don't think they built much, if anything.
Well,
I guess,
it's
in
what we
this one.
talked about. The grid is an afterthought in this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because,
And
as
I
much
feel
as we
like
had things to say about Legacy compared to the original, it's like they took it very fucking seriously in Legacy. Like they built the world, they had plans and they show it off. In this, it's like, yeah, it's there.
This one's blue. This one's red.
Ooh.
That's red.
Mm.
It's red.
Oh,
Red bad. Red is bad.
bad.
Red is the bad place.
Very
It does
bad place, but,
look much more noticeable when moving, but it's kind of hard to hit trailer footage.
No, of course.
But yeah.
But I mean, yeah, there's something about the aesthetic that was throwing me, and it felt. I think the main one was that more so than in Legacy, it felt like the human characters were very not integrated into the environment. Like they
Yeah.
didn't fit with the art style that they were going for. It's like the whole world is bound by an art style, except for the characters who exist in it. Yeah, they're wearing the suits, but they don't really look like they're a part of it. And I think it's because in Legacy, depending on the environment that they were in and the color of the suit that they were wearing, like that was the dominant color all around, to the point that like they were made to look a little bit more blue than they actually are, because people aren't blue. Made to look more blue or more orange.
Also, like
depending on
they
the
act
environment
against
they're
their
in.
setting as well. Like their acting conveys that they are there in a way that this movie, like every single person in this movie, seems like almost autistically disconnected from the part they're a part of. It's like particularly Eve Kim, like awful job by whatever the actress's name is, basically all the way through. And then Lita obviously has one facial expression, but none of them are actually looking around the world like they can see the world, which also adds to that uncanny sense of detachment.
Yep.
Yeah, so this
Funny example where it's just little fires like around them, and it's just like, yeah, but is it though?
Oh,
Nah.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like that should be cooking you. Why do they think like, oh yeah, no, that's okay. You can deal with it. This is fine. Nothing wrong with this. This wouldn't hurt.
In Legacy went out of a way almost to a point to make it seem like they're really there, like kicking up dust from the wheels of the that light, not the light cycle. No, the light cycles do it too,
The
but the car, the light truck thing that Cora arrives in. It's like, why would the fuck would there be dust in this world? But it does. It is there to tell you this is like physical as opposed to not, and it doesn't make sense. But at least it has a purpose. No effort in this movie. The grid is, as has been mentioned, a boring afterthought. So fuck it. They're off out of the grid now. They've struck a deal. But you might be thinking they are still Scrooge because they're in the Dillinger Systems grid, and the only way out of the Dillinger Systems grid is by the lasers in the Dillinger headquarters. And obviously, Dillinger Jr. knows what's happening, so he'll have prepared his men to receive them. And that's assuming he doesn't just want to shut down the portal now that he knows they're escaping. But, he doesn't do that. But I'm sure he's prepared lots and lots of men to be waiting for them when they reprint from the lasers. Oh, no, he fucking hasn't. So they just spawn into an empty room and he runs out surprised. What's going on?
Oh, who authorized this
quite-
or something?
I thought it was pretty clever the way the writers did this. They basically have him completely surprised, and then he's like, "You won't get away with this," and they get away.
And then they just drive off.
Why? In a car.
It's so good
like a
because
van.
it shows the
Yeah.
character is unhappy with this result, and that's storytelling right there.
Hmm.
Oh, did you read that and save the cat?
I read it in a Jared Leto tweet. That was what I was supposed to take away from the scene. So
Oh.
There's a very good instance of the Netflix rule in this scene as well, because when Dillinger does walk out to meet them, he says, well, I got double-crossed by my own program. It wants the permanence code for itself. Eve, is that the deal? He gets you out of the grid, you turn Pinocchio into a real boy? And like, we just watched that movie, so yes, we know that. That's great, but thank you. Then they run past the helicopter in the side of the room, and past the very fast-looking cars in the car park, and they grab a van. And they drive off in a van. And yeah.
They just drive off in a van.
In a van. Yeah.
They
there
just
they
drive
go.
off in a van.
There
yeah.
they go.
But remember that just a few seconds ago, Ares pulled out one of those sticks that turns into vehicles, and he used it to create a light boat. And then every time everybody else spawns from this universe, they've got more of those sticks on them. So could he not have just spawned another vehicle? Or did he use that one that he had?
as they're getting printed in, what happens if he switches the machine off halfway through?
Yeah.
You just throw him like halfway.
It's like
It's
the
like that
fly.
Family Guy joke, 2.5 Men. Ah! Help me! I guess it would be the other way around though, because it starts from the legs. So I guess you just spawn a pair of legs and they just flop over.
There's legs
That's
running
they're
around
just the
going,
character. They just
help
walk
me!"
around.
And they're like, how is it
They're
talking?
just around for the whole, movie. Tron legs.
So they escape. Only after they escape does Dillinger think, hey, it probably is going to be worth summoning in Athena at this point. So he does that. He gives her a special, like another of those portable particle lasers and a special flying jet suit. And he says, whoa, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And then his mum slaps him. And that's the only thing I enjoyed in this entire movie.
Unfortunately, the slap does not kill him.
No, sadly, it doesn't.
Gives him the slightly deranged kind of look of like, oh, geez, how could you do that?
Can't believe you've done this.
It's another transport scene, which means it's another conversation. Eve asks Ares if he knows who Kevin Flynn was, and he says, yes, visionary programmer, created the digital frontier, disappeared in 1989. No, he didn't, because Legacy wouldn't work if he did, but, fuck it. Then Eve says, and this has just sort of come basically from nowhere, Eve says she found the permanence code on a backup of Flynn's server, which apparently was in a floppy disk, and the server is in the Encom tower. And so they can make it back to the Encom tower within, by her estimate, about 26 minutes, which is within the 29-minute time limit. And so they can just go back and use a different version of the permanence code. It was in the last place they thought to look. Encom, the office. Jesus Christ,
wow.
Nobody
How
looked.
why did she know that now? I still don't understand how she came to that conclusion after
I don't know.
everything.
They seem
She
to,
just
I think
says
they
it,
wrote
I feel
themselves
like.
they wrote themselves into a hole and thought, oh shit, well, we need another code. This'll do. But it forces you to believe that Kevin Flynn disappeared, and this was such a dramatic event that nobody thought to check his own server for information. Because if they did, they'd have found him, funnily enough. But we'll come to that bit later. Just baffling nonsense after baffling nonsense. So, unfortunately, there is a problem, Ares explains. It's too far away for the shitty, slow van that she's driving because she decided to steal a van. And also, they will need a particle laser for reasons as yet unclear. I think to get into the server to find the code, even though she didn't need to get into the floppy disk to find the code. But she will need to go into the server to find the code this time. So they will need another particle laser. That would be fine, you think, because Encom's got those, but we'll see. They stop at a gas station. She bribes the guy to use a phone so she can call Comic Relief to tell Comic Relief to grab the other particle laser to meet her at Encom within 15 minutes. And Ares steals the guy's car. And then she promises him more money. And Ares, for reasons, I guess, of product placement, says it's Honda Civic, 4-cylinder, 2-liter engine, 138 horsepower. It's a classic. I did Google this, and actually the standard Honda Civic engine has 158 horsepower, so they chose a shit one. But,
Probably not a modern one, right? It looks like it's
if it was
a
an
little
old
bit
one,
old.
yeah.
It's
If
an
it's an
older
older
one, yeah.
Honda Civic.
Yeah,
It
well,
is funny
fine,
that he
maybe.
says it's a classic. Like, yeah, I mean, it's a car. Yeah, like it's kind of like the archetypal. Yeah, that's like a car for you.
I just found it weird that her first idea was to bribe the guy instead of like, hey, this is an emergency. Can I use your phone, please? Why did she immediately go like, look, I'm famous. I give you money. Can I use your phone?
Well, she sort of does it.
$10,000.
It's really cringe the way she does it, though. So she says, I'll give you $10,000. She holds up a magazine with her face on the front, slaps it against the window and says, look, this is me. $10,000 to use your phone. And then because comedy, she has to make the same face as is on the poster, and it's like a growly tiger thing. And it's really funny. And then, yeah, it's wonderful.
And then she says she's going to wire him another $50,000 for the car. It's like, okay.
Yeah. And off they go in a slightly fast car.
But I guess that's generous of her.
You'd hope so, but it looks like it's been quite heavily
It is
customized.
modified.
Yeah, it looks like he's really attached to it.
Or yeah, but I mean, who cares? Look, all right, she's on her important quest. What's worth more, a Honda Civic or Tron Ares? I guess we'll find out after the box
Honda
office.
Civic is more than. I mean, I know if you're going to ask me which one I could have.
It did put me in mind though that, you know, the bit in Prometheus where David sort of gets his personality from watching old movies, which you could have a lot of fun with that, more fun than that movie did. If Ares got his personality from like watching Top Gear and he just delivers it as Jeremy Clarkson. It's just a very big fan of his Honda Civic. And I, by this point in writing my notes, was so bored of this movie that I went outside for a cigarette and just watched old Top Gear Honda Civic reviews for about half an hour because I needed a break from this fucking, yeah. But we make progress. Athena is tracking them from the sky. They go speeding across a bridge, and obviously there's no police. And because they're speeding across a bridge in a Honda Civic, it's obviously time for another conversation. It is the first time we get the subject of Depeche Mode comes up. He likes Depeche Mode. He says this twice. There's a couple of Depeche Mode conversations. Yeah, he says he was thinking. He sort of leads us into this. This is the bit that is just horrible. I shared some of it on Twitter, but it's sort of the whole thing is horrible. So he says, I was thinking about the time you told your sister that you wished you'd never relaunched Space Paranoids. And he knows all this because he read all of her texts. And we don't get much else from that because then he hears Depeche Mode. I just can't get enough. And he says it's his favorite band. And he says, I find their brand of pithy, edgy, timeless, and true 80s electro pop to be deeply invigorating.
Okay.
Yeah. Enjoy the Silence is a good song.
Character, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I guess
maybe.
it just seems so standard. Like, yep, Robot chooses 80s band that he really likes.
Yeah.
Says the thing, does it flatly. Okay.
You can compare it to, like, again, the Solar Sailor sequence in Tron Legacy, and it's that a lot of that is quite exposition-y, but then you also do have all the character conversations about father and son and what the son's been up to, and they're all motorbike. It's like that's an actual personal connection has been made kind of deftly in that film. It is possible to do personal character-driven conversations in Tron movies. You're not allowed to do that.
Well,
But this
Cora
movie
has
has different
the
ideas.
preferred writer as well, right? I've forgotten which one it was. Which is kind of similar to this, in a way. Remember that she was introduced to a bunch of philosophy and books and stuff, but she said she had a favorite. I forget which one.
Jules Verne.
Yeah.
It was
Verne, yeah.
Jules Verne, yeah.
Which is a touch because they don't really make a huge deal of that and they play it kind of as a joke because it says, do you know Jules Verne? Yeah, I know Jules Verne. Have you met him? Yeah. What's he like?
That reminds me, because I remember I asked on another EFAP episode, like, why is the SpongeBob guy, why is he French? You know, the guy who says, like, 20 minutes later, and someone said that it was apparently because Jules Verne, like, it was inspired by that, obviously, with the underwater stories, and because he's French. So that's something that I learned about SpongeBob, because I don't actually really know that much about SpongeBob, honestly.
No. Well, they tried to inject it in again. They tried to make bits of that diegetic in Legacy as well, because Jeff Bridges apparently was like quite invested in his character in that movie. It's an old-fashioned concept; it's sort of gone out of date, but he was very invested, and he was the one who suggested a lot of the books on the shelf and like the Buddhist angle to the character and like the attitude that he should have. And so like the books on the shelf aren't used just to say I like Depeche Mode. They're used to sort of convey like his priorities, what's keeping him sane, really what's compensating for his own sense of essential disquiet and failure. So like it's not massively artful, but there is a there in a way that there isn't for this
There's
one.
a reason behind the thing. Even a small one.
Yeah, it's I guess it's kind of an interesting thing about Tron, because I remember I was reading about some of the sort of ideas that they were going for with that film, and it's like, I can appreciate that that's your ambition, but I feel like as a viewer, you have to work really hard to like make a lot of those connections, but like at least that's viable with that film, whereas here, it's so shallow that, I mean, what would even be the point in bothering to try and be like, oh, I wonder if this is, you know, in reference to this classic of literature. It's like, it's fucking Goober movie. We don't need to be don't need to be putting in that amount of effort for this film.
Because if you tried, you'd just be sat there thinking, what connections should I even be trying to draw here? And then happily, that's what this scene is here for.
Well, is there even anything meaningful about the fact that he is called Ares? You know, really? I don't know.
He's a war robot designed for war.
He's not a war. But he's not.
He's a fighter. He's a soldier.
He goes all pacifist.
So he's called Ares. because he's a death program.
Little cuckoid.
Even if you were
Yeah.
going to change absolutely nothing else about the movie, like surely you'd have him rename himself at the end or something.
Yeah. He'd call himself
I
Tyr. 'Cause
always
it's like, dude,
liked
that guy seems
Tutu
pretty chill,
too.
honestly. I want to be like Tyr. I wanna found inner peace or something.
Hmm.
Tyr's, man, Tyr's super cool. In God of War, obviously. Ragnarok, Valhalla.
Yeah.
Oh,
But on
such
the
a good
subject of
DLC.
characters and connections, that is the next. Yeah. So this is the thing I did share on Twitter, but it is so glorious that I think it does deserve to be read in full. Because we've had no character work at all in this movie up until this point, and because Ares has read all of Eve's texts, he's able to, just in a space of a single short paragraph, do so much of the heavy lifting of dialogue and setting and character interaction and relationship building. We don't need any of that stuff. You can just have this. And I quote directly, and I still can't quite believe it. For the record, I don't think you have anything to be ashamed of. Space Paranoids has entertained hundreds of millions, plus it's a pretty cool name. Anyway, you told your sister that designing games left you feeling hollow, broken. Was it that your work was about entertainment and profits and her work was about improving the human condition? Your texts suggest a certain fixation with not being able to live up to her standards, which must have been complicated, especially considering she was the younger sister. By the way, I don't think you should quit. Your plan upon returning from the mountains, if I read you correctly, was to hand over the permanence code to ENCOM and then let them figure out what to do with it next. Now I understand. You completed her work as a way to stay connected to her. That's
I wish
fucking unacceptable.
I wish this would be hyperbole, but this is just the scene. This is what happens. He says that in just one go.
It's
You just sit
They're
there.
hoping that because he's doing the robot thing
Yeah.
of saying it kind of clinically and awkwardly and a little bit autistically, that you're not going to realize what this actually is when you essentially read it out, just the way
Yeah.
the platoon did. This is like, oh shit, we're like running out of time in this movie. Here, let me just sort of like deliver everything that there is to know
Yeah.
about you for the audience so that they know who you are, because up to this point, they have no idea who you are.
It's
Exactly.
It's
after
unreal. This is unacceptable.
after like the first 3 sentences, I was already just like, God, this is awful. And then I was like, oh my God, they're still going. It's still
It's
going. It's still going.
That was a long ass scene, and it feels longer than it is, and it's long.
Well, it's just this bridge is infinitely long, it feels like. It just keeps going. This is all while they're driving across the bridge.
That's the other
And they
hilarious
just
thing. The
keep
context
going.
is hilarious. They're not just driving across a bridge. They are high speeding across a
They're
bridge in a
speeding.
Honda Civic. And this is the setting for this conversation.
Yeah,
Just
Yeah.
unreal.
I know some people online say this just sounds like Chat GPT writing, and it does sound like Chat GPT writing, but it probably was a human, and it is
see,
why
that's the
humans
point.
will be unemployed
Yeah.
very soon.
No, it's about it. See, that was the point. They wrote it with AI to make you think about the dangers of AI or something.
Oh god, if we let it free, it might write scripts like this. Yeah,
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that'd be-
job done. And in response to all of it, Eve just says, being human is hard. The things that make life great are the same things that make it excruciating, like love and loss.
I know, there's
Boring.
a million stories. Haven't seen this a bajillion times.
And it's fine to replay like tropey beats as long as you've got an interesting new take on them or your character is someone you've invested in. But like, if you were not to listen to the dialogue and just to observe them, you wouldn't be able to tell between Eve and Ares which one is the robot trying to become human. So there isn't a character attached to it. It's just a trope, a depersonalized trope. It's just fuck you. Why did you waste the money and my time? So they get back to ENCOM. There's another comedy bit where security insists that Eve show them a security card.
Oh.
And then Comic Relief turns up just in time with her card and a $6 million laser. But then it doesn't seem to matter that Ares doesn't have a card. They're just like, oh, he's with us. Oh, right. So in they go. And then there's another fucking comedy beat. In the elevator, they do elevator comedy in this movie.
Whoa.
This scene where Ares has about 4 minutes to live, and they are racing against time to save him before they get killed by Athena. There's an elevator comedy beat where Comic Relief guy says to Ares, as in the god of war, Ares. And Ares says, yeah. And Comic Relief guy says, you You're Greek. That's awesome.
That's awesome. Fucking me, dude.
It's rough, dude. It is rough.
Yeah.
Couldn't come up with just one funny joke in your movie, your multi-million-dollar gajillion movie, maybe just one joke.
That's the
All
thing,
this
isn't it?
time you're investing into comedy.
It's not an exaggeration to say there isn't a single funny joke in this movie. There isn't one.
No,
Um,
no,
they
there isn't. I
spend-
didn't laugh
They have a
once.
character devoted to comedy, and there's not
Yep.
a single good joke.
I'm getting annoyed by how infrequently I get laughs watching movies. Like at this point, it's driving me a little bit crazy. Like, not that every film needs to be doing that, but the number of films I've seen that are making efforts to be funny that just absolutely, completely, and utterly fall flat is like unreal.
There is a tweet from Walt Disney Studios that says Tron Ares is the #1 movie in the world. Get your tickets now. And it's like, first of all, whatever, like about the #1. But secondly, there's a video attached to it, and it basically just has the whole of the third act in it. It's like 30 seconds, but it just goes like, clip, clip, clip,
That's
clip,
the
clip.
third
And
act.
just,
Might as well.
to me, it's a bit of desperation. It's just like, yeah, I guess you guys know you're fucked. Like,
Yeah,
you gotta be like,
they're
oh
they're
shit.
they're soon playing their cards like, this is the best movie that's aired at 2:40 p.m. on
Yeah.
a Wednesday on March. It's not March, but you know what I mean. They just fucking make shit up. So it sounds like they're
People love this
being
movie.
successful.
You're just like, okay,
Watch it.
all right, gee.
Yeah,
Yep,
the dinosaur's named Doretta.
Oh my god! Was that meant to be like Mickey Mouse, but he's like
Dead.
it's had something
No, just-
happen?
Dead.
Something happened to it. Something
Just
happened to
general
him. I don't know
over-enthusiasm.
exactly what, but something happened.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That was the Mickey Mouse.
Experience it yourself on the IMAX screen. They're really pushing people to buy IMAX tickets. We all know
Well,
why.
yeah, because they make more money that way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's
Oh,
just
God.
like, we see right through you. Not
You
that it's,
need to see
Yeah,
it,
but I
because
lose
it's
more
so
money
good.
that way. So
It's amazing. It looks so great. It looks so good.
the #1 movie in the
and it doesn't. Like, I would have been willing to see Legacy on IMAX, not this one.
Hmm.
There's nothing very impressive
No,
about this
no,
one.
no.
I barely
No.
want to watch any movie on any screens these days. That's the problem.
I always like the memes of like, I'll watch it on my phone as Scorsese intended.
Get real.
So yeah, after wonderful elevator comedy, they get out, and then the movie remembers that there's literally a ticking clock, and Ares announces there's 3 minutes till de-resolution. And then they log on to the server, and yeah, the permanence code it's just there. The server with the backup to the permanence code is just in the office. It's not even hidden away. It's on display, for fuck's sake. Because Encom just leaves servers from the 1980s lying around in their offices, and anyone
just
can use them,
find
but
it-
nobody did.
I find it hilarious that they have a whole like office and like an encased office just for Flynn.
yeah, and
Like
there's
they give a
sign on
shit.
the wall
Like
that
they give a
says,
shit
"Do
about
it for
Kevin
her."
Flynn. It's like, see, they did the thing. Look with the cabinets and stuff. It's like, yeah,
You dig up
whatever.
his corpse and parade him around to
Yeah.
remind you of that movie that you like.
We're lucky Jeff Bridges is alive, because if he wasn't, they would have AI'd him into this.
Yeah.
I mean, for all I know,
Probably.
they
And
did.
you're like,
but-
yeah, this is a commentary on something.
Yep.
Yeah, now the real Jeff Bridges can feel embarrassed about being in this movie.
That would be the meme. It would be- This is a commentary on, the rest reads like it's ChatGPT, and you're like, oh, it is. Fuck's sake, you had that right
Yeah.
for you.
Dude, it's driving me crazy, man. like,
Everything's AI.
oh! Anyway.
Yeah. So the plan is Ares is to go into the backup server, find the code, get to the portal, get out, and we replay the "Can I trust you" beat. And Eve says again, "I'd like to think so, but probably." And she trails off, and Ares finishes her sentence with "not." And I mean,
Why would you say that?
well, the only line in defense of the movie is that it is sort of trying to do a character beat without telling you that's what it's doing, even though it's not very subtle. But it's kind of like it has established they do kind of trust each other. It's just that they're using the wrong line, I think, to play it back. But like they can finish each other's sentences. They share a look. It's kind of telling you that they're kind of on each other's team at this point.
Well, you'd
Of course-
want to have the callback to the original line, but you'd want to have it a little different to show that there's like, yeah, we're calling back to it, but also
Yeah.
I've changed and our
There's development
relationship's a
on
little
it.
bit different. Thus, it's not
And-
an actual just repeat.
They think that him finishing the sentence is enough, and I don't agree. But then also they that's not particularly subtle, but then they make it very much less subtle, because then Eve continues and says, if I wanted to, I could leave you trapped on, like, for eternity on a grid less complex than my smartphone. The thought had crossed my mind, and he says, mine too. And then Comic Relief Guy, he says, mine 3. Hey, funny guy.
Man, that's cool. That's good.
Yeah. And then Eri says, here goes nothing. And Comic Relief Guy says, here goes something. And that's a reference which he shouldn't know because he wasn't there.
Yeah, but it's the meta of the universe. It's okay that he knows because really all of us know.
Yeah. And because we're not racing against time or anything, Eve decides to reprise the conversation from the bridge, and she says, you're right, I do miss her all the time, but we aren't going anywhere with that line because it's time for that to be interrupted. I don't know why that's here. Like, she brings that up, and then it's interrupted because Athena just turns up. So that was well done.
Somehow she only shows up now, even though she has a fast flying machine and they had a van.
A van and a fucking Honda Civic. But then not only does she turn up only now, but then she doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
She floats outside the window, and Ares says she's waiting for me to deraz. Why?
Fuck it.
She could just shoot him.
And she's like she's only on 3 minutes herself, I think.
She's low for sure.
I don't know why she'd be taking the risk.
It's so
that.
stupid.
Well, no, I know why. I know why, actually, because I mean, we need to get going with this fucking. We gotta, you know. Otherwise, the story would just kind of end here if she was making the smart decision. But she's a dum-dum, so it's okay.
Very, very dumb. That's what Master Control is. Ares decides that the plan will change at this point, and that he's going to sacrifice himself instead of going into the server. So he runs toward Athena to take her out. And then he sort of gets Rose T-code because Eve shoots him with a particle laser anyway. So that was a heroic sacrifice that wasn't.
I would agree, if not for the fact that if she didn't fire the laser, or if the laser had missed, you know, all Athena does is go to the left, and then Ares just falls like that.
Oh, well, and of course, even if he managed to tackle, by the time as they're tumbling to the ground, he'd go and disintegrate and be like, "Oh wow, that was a momentary inconvenience. All right, I've still got like 3 minutes left." So
I get what you're saying, but like, he takes a while to run at her. All she's got to do is just move.
Yeah,
like, why wouldn't she?
Exactly.
She could just go up, and then he's fucked.
Just move up. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't that be funny if she waited till the last second of it? I was like, "Oh fuck! I threw away my only life. No, I want to live." Because he's melting.
He jumps out the window and then realizes she's got up, and so he does a regular yell, and then he does the digital death yell.
And then he lands in the part of the garden that Gleb is working on, and then he spits on his corpse and goes, whatever Gleb says.
And then he falls into a pit of acid while disintegrating, just to rub it in.
Of course. We got a new episode of Smiling Friends tomorrow. Good memes. Good times. I'm so glad
Mr.
that
Frog.
show's back.
I can't wait to see
Yes, that's
Jared
right.
Leto.
That last episode, man, so good. Top tier Smiling Friends episode. This premiere.
Pick up his sleeve.
Time for this trick on my sleeve. It does a break.
I don't like this host thing because it means whenever someone brings up something nice and fun, I have to be the one to say anyway.
Yep.
Drag it back to hell.
Sucks, huh? Sucks.
Anyway, I should be going back to hell. So we got another Smiling Friends.
Do you realize something? Do you realize? Oh, give me more of the veins.
Yeah, baby.
Well, we're going into the grid instead. This time it's the original grid. The original grid from the old movie, the one everyone loves.
Do you remember?
I do remember.
Remember
I remember the
cycles?
original grid for the 80s.
Remember the tank?
It's weird that you're here at this location, though.
Little bit.
The tank.
Yes.
Why is the Incom tower overlooking the arena for the light cycles? That's kind of weird.
Why is that grid on Flynn's private server when it was just the Encom server in the 80s? That's like where all their programs
went. This specific one that has the hole in the wall from the crash.
Mm.
Why this one? What?
I would have thought they'd maybe repaired that after all this.
No, it couldn't be done.
You sounded like Alan when you said that it couldn't be done.
Yeah, but we are back to the idea as well that time works differently because previously there's been instant communication, whereas now we're working in microseconds because that's what the movie needs to happen. So yeah, into the grid goes Ares in Encom Tower. Athena, she does this massive, huge loop because it looks cool and it gives the heroes time to escape her before she comes crashing into the building. But by this time they've hidden. So that was pointless. Well
that was
done.
funny though, because it prompts a really bad bit of acting too from Eve. Where what does she say? Like, we have to go, also, but she says it and just that was the moment where I was like, "Oh, you're just one of the worst actresses ever," because that line's not hard to reach like an acceptable level. You know, when someone's trying to kill you, all you have to go is like, "Oh my god, run!" But she's like, "Run" or something, and I was like, "Ooh." But yeah, you're right. She does do a huge move just to break through the glass. It's like, just fucking hit it. You're like super strong. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's weird how she crashes through. She's crashing out, is what she's doing.
She's not got time to do the big loop anyway. She's running out.
Even Ares like smashed through most of those windows anyway. She could just shoot with a particle laser.
Aren't they super strong? Didn't they say that?
I think so.
I think so. Know. But yeah, you're right. She could just shoot
they're
anyway.
faster and more agile than any human.
Oh, and the biblically strong is a line that comes up in the movie as well. Biblically strong, faster than any human, and something else smarter than your average bear. I don't know. They do say biblically strong at one point.
As strong as a Bible. Cool.
Mm.
Wow. Well, have you ever tried to tear a Bible in half?
Yeah, it's tough.
Or have you ever tried to get into an eating contest with a Bible? It's weird that our mind went to food. That's kind of strange. It's like we always finish each other's
food, I guess.
Diarrhea. What? What?
Wipe his ass, Jesus.
Speaking of diarrhea, what happens next?
Athena, she slices the Encom particle laser so it can't be used again, but fortunately she's bought her own one, so I'm sure that will be useful later. She punches comic relief into an arcade machine, which I enjoyed. And then she just walks
Hey, that was his hero
slowly.
moment. He was going to defend Eve Kim.
Yeah, he's like,
you get away from her. And then
I thought he died for a minute because the arcade machine says game over.
Well, I was hoping.
Please, yes.
I was under the impression we get the standard, this guy just out of nowhere decides, I'm going to sacrifice myself to save this woman, and she wasn't going to acknowledge any of it. We do get half of that. He doesn't die, but she doesn't really care.
Yeah.
Like, she cares in a little bit, somewhat.
She also... Well, so what bothered me is she doesn't think to go to him until she hears his, like, cries of pain, and then she's like, oh, yeah, you're here. And I was like,
burrito
bro...
guy.
You're okay, I guess.
It's just these events don't get appreciated for what they actually are in these sorts of movies with shitty scripts. It's like what he did is kind of extremely heroic, right? Buying her extra seconds by killing himself because there's no way he can deal with whatever the hell this thing is. But like we're talking about a goofball movie, so he gets thrown and then she's like, "All right, on with the plot." Hee hee. Like, yeah, okay.
No.
Yeah.
They also made sure that it says player 2 game over, making sure he's not the main character. I'm glad they put that in.
And also that, lol, he could be dead, or he's not in the game.
He's probably got severe internal bleeding, but it's fine.
He loves burritos, though, so...
His burritos have burst from his stomach, yeah, and they're starting to infect the rest of his organs, all the burrito, all the chewed-up burrito juice.
So, Athena is also on a clock, but you wouldn't guess it because she does everything in slow motion from this point onwards. She slowly walks around to where Eve is cowering. She slowly aims the gun. She doesn't pull the trigger. The sprinkler system goes off. This is a beat in the movie. It's kind of like rain, if you think about it.
Second as fuck is activated. I was like, oh, she's gonna go, ooh, what do you? Why you water?
Oh, I was just confused. I was like, wait, what does that mean? Is this just random? Because I forgot about all the fucking rain thing from the beginning because they never did anything with that.
Understandably, but they're doing something with it now because it's kind of the same thing. Sprinklers and rain, same thing. Little thing in her vision pops up and says sensation unknown. And it's so like beautiful and wonderful that she forgets that she's about to die. And then so she dies.
I've never showered before.
I don't even... Why
She
isn't it?
dies and she drops the particle laser that they gave her to bring, knowing that she will disintegrate in 29 minutes.
Yeah.
Just
True.
provide it to
Here,
your enemy, basically.
you take this with you, this valuable, priceless piece of insane technology.
Let's make sure it says
Obviously,
Dillinger
Jack
Enterprises
Make
on
sure
it as
you
well.
can bring it back in time.
It's branded. The murder weapon has your logo on it. It's wonderful. This does
Particle
pose like
laser.
way bigger problems for the movie than the movie is prepared to acknowledge, because I think we've mentioned it before, but this does establish that it's hypothetically possible to get to Athena, that she could go on the same arc as Ares
Yeah,
does.
Yeah.
I almost thought that might be what happens, where her timer's almost done, but she gets the sensation, and so next time she's generated, she's like, "Wait a second, what am I doing?" And then she teams up with Ares to go back to the facility and fight all of the robots that they build. That's not what happens in the movie. It's just like a
Oh, no.
weirdly specific, tragic kind of thing that they lean into a little bit, because she is a tragic character in the end. They try to make it out to be, but this is just one of those things that's just kind of sad in
Well,
retrospect. Is like, oh, you could have been humanish.
The film
Bye.
tells us that basically all of his programs are potentially able to do this.
Yep.
Yeah. He
Why
made a soldier
introduce
so
that
good.
and then not do anything with it? You're like,
It's not
okay.
that they don't do anything with it, it's that they do the worst possible thing with it, having established that it is the case. Because we are about to go on to the part where they decide that the correct response is to nuke the entire server at Dillinger Corporation, thereby killing all of these programs forever. So that's great. You tell me that they're human, and then you say that we have to kill them all. I think that's a bit evil, actually. I don't think I like that decision, morally speaking. Pretty big own goal that they've just
Isn't
scored
this
there.
like insane when the whole thing in the first film is that our protagonist Kevin Flynn has consideration for the welfare of the programs? Like, isn't it weird that the first film makes it pretty clear that there's a reason to be invested in their fate and the fate of their world? Not just in like, oh well, I can use them to achieve my ends in the real world.
Well,
Like, it's just so weird that they don't even realize that, like, right from the get-go, you're meant to have consideration for the programs, but instead they're like, no, we only want you to have consideration for, like, two of them, basically. Protagonist man and the evil lady, who maybe she could have been good, but, oh well, you're dead, and so is all of your friends, bye-bye.
We're jumping ahead a bit, but there's even a line that Athena throws out at Ares saying, "You wanted this for yourself. Did you ever consider what it would mean for the grid?" It's like, good point. No, he didn't.
That is a fair point.
It's never going to be brought up again, and because you're going to die now, and you have to die because you're evil.
Especially interesting considering the original Tron setting the notion that he values them whether or not they are just data in a chip or server or whatever, when this film is like, no, they can be people. They can just be in the real world.
Yeah, and it actually does. There's not a physical thing that actually has to change about them to be human, because they just kind of are that way.
Yeah.
It's not the code. The code doesn't make them human. It just means that they could exist in the world for longer. No actual. It's not like a switch is flicked or they're given an extra piece of juice or a code or something, and then they're human. The human juice begins to flow through them, and now they're people. They just naturally become humans.
If they beamed Eve Kim's interviews into the Dillinger server, all of them would just flash up with a thing saying empathy response,
She
and
loves
they'd
her
be human.
sister. She does this for her sister. They'd all say.
Well, we even know now how to do it. Get all programs printed, put them all in a giant room with sprinklers, hit them on, and they're like, "Oh, sensation!" And then I don't know, give them like a bunny or something that they can't hurt by accident, and give it a few days, and they're human. About it.
Oh wait, a bunny? You could hurt a bunny by accident.
I literally just said a bunny, or maybe something that you can't hurt.
Oh, I didn't hear that or something.
You really think I thought bunnies can't be hurt?
No, I didn't think that.
I
That's
played
why
The Last of Us.
Wait, is that what you just said? Jeez. That would be madness. Bunnies are very vulnerable. They have sensitive spines.
A lot of stuff
Well,
does.
it's true. I don't know why you scoff at that. That's true.
I
They
didn't
have very
scoff, I
sensitive...
laughed at how oddly specific it was.
I couldn't quite tell. I heard a and I wasn't sure whether it was a laugh or a scoff.
I
I'm
fight
glad
for
it was
the
a laugh.
It was a
bunnies.
scaff. It was
Yeah, a little bit. I like rabbits. They're fun. I mean, I like lots of critters, obviously.
Rabbits
but
are
I
good,
like
yeah.
rabbits.
You like tapeworms?
Well, the thing is, rabbits. Well, I
No,
was,
fuck
you
'em.
didn't even need to go there. I was going to say that rabbits are not good for the Australian ecosystem at all. One of the most destructive invasive species in this country.
You can kill them and eat them all. Give yum.
Well-
rabbit stew.
I mean, you can have rabbits as pets. Maybe not in every state, but you can have rabbits as pets. But
You know, the
Yeah,
big
they are
chunky
like-
ones that are not fit for the wilderness.
not fit for. Well, yeah, you see those videos where it's like a wild rabbit meets a domesticated rabbit. It's funny. The wild rabbit's very agile and active, and the other rabbit's pretty fat and doesn't really want to run around much.
How do you feel
It
about
was like the
a
start
brace of
from- yeah?
conies?
What is that?
You could put them in a stew.
A brace
Mm.
of conies.
Yeah.
Let me look
What-
at a brace
what
of
is that?
conies.
It's a reference, is what it is.
There is.
It's a reference that I'm not registering.
If you've
Is
Googled,
it
you
from
should
the
have found the
co-
reference by now, Rags.
Well, yeah, I get the reference. I get the reference. I didn't know that it was called a brace. Interesting. I guess I forgot that line. Yeah.
Well, the true fans remember, obviously. Me and Platoon, I mean.
I guess there's just
Mhm.
so many lines I didn't remember the brace of conies.
Okay,
How do we
I'm
get
going to
from
drop
rabbits to
character for that
conies?
moment. Someone just said, really, guys? Like, there's no fucking way I would expect Rags and Free to remember. That's Sam says it about what they're going to cook. Like,
Yeah,
that's, like,
Two Towers.
super specific. Like,
Yeah, that look, guys. These movies are 16 hours.
It's not
and
like-
I can't remember every line. I cannot
Let-
remember
let-
every
let-
line. I
let-
can't.
Let's recover it. There's an episode of The Simpsons that's like Tron. It's a Treehouse of Horror episode.
Okay.
See, I know things.
Thank God it's recovered.
So,
I
but-
know things.
We'll
Say
play
that
the clip.
over and
No,
over.
wait,
Not to-
bro, it's not a
not to provide a de-resolution here, but just on that note, it's not like I said, oh, remember Eowyn? And the person's like, what? And they go, from Rohan. And it's like, what? You know,
Who doesn't know
Shield
Eowyn
Maiden.
from Rohan?
Like, if
Oh,
someone...
wow, you really-
could you
Those films.
imagine?
Oh my goodness, that would be some crazy.
Could you
fucking
fucking
shit,
imagine
wouldn't it? That would be
anyone-
unreal.
I mean,
I'd be
any
so
person
ashamed.
who
I can't
ever
imagine
didn't
that
know
the
what you were referencing after getting Eowyn, Shield Maiden, and Rohan, if they didn't know after
One of the
that...
most famous
Man,
characters in fiction.
I wonder if there's going to be a resolution to this very strange thing that Mueller has highlighted in maybe a
Well, there's
year's
nothing to
time.
resolve.
It would be
It's just
funny
That
if
would
it
be
took...
kinda-
Like, you set up a joke that gets a payoff in 1 year, that would be very funny.
Yeah, that would be
Yep.
wacky. That would be fucking insane. That would be crazy.
No one would do
Mueller,
that.
he's so funny and silly.
Yeah, I sure am.
He's so silly.
He's so silly!
He's so funny and silly.
Oh my god.
Those sounds are accurate. That's a good
You know-
impression of the episode.
You gotta commit.
By the
to
way, anyone
bit.
listening to this who has no idea what the fuck any of those references were is like, are they okay?
Don't worry.
The answer is no.
Yes, I'm thrilled because he's so funny and silly.
Platoon, say
Hey,
anyway.
Fringy.
Yes, anyway.
Fringy. No,
No, not
wait,
yet.
one
No,
more
no,
side
no, no, no,
tangent.
not yet.
Wait, one more side tangent. They're making a stealth chicken run game.
What?
Yeah, chicken run extraction. It's a chicken run like top down stealth game for a chicken run. I'm not fucking with you.
No.
What's it called again? Sorry, what is it called?
Extraction?
Chicken run extraction.
Oh, extract. I gotcha.
Extraction.
Extraction.
Oh shit, it's real.
Yeah, it's going to PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series,
Okay.
whatever, Switch and Steam.
Really? Wow.
Whoa,
Yeah,
dude,
so you
that's
can
out
play- yeah.
soon. That's out soon.
Yeah.
Shit.
We're gonna be streaming that.
We gotta, right? All of us.
Oh my god.
It's our responsibility as a stealth game for chicken run.
Chicken
Run
run
stealth game.
extraction.
Is it on PC or is it just console?
Yeah, it's coming to Steam.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
okay.
apparently it's coming to Steam. Okay. Wow.
Oh yeah, someone's got a
Um,
part 1 on YouTube already. Oh my goodness.
I don't want it spoiled.
you,
Sounds amazing.
Man,
Oh, no.
I don't know what that's reminding me. I have no memories of it other than that I had it. It was a Wallace and Gromit game on PlayStation 2, and it had McGraw in it. I just remember that being a game that existed back in that glorious era of cheap And of course, yes, Chicken Run for PlayStation, which I did not play. That was Eidos? Oh, okay. Oh, well, publisher. I was thinking, like, wait, was that made by the team that made Deus Ex Human Revolution? No. That would be wacky.
Imagine it was made by Frictional.
That was the...
Fiction. Wait,
my
do you mean the
God.
old one or the new one? Like, which way are they evolving? Do you mean?
Oh yeah, like was this before all of the or after? I think after would be funnier. Like if
It
it
would be
came after
funnier, yeah.
Soma, it would be like, oh.
Soma and then Chicken Run Extraction.
Like we're branching
The
out.
back-to-back hits.
It looks great. It's got 2-player co-op, and it's got like it looks like an XCOM style team building thing. They're calling it Avians Assemble, and you have to build a squad of chickens to lead every mission.
Chicken
They all have
squad.
traits and
Platoon,
powers and
I'm already
gadgets.
sold. You don't even, you know?
Yeah, no. I'm just selling
That
it
actually
further. It
sounds
looks
pretty
great.
cool. Yeah, that sounds like a good shit, actually.
How is Chicken Run 2? Because I haven't actually seen it.
I haven't seen
I
it.
have.
I saw it. I didn't like it that much.
But the Wallace and Gromit from last year.
I fucking loved.
one of my
yeah.
one of my favorite movies of last year.
All right, I gotta
So
watch
good.
it. Yep.
The part where,
need-
well, I will just say, there's Feathers McGraw. He's in jail and he's doing pull-ups, and it's fucking hilarious.
He's.
Particularly with the sinister music.
I got a particular preference for anything Feathers McGraw. He's just a brilliant character. He deserves his
Great
own movie.
character. Well, I suppose you could say that he he's like the only Wallace and Gromit villain that got a sequel.
I just mean
I mean,
like.
Shaun the Sheep got a spin-off show, but you know.
I just mean like a movie where he's ending to like a farm or something. You know, like just living his life.
Well, oh yeah, he settles down. He realizes the error of his ways. It's like a redemption story. Maybe he visits Shaun the Sheep or something, and it's a crossover. Shaun teaches him like the value of friendship.
There's definitely room for a movie where a greater threat arrives and they have to enlist his help.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That-
Like Gromit is like, we need you. Obviously, you wouldn't say this, but you know, like we need you. We gotta stop the. It's got to be a very British kind of villain.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think what would be like a fitting British type villain.
we probably should stop and allow Aries to continue.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, we should. Oh
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Apparently, the director has just given an interview saying that like the Easter eggs and the callbacks were all Jared Leto's idea.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Believe that.
Were they not going to do them?
Well, yeah.
otherwise?
Does that mean that the director was like, "What is this?" And he goes, "Oh, it's in the old movie." And he's like, "What? Okay,
It's
yeah."
in the
Yes,
old
there was
movie.
an
It's
old-
called-
there
it's
was an
called
old movie?
Tron.
Yes,
Yeah, it's called
yeah.
Tron.
It does sound quite desperate. He says, "For
Wait,
me,
wait.
He
He
As a
goes,
super fan of Tron, I guess my first job was to try and make sure the film happened," he said. "Over the years, as we developed a script, we leaned in and made sure it was filled with not only surprise and delight, but also heart and humor to make something satisfying for someone like me, a Tron super nerd."
"Okay,
Okay.
off.
whatever." Yeah. In this scenario, he's like, "This thing, it was in Tron. I know it's old, but like we gotta have this thing in here." And he's like, "What is it?" It's just like, "Yeah, it's a reference, but everyone will love it. You'll understand." The camera like moves over, and they talk about Jeff Bridges. I think that's funny, but fine. Nobody was listening. Okay, I'll be alone.
What?
Dave.
Wait, who are you again?
I don't even know anymore.
I found a picture of someone who painted a pumpkin like the one from Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, I thought that. Okay, wait. Mel, Rags, Friggy, and Cap. Did any of you hear my joke or no?
No, I
I
actually have
really
not.
That's like the one time in my life I was so sure of the quality of that joke that none of you laughed. It's like none of you heard it. Surely, like, there's no way.
I think for some reason I dropped out like halfway through, and I don't even know why.
Okay,
I
so-
was
I think
reading
something
the director's
happened.
Cope.
I
was
think
too
something
busy.
happened, and I actually just like my brain stopped.
Bring you're the last one.
Do it
Did you hear
again.
my joke? Friggy?
Please say the joke again.
None of
Do
you
it
heard.
again.
Jesus.
We just all fucking blacked out. for like,
I heard
20
Jeff
seconds.
Bridges. I heard the name Jeff
Yeah,
Bridges.
the Jeff Bridges. Yeah, in the cave.
it's
Jeff
an-
Bridges was the punchline. I caught that bit.
Are you sure you actually told it? Did anyone in chat hear it?
Yeah, actually,
Chat
maybe
found
you're
it
the crazy
funny.
one. You're the only one here who's claiming that the joke happened.
There's an LMAO. There's I enjoyed that joke. There's hello.
Mama, why don't you repeat the joke just for anybody in chat who missed it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for those in chat who missed it.
Catch them up.
So the joke was, I said, you know, you got Jared Leto's trying to explain to the director, we gotta have this thing in the new movie, and then the director's like, well, what is this? And he's like, it's a reference to the old movie, Tron. And he said, we gotta have it, people are gonna love it. And he's like, oh, I guess so. And then so the camera pans over and it's Jeff Bridges.
That is a good joke. I like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I heard that. Yeah. It was,
It was worth
it
telling
was pretty
twice.
good. Yeah.
Fuck off, you didn't.
No, yeah, I
Rags,
did.
you're the
I
least
actually
likely
did.
person to have heard it.
First off, I did. Second off, I smiled a little bit. It was all right.
You said you blacked out halfway through or something.
I think I did, but it turns out I didn't.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I thought I blacked out, but I didn't. I was actually here the entire time. This is good news.
Anyway, Tron
Right.
Ares.
Tron
Yeah,
Ares.
fucking- yeah.
It
So
is- I like that joke. It's good.
Thank
yeah,
you.
well done.
I feel
well
better
done.
now.
It's better than anything in this movie,
That
so
is-
you got that at least.
It is. It is better. You off the spot came up with a better joke, better than the multi-gajillion-dollar massive mega corporation could in their huge Tron movie.
Jared could never.
And they were trying.
Yeah. So, the fucking where the fuck were we? Yeah, Encom. Their laser was destroyed by Athena, but she dropped her laser. Eve is a super genius. She doesn't draw this connection yet, but we all have, so we know what's going to happen next. Go back to the grid. That's where we will go. We will go back to the grid. The 80s grid, original grid. Even the soundtrack does a bit of its Wendy Carlos stuff. It's kind of okay. And I was sitting there thinking, I like it, but I don't need fucking Jared Leto to say classic at me to tell me how I
Oh,
should be
yeah,
feeling about this,
Ruined
Classic.
which he does.
It's so-
And also,
so worthlessly shit as well, because it's like, what's a clever way to reference it? What's a clever way to incorporate old stuff? And it's just like, no, nothing clever. We just point at it and go, cool.
the other question to ask of the movie is, if you recognize this, why didn't you set your fucking movie here?
Yeah, have a whole movie be
understand how
here.
good it is, so why not?
I will say this was the one part of the movie where I did have that, because I've gone pretty okay with this now, with nostalgia bait shit, like with Star Wars or whatever have you, where it's this malignant creature that tries to grab at your heart, and you're like, no, fuck off. But this, I was like, oh wow, you're actually trying to grab at me. Because the creature wasn't even in the room with me the whole movie, but that one part, it opened the door, and I was like, huh, I see you over there, but like, no, obviously not. It's just that,
I think it's a reflection as well of how almost deathly empty the rest of the movie is. It's just
Yeah.
like, it's like the effect is heightened because it's the first thing that some kind of soul went into creating. No
Yeah.
one who actually made this movie, of course, but most of the people who made it are dead.
Is it-
But it's still there.
Is it that, or is it just the fact that it's recreating something that had soul, as in the rest of it, because it is all soulless, even this technically, but
But that's what I think
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
getting at. It's like,
Yeah.
it has the trace elements of a creator's soul in it, which ironically is kind of the point in the movie
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
like a
but,
doll that resembles
elements
a
of
human, but doesn't
humanity.
have a soul in it. Yeah.
and that is what we expect now of our Hollywood movies: trace elements of humanity. So yeah,
it made me
I mean,
think about thinking.
almost temporarily, briefly. Back to Dillinger Corporation, because we're not here very long in the grid. We're like in a couple of 2-minute bursts at most. The News
He's in there a while.
Corporation, that they've kind of realized that maybe all those bad guys that are obviously Dillinger Corporation coded might have come from Dillinger Corporation.
What?
They haven't turned up yet, though. They've just sort of reported on the speculation about it. Dillinger himself, he's a bit upset. Athena spawns back in. He says, "Where's my code?" And then she goes to spawn a vehicle, presumably to get the code, and then he forgets that he wanted the code, so he says what she's doing. What are you doing even? Who gave you this directive? Even though he did it, and he just said that he fuck it, never mind. And she goes to spawn in a recognizer. Remember the recognizer? Because I definitely do. I remember it because I didn't see it
Yep.
during the Encom grid sequence where I
definitely
expected
the
to see it.
best and most effective thing to spawn right now for the needs that you have and the mission you have.
Biggest, slowest thing you can find.
It kind
Yeah,
of,
and-
honestly comically slow.
It's so slow that she shouldn't make it.
No,
They shouldn't make it to the place
Well,
because she only had 3
right.
minutes left when she got there with the fast one.
she should just be dead before she gets there.
Halfway through, they just
Oh, fuck.
disintegrate. This is-
And of course, the fucking warehouse isn't big enough to house it. So how the hell did they make it?
Dillinger says, no, it's too big. And it is too big, but
not.
evidently not for the reason he thought it was, because it does get
too
made and it takes off.
So when I saw that it was created after he'd said that, I'd come to the conclusion there's always like bad films can be bad in their own ways. There's lots of different patterns. A lot of things are the same, but a lot of things they have as a unique thing. And this film, I felt, officially at that point had a pattern of declaring how something can't happen or is stupid, and then it just happens anyway. There's many examples of this in the film, and it's kind of remarkable. It's like, oh, so you knew it was stupid, and the creators are like, well, I mean,
Yeah.
That's why we said it.
but like, it accounts for the plot hole if we say that it's the plot hole, right? Like, well, lab shading and no, suck.
And at this point, Scully remembers she's in the movie, so she walks in and she tells Dillinger that he's done. The board's going to get rid of him at this very moment. They are in the process of maybe considering trying to get rid of him, and she's going to be reappointed in his place. She says her first order of business will be shutting down the Permanence Project. Curiously, she presses a button as she says this. That does nothing. I don't know what button she pressed. I don't know why she pressed it. The camera shows us her pressing it. It actually fucking zooms in on her pressing it. Nothing changes.
And this is the button where he's like, "Mom, no," or something, right?
Well, he's like, no, don't do it. And then she gets stabbed by Athena.
Athena stabs the mom.
It's very sad.
Yeah. And she says,
Kills her.
impediment eliminated. And then Dillinger says, what did you do again? And she says she was fulfilling her directive to get the code by any means necessary. Then she says, ominously, scanning for further impediments. And the implication is obviously she might kill him if he tries to stop her. But like the board is moving to get rid of him, hasn't yet got rid of him. He was the one who gave her the directive, and she follows his directive. So can't he just give her a new one?
Yeah, the film wants to
No,
have it both
can't.
ways. He cannot do anything now because he's no longer in power, but simultaneously it is his power that's allowing the things to go wrong.
Yes.
So
And then only after this, he goes to his computer and tries to access it and is locked out. But like he could just tell her
Yeah.
to do something else, surely.
yeah, well,
No, it doesn't matter.
you're right. It's that same shit that happened in well, technically, Alien Earth would be an example of this as well. Just you didn't incorporate it such that it has to do whatever you say. Like no, you're like oh.
Oh, I
Bit
would
of
have
an
done
oversight.
that like literally the first thing. That would have been like
Yeah.
the first thing because I've seen movies
know,
before.
What you might also do is I'm just going to toss a little rule in there. You can't kill me or my mum. Like I'm just that's like a no. There's nothing that comes above that actually. What the fuck would you be thinking if you were Scully, stabbed by a triangle?
My son's magic 3D printed triangle woman
It's so-
stabbed me.
What the
What is
fuck?
life?
Before we continue, we have
yes.
to lose. We have to lose a
know.
lightweight who was
I
so near
came-
the end.
We were so near the end, but something came up and I got to run. Thanks for having me. Enjoy the rest of the
indisposed.
movie.
Well, thank you.
Well,
Good so
before
far.
you leave, tell people where to find you and what's happening soon.
You can
Yeah,
find me
Cap,
on
tell
YouTube.
everyone about Metal's plush.
Yeah, there's a link in the description for Metal's plush.
Hell yeah,
Send him
dude.
a follow your plush. Make them have a good time. Yeah, you can find me on YouTube, Capital O Opinions. You can catch me on YouTube tomorrow with some very special guests talking about Good Boy,
Very special.
Aw.
the dog movie, where the dog is the main character in a horror movie. It should be a good time. Same time tomorrow. I will see you then for that. Goodbye, friends.
Goodbye, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
See you later.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Link in description for his channel. Like I said, we've done a bunch of different things with him in the past. You can find on his channel. He makes good stuff. For example, the thing that traumatized me in Rags many years ago called Devs. He's got a bunch of videos on them.
Oh,
It was horrifying.
ugh.
You know how it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
that series
Yeah.
sucked. Oh god,
Yeah.
it was
I
bad.
need to
I thought it
rewatch
was so
that
smart.
because I know I've seen it. I just don't remember very much about it.
It's just awful.
Speaking of, yes, I'm going to reorder some things to put them in the order the movie should have done because otherwise it's just disjointed,
Mhm.
which it is. So yeah, the recognizer flies off ominously and very slowly toward the city. AJ,
It is
remember
very
him?
slow.
No, doesn't matter. He shows up at Encom Tower. Eve explains that she got into the Dillinger grid using a particle laser, and he says that's impossible. And like, no, again, because she works for Encom and they know they own a fucking laser.
They don't know this exists as a thing because obviously, like Sam would have told everyone when he got back, right? That yeah, we could go into the grid with lasers and shit. This would be knowledge in the world that you could do
Yeah.
this.
No, Sam
Surely.
didn't do that for personal reasons.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
And Yeah, so then she has to try and explain just the concept of the grid to him. Again, he works here, and it's kind of like why bring? All it does is add this scene. This scene accomplishes nothing except restating what's happened previously in the movie to a character who didn't witness it. He doesn't need to be in the film at all. He definitely doesn't need to be in this scene. But they bring him in, so everything has to be explained to him. He doesn't really even do anything, but that's the story of the film. Back in moderately interesting places in the 80s. Ares takes his OG light cycle somewhere because we have to get all the references into this very short span of time.
Oh, there's bits there too.
There's a bit, yeah, which
yes.
was like obviously omitted entirely from Legacy, and I think was only included in the original film to give Jeff Bridges someone to talk to because he's on his own for most of the film. Doesn't really do anything, but it's a nice little curiosity. I didn't mind seeing it.
Yeah, like it's
That's the greatest praise you can give this film. I didn't mind seeing that.
I don't mind this sight.
Didn't grossly offend me. And so somehow Ares knows exactly where he's going. I don't really know how. I think he's just following the places we recognize from the first film.
Yeah.
He gets to a place, and he goes up into a room. It's all colorful and it lights up. And who should show up in this very room but a hologram ? Of Kevin Flynn.
Yay!
He's in the movie.
Let's go.
Character that you like.
Yay!
I know what that is.
Didn't you explode?
No.
Shut up.
No one was there to see that.
No, and it actually this entire bit is reminded me of just Luke and Boba Fett. Just like the dialogue saying virtually nothing but using words to do it, and like the feeling it just doesn't belong where it is. It has nothing to say. It's like it's there out of a sense of obligation, but they almost don't own the rights to the creativity behind it. Because every line he speaks here is basically meaningless. Unlike even Legacy, when he has got stuff to say. And it's never very clear what exactly he is. Like, is he a hologram? Is he a program? He can't really be Kevin Flynn because he exploded in a different server. So what is this?
I don't know.
He says like his life mirrors
that's
Jared
I
Leto's.
exist in this moment because you do. A reflection of your presence.
That's just
what's your story?
Like, you don't know either film, do you?
You know,
you don't
right?
know.
This would be my biggest argument for why he's just Tron, but he knew not to call himself Tron because he would piss off the fans. This is the scene where we're supposed to be like, all right, Tron Ares, you're the next Tron. You're gonna take all the. He's got the look and the coolness and the warrior aspects of Tron, saving the grid and everything. But then he's also got Jeff Bridges being like, you're the one that's gonna do the things. This is my final cameo because I'll be dead by the time you make another one of these. Bye. And it's like, wow, so see, Jared Leto now has all of the... It reminds me of what they did with Rey, giving her a bunch of mementos, having all the characters tell her you're awesome. It's just like, see, we've done all the work. Like, no, you haven't, you fuckers. Like, this is not how it works. It's like, well, but you want to see what happens next to Tron Ares, don't you? No.
No,
not really. No.
We just call him Tron Ares.
So Flynn says, what's your story? And Ares says, I'm Dilliger's top security program. Flynn says, we both know you can't get here from there, been someplace else in between. What did you make of it out there? Again, what the fuck are you? But
why can't you get between the two? Because they're like, grids are connected, right? Often they seem to be.
Not anymore. Well, I mean, this is a private server that's not on the internet. And the other two grids are connected. The Encom and the Dillinger one seem to be on the internet because that's how they can hack each other. But this one and the Legacy one are separate. I guess. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I guess
it's broken. Ares, in response to the what did they make of it out of their question, says it's hard to put in a nutshell. And Flynn says, you can say that again. So Ares says, it's hard to put in a nutshell. And Flynn laughs.
He's like, classic joke.
But even if he's like... would we explain this by that he's too literal? He's having an autistic robot moment on Ares right now. That's why he said that. Said it again. I mean,
yeah,
but like,
I don't know.
If you're gonna be that way about it, and I hate to be out autisticing the line, it's like he said you can, not that you should or please do. You know what I mean? You can, and he'd be like, agreed, or he'd be like, I can.
Yeah, that would be the more autistic way of doing it.
Yeah,
To be
yeah.
sure. So yeah, it's hard to put in a nutshell. I think that's more of a meta line because the movie doesn't really have a
Yeah.
clue what it's trying to say from this point onwards. Flynn asks Ares what he's looking for, and Ares says permanence, the permanence code to be exact. Then he explains that he disobeyed a directive. And Flynn says, interesting, a malfunctioning program that wants to live. Ares says it's not about him anymore. He has a friend who's in danger and he wants to help her. And Flynn says, fascinating. So you're getting the Boba Fett vibes that I was going for earlier. It's just like words with no meaning, non-committal, vague guff. Yeah. This is the point where we have to jump out of the 80s briefly because the team in the Encom tower, they spot the recognizer still coming very slowly towards them.
No. Gojira.
Oh, it'll be here any day now. Oh no.
And now there's like, so we have to add kind of another layer of pointless complexity, I think, to trick people into thinking that there's some kind of plot happening. So Eve says that if Athena gets to her, she will get the code. That's fair enough. Then she says if as long as the Dillinger network is online, then Athena will just keep coming back, which also true. There happens to be a particle laser lying on the table over there, and then she says the Dillingers run a wireless direct link protocol, so let's use what's left of the laser to ping the network and trace a path home. Once you have a connection, then you can nuke the whole Dillinger grid. That's the only way to stop her for good. So now we're going to commit a genocide. It is a thing you can do, yes, but it's also a thing that they think you should do when you shouldn't.
Another option to stop her for good would be to move the next town over.
Well, but just a program. But we got to, you understand? It's like, well, just get into this system and turn it off
and delete. Yeah, exactly.
Or send the police to the Dillinger headquarters and knock out the laser grid, or shut down the server some other way, or put it into backup.
Or again, just move to the next town over. If there's only 29 minutes, she'll never make it. So just go, just go.
Just get your car and easily outrun it.
She nearly outruns them on foot.
Just get on a bicycle. Just get on a bicycle.
I just feel like the military should have noticed this big fuck off flying thing way in advance already.
Way sooner. Yes, they should be all over this shit.
No one approaches it until it's in the middle of the city.
Yeah, which is insane.
It's kind of comical. And then Eve decides that she needs to buy them some time because on top of being the best coder, the best CEO, the best runner and fighter, she's also the best everything else. So she's going to leave the coding bit to other people. That's what AJ's in the scene for. Don't know how he knows how to code, but he does. And she's going to go out into the street, and she's not going to steal a vehicle. She's just going to run down the street, and it doesn't work. But before we get there, we have the 80s again. Ares tells Flynn there's something wrong with me. Flynn says, hey, maybe there's something right with you. And then he says, makes you think, doesn't it? Such a profound line. So is this one. He says, maybe you're just learning. That's what we should all be doing. Back in the day when tech was young, damn, we were moving fast. You move fast, you leave stuff behind. How many people born in this century have even heard of Mozart?
Okay. Probably most of them.
I mean, heard of, but I feel like there's a more interesting conversation to be had that they never have. That feels almost like pandering to, people like, yeah, I know Mozart. Wow, everyone's stupid but me. That sort of. To me, I feel like there should be a follow-up of, well, do you know who inspired Mozart? And then they'd be like, well,
yeah, that's right. Shut up.
That's kind of, it's like, yeah, and who inspired the people who inspired, it goes on and on. It's like, yeah, we've lost pretty much everything when you go far back enough, and that'll happen eventually to everything that's current. It's almost a cycle that, hopefully we can hang on to the most important things and we can transfer over to the most meaningful stuff. You have that kind of conversation instead of just being like, fucking losers don't even know what Mozart is.
Well, the ultimate indictment is that this works so well as a line to damn the movie it's in. Because it's what's happened to the film. Like, they've moved so fast, they've completely forgotten what they came from, what they used to be, and the talent that gave rise to it. So it's like, who are you actually insulting here? Because I get you think you're insulting other people, but turn that little mirror back on yourself there. I think maybe you might have described the process that gave rise to Ares. it's a, yeah. But the topic of music has been broached. So obviously, Ares responds, "I like Mozart. That said, if I'm being honest, I prefer Depeche Mode. I know one is considered the greatest composer in the history of Western civilization. The other is a synth pop band from the 80s, but I find their balance of technological exploration and pop hooks combined with, and he trails off. He says, I can't put my love of Depeche Mode into words. It's just a feeling. And then Finn
A
laughs and says,
game feeling. Oh, no.
It's just intro to being like, look, the machine, he's more man now. Yeah.
So fucking lame. It's just,
It really is. And this
I
is
just
all they
a
have to say.
feeling. It's like, okay.
It's like humanity is just feeling. Like humanity is kind of liking Depeche Mode, I guess. Well,
Humanity do be liking that Depeche Mode.
they're okay. I kind of like them. I guess that means I'm kind of human.
See, that would make the scene really awesome if he did this whole diatribe about Depeche Mode being superior to Mozart, that even ending with the whole, like, I'm not even sure how to... And then it just, you cut over to Jeff Bridges and he goes, they're okay. Like, that would be
They're
funny.
All right. They're all right. That would be
Yeah.
funny. They're all right, man. The calm is he just says, "Calm down, man. They're all right."
I say we've had
I mean-
several of these scenes where we already know that basically the first scene with Ares in the film was establishing, oh yeah, okay, so feelings are going to be the thing that makes him human, and then every other subsequent scene is feelings. Does that mean I'm human? Feelings? Does that mean I'm human? I have feelings now. That must mean I'm a human.
I have
So
unlocked
not-
feelings mode.
Like scenes like this are supposed to tell you things. Like they're supposed to surmise the theme or give you an insight that maybe you didn't spot or draw some connections you hadn't made yourself. And we got Depeche Mode.
Hmm.
So fucking anyway, back to the action scene, I guess.
Yeah. Woo.
You recognize it, gets into the city at about 2 miles an hour. There's a single police helicopter that kind of approaches it, but it gets lasered into oblivion.
I found that so funny. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna float here in front of it. And it's like, you're just gonna get annihilated. Like, what are you gonna do? It's not
Yeah.
like you're a weaponized helicopter.
Like,
and
sir,
that's
there's
exactly
a
what
giant
happens.
lowercase n moving into the city. I don't know what to do about this. It's like, fly toward it. Okay.
Did you say a lowercase m or n?
Then he goes, M.
Well, it's sort of like a
Nom.
capital Mike, but not really. And it's kind of like a lowercase. What's in? Narinko? Why would that be the first one that pops in my head?
Norris.
Norris. As in Chuck.
Norris or Mars?
As in Dean.
Oh.
Okay, how many
Or
people
as
know
in-
who Dean Norris is? I know Fringy does. Anyone else?
Oh, that sounds familiar, but
Yeah, no.
Fucking top tier character
Okay.
actor who's been in a million movies and Breaking Bad.
I'd
but it's
probably know
okay.
him if I
It's okay.
saw him.
You
but
definitely
I'm bad
would. I
with
think all of you
names.
would if you saw him.
Oh, that yeah,
I'll
okay.
look it up here.
See, I just
Dean
always
Norris.
I'm just always bad with actor
Oh
names. I need
yeah,
to see their
yeah,
faces.
yeah. I got
He
you.
plays
What do you-
annoyed sergeant in like a million movies.
Yeah.
Something I remember is that in Starship Troopers, it feels like he's got very long arms, like disproportionately long arms.
I just whenever I watch that movie and he's there, and I'm like, holy fuck, dude, you didn't age. Like, it's insane. He was
No,
locked
he
Yeah.
in.
really looks very similar. Yeah, like even when you go back 10, 15, 20 years.
Some jets attack. They launch some missiles. It doesn't work.
I think Trent Reznor is one of and Atticus Ross. They're the jet men.
Is that why
Oh,
they
that's
speak
neat.
with absolutely
Hmm.
no emotion whatsoever? Because that actually jumped out at me. The pilots just speak the
Punching
line
out.
like the things they're
Yeah,
describing aren't happening to
it's
them.
their version of the Daft Punk cameo.
Oh, but it's really
them.
bad.
Well,
then.
no.
It's so bad. It's
Hmm.
like
Can't compare.
one of them gets like there's two light jet things or the drones, whatever they are, and they're surrounding it with light tails and like basically screwing it into pieces. And he's like, "There's bogeys attacking me. I'm hit." Jumping out as an explosion takes off behind him. No emotion in the voice whatsoever. It's that is one of the most jarring things, like lines of dialogue in the entire film. But it might because I was so pissed off with it by that point. But yeah, could have had a silent, non-speaking cameo. Wouldn't that have been a good idea? Worked for Legacy.
Hmm.
Or yeah.
Sure did.
Does Yeah, the recognizer launches the drones to chase Eve down she's waddling down the street, and the drones catch her.
I just love that her idea is, I'll buy you time, and she just runs across the street and just like,
You know,
like,
the
"Get a
fucking drones
car
were
or
like, "Are you
something."
serious right now? This is our job. Capture this silly lady."
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we can do it.
She would have bought more time if she'd just run into a different building.
Yeah,
like
just-
literally
yeah.
anything except running down the street really slowly. But they build a little vortex of light around her, and then it sort of traps her, and then they recognize her. It's kind of approaching, but then one of the jets crashes into it, and it slightly loses control, and in slow motion it crashes into a skyscraper, and the skyscraper knocks some rubble, and the rubble knocks into
Nubble.
Eve, and then Eve gets knocked out, and the recognizer crashes, and then a tank emerges from the recognizer, and then fucking Athena gets out of the tank that came out of the recognizer, and then it's like, oh, showdown time.
Oh,
Great.
yeah.
Meanwhile, on the grid, Flynn decides that Ares deserves the permanence code because he likes Depeche Mode.
He's the main
says
character.
permanence-
He's got to do it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, are you Jared Leto, man?
He just
Flynn
says, like, so
says-
this is the future of Tron? And Ares is like, yes. He's like, oh,
Yes.
Jesus
I will
Christ.
carry this
God.
flame forward for many
And then
years
he explains
to come.
that it's the permanent code. Is like, take this so you can die, man.
Yeah, Flynn says, the Ares says permanence, and Flynn says, funny, when I found it, that's what I called it. I know better now. It ought to be called the impermanence code.
Wow.
I don't think that actually means
Whoa.
anything in this context, because programs still don't age, and so it is functionally permanence for Ares, but never mind.
Oh, right. Well,
That would be what you do in like a good version of this, where the robot learns to like, it's better to live for a little.
yes. I think he's going to come back speaking in about a couple seconds. It's going to be funny.
Yeah.
Because he won't know we've said any of this. Rags is silly.
The stuff you just
he is.
do, you know?
We said
you
so many
disappeared.
slurs while you were gone.
Yeah, you de-resed
Okay.
and we insulted you terribly.
It's fine. I'll
T-rest.
talk about it later. It'll
Permanence
come up,
code,
I'm
yeah, fucking
sure.
doesn't mean anything, blah 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 blah. And then Flynn says I can open a back door to my old lab. You've got one chance is all you'll get. It's kinky fuck. One chance is all you've got, he says, and Ares says, one is all I want. Flynn says, I love that. You keep surprising me.
Ugh.
And then Ares steps into the portal and he beams out. Just in time to interrupt as Athena slowly again walks towards Eve. She doesn't move quickly when she has things to do, does Athena?
It's not like she has like urgency or a time limit on her, well,
No,
being
there's
alive.
no shock or anything like that. No, she's got all the time in the world. So yeah, there's still the drones flying around, and Athena didn't think that maybe grabbing another portable particle laser was a good idea. So she has to physically drag Eve into the tank and drive off. She forgot to bring a backup particle laser, which is great.
Ah,
If
Darn
one
it.
exists, how many do they have?
Well, I mean, at least one, because I mean, they used the one in the helicopter, and they used the one to get the other
I
one.
thought those were the same one.
Maybe they were the same one. It'd be silly if they only had one, though. Why would you only
Well,
have one?
yeah, but that would be a movie thing.
It's like cloning Superman only once. Why would you do it? Surely you would do it more times than that. It's such an effective weapon. So yeah, Eve is now tied up. She's in the back of the tank. They drive out of the city, ramming cars out of the way as they go. But then Ares spawns in, and he just walks into the middle of the road. He pulls off his disc, and he throws the disc at the tank, and the tank just disintegrates.
So,
Remind me what
Well, that was-
application the tank was supposed to have in the real world.
To be an unstoppable juggernaut of destruction.
I was just lost at like, oh, you killed Eve. Whoops.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
She's fine.
Oh, okay.
He's fine.
Because
Well,
I thought he was just...
It really didn't look like she would be fine.
Is
It was a very destructive.
It
sort
did the thing of
crash.
like, I'm not sure what I would reference. I guess Simpsons maybe, but like the way it like damages a part of the tank, and it's like, and then like parts of it get crumbly and blah, blah, and then it like spins over, bursts into flames and explosion. You're like, oh my, oh
no.
I thought I was just damaging a wheel. I didn't know. And then it's just skulls. You're like, oh.
But no, she is fine somehow, and so is Athena. Nobody died in the huge tank flipping explosion. The Encom Lab team, meanwhile, they've managed to hack into the Dillinger grid. Great. It's just you can just do that. There's not really much security. Remember how at the beginning of the movie when they hacked another person's server, they actually did have to go into the server and fight, and there's security. That doesn't happen. They can just get in now. We don't need to.
No,
go back
they
to
just
the grid
used
again.
another cyber orbital strike on the grid.
Well, they do after, but they had to get access to the grid before they could do that. And so that's like the hacking thing is the bit that the people actually had to do earlier. But it's because we're finished. We are finished with grids. We aren't really going back there except for one sort of post-credit scene, really. Ares rescues Eve, and she says, "You came back." And he says, "Let's just say I had a little help from a friend." And isn't it wonderful how bespoke the dialogue is? That you couldn't find these lines in any other movie. It's
this movie is just a combination of other movies' lines. There's no actually. If you ran it through a computer, right? All of these lines appear in other films.
It would be one of those things like
by the way, I think
test the script for AI and it comes back 103%. You're like, wait, what?
I think you kind of glossed over it or didn't mention it. Maybe I missed it, but when he reappears, Ares, he appears in Flynn's arcade.
Oh, I was thinking of a different thing. He appears in Flynn's arcade, so I guess it's just lucky that that's quite close by to Encom Tower, and he makes it here very quickly.
And in all this news, no one's gone there.
No one's checked up on it again. Like
no one's bought up that juicy piece of real estate downtown, or that
reopened like a really marketable brand.
Sam,
would it not be?
Yeah, it means that Sam didn't do anything with it.
You could just if not a fully functioning arcade, wouldn't it just become a museum or something like that?
Given this movie under the impression that Encom was created out of that arcade, you would think they'd have something to do with it. Obviously,
I mean, they have a fucking display of his office in the middle of their office. You would think they would do something with Flynn's arcade to some degree, and not just let it rot and be dusty. That's stupid.
And then he turns blue because he's good now, and he squares off with Athena. Yeah.
This is going to be the second time in Tron history that a character turns blue and then we'll never see them again.
What? You think we won't see Jared Leto's Tron Ares ever again?
In Tron Afterlife. Yeah. And the next one, whatever it's called, Tron Resurrection.
Dude, like that doing Suicide Squad, what a mistake that was. Because someone might be like, "Oh, it was Morbius really that fucked him over?" It's just like, no, it began.
No, he was a meme.
That was one of the cringiest performances ever in Joker Suicide Squad for sure. It's burned into my mind that isn't it like he's trying to get that guy? It's like a gangster to sleep with Harley Quinn, and he's like, "Nah, man, I don't want to." And then he's like, "Why, is she too ugly or something?" And then he's like, "I don't want any beef." He's like, "Well, I have no beef." And it's just like a scene where you're like, what the fuck is happening?
What are you doing? What is...
It's like it is generationally bad, that performance of Joker. And
we'll be telling our children about Jared Leto.
But it truly is.
That's actually kind of a good point, because there's almost generations of Joker in terms of actors taking on, and he's that really embarrassing one.
Well, so one thing I'll say, right? We hate Joker 2, as should everyone. However, he gets one scene where he gets to play Joker, and it's entertaining. Like the court scene where he's dealing with Gary, right? Like he's doing something, and everyone got mad because it was rightfully so, because it was like that was actually the character everyone wanted to see. By the way, the movie knew that it was fucking with you, and what I was leading into was that Joker was kind of remarkable as a character because almost every actor that's ever given a go at playing him has kind of entertained and amused and changed it up, blah blah blah. But no, not him. He just,
but with one exception, except
He oof, man, yeah. I would argue that's a generationally bad performance that should come up in like top 10 lists of all time. Definitely.
You just can't deal with the hunka.
No, I can't. He's an idea.
That's why you're weak. I'm an
idea.
idea.
The casting decisions for the fucking DCEU was so bad. So many
Yeah,
bad
it's
decisions.
Marvel has kind of hit it out of the park generally when it comes to casting
Marvel is
decisions,
very
but
Yeah.
reliable. Yeah,
But DC is,
to the point that when they make
huh.
a bad call, it's kind of noteworthy. But DC was the exact opposite a lot of the time. So many bad choices, some good choices, obviously.
Well, then some
but so
that
many
were
bad
like,
ones.
huh? Like Jason Momoa for Aquaman. It's like,
Well, the thing is that it is kind of a bad casting choice because
Yeah.
the Aquaman he plays is like nothing like the
Well, and
Aquaman from the comics.
I presume we'll never see that Aquaman ever again. They're gonna, when they do the next
No.
one,
No,
you'll be
no way.
yeah. And
It'll be the regular proper one. Yeah.
what they
And of course, well, it's funny how many of them are Snyder's fault as well, because
Yeah.
he cast such a huge number of them. Gal Gadot was his fault. Ezra Miller was his fault. Amber Heard.
Yep.
Like,
Amber Heard.
that was his call.
And what's funny,
Obviously, I guess
one of the ones that
Jared Leto wasn't his call, but at least I don't think it was. But maybe,
I don't know.
maybe he was.
But one of the ones that I think a lot of people intuitively said would be a bad call turns out to be one of the better ones. Would be Batfleck. Like that could have worked.
Well, yeah, I remember people were kind of like, "No, he shouldn't be," and then it's like, "No, he's actually like not
He's taking
bad
it
at
seriously.
all."
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
It's the writing. That's what I mean. You got a couple. They kind of did a good job with the two most important ones, but then they didn't get any fucking movies like afterward. No, but we got to do that Wonder Woman sequel because Wonder Woman inexplicably nearly made $1 billion.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Aquaman. It's like, it's not a good cast. You're like, well, how did it make so much money? It's like, nobody knows. Nobody cares. It's gone. It's never coming back. It's done.
Does Gary Oldman as Gordon count? Why would it? That's not the DCEU. That's Nolan.
Wait, does Gary Oldman
cast,
as
though.
Gordon count as what? Like a good cast?
A good casting.
Okay,
Well,
let's be
it is
clear.
good
Gary
casting,
Oldman
but
could
it's
be
different
cast as
stories.
any character in DC
As
and it would be
anything.
good.
Gary Oldman
Yeah.
could be Wonder Woman, and we
Yes.
would be cheering it.
He would have been better.
100%.
Then again, they did.
He
Well,
would have
'cause they
been
did
better,
get,
yes.
good old J.K. Simmons, but he doesn't really get to be a part of it.
Yeah.
No, there was some good because Jeremy Irons was a good. That was a good
Very,
shout.
very.
was,
Also,
yeah.
it's funny you bring that up. It's like Alfred. Historically, just everyone has done it well.
Everyone is great.
Don't know why
Mhm.
Andy
Yeah.
Serkis gets attacked for his Alfred. As far as I'm concerned, it's just I wanted
No,
more.
It's
Give me
just
more.
not enough time. Not enough time.
He's an
Give me
excellent
more of him.
actor. Kind of wish he was in more stuff.
He's one of the best
Yeah.
actors currently working,
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned. He's so good. Anyway,
so square off
Speaking of
Ares and
interesting.
Athena, and Ares says, "You have no time," and she says, "You're out of lives, and I'll kill you and come back for her."
No, you
because
won't.
Even though she stood in the rain a little while, well, the sprinklers a little while ago, and had a human moment, she has reverted to type. But she isn't actually going to kill him because instead she's going to send her goons to do that while she stands around watching for a bit. Because it's easier to stage fight scenes if it's like 2-on-1 or
Which-
1-on-1 than it is 3-on-1.
It's bad enough in a normal movie, but she has a literal fucking clock on her screen. What are you doing? Like, you don't have the time to stand around and
Time
watch.
is not on your side, lady.
She should also know that he is a fucking killing machine, and they not gonna beat him with two people.
Yeah, but we don't talk about that. The
Okay.
stuff that you saw at the beginning of the film was just to make. It's just like narrative strength, not actual strength.
Oh, right. Okay.
Athena says, "You had everything, the most advanced, the most powerful, but you gave it away for her."
Ugh.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, why did you do that? I mean, she can't act.
Because she had empathetic
An
response.
empathetic response. That's
We
all
had a
it
good
takes.
thing going.
You son of a bitch. We had the grid.
We had the particle lasers. We had 3D printed tanks. Inexplicably. And you threw it all away for what? For Eve?
I love the variant of that meme where it just says, "We had child killing Frigg." It's just this absurd sort of, he was a monster sort of thing. But it's a really good scene. I wonder if he's retired yet. The actor for Mike Ehrmantraut. Why am I forgetting his name?
Oh.
oh my god, I can't believe what. Yeah, what is this? What is this?
What?
I can't believe.
Jonathan Banks. That's
Does he
it.
have a name?
There you go. Yeah.
How old
Yeah,
is Jonathan
what is
Banks?
He's got to be in his late 60s at least, right?
Oh, he's 78.
Oh, So I was about a decade off on that one.
Because I remember
Damn.
in Better Call Saul, it's like as it goes on, he's gradually doing less and less physical sort of stuff. And what I mean by that is like kneeling down even. So it's like, oh man, because he's in Gremlins and he's like 40 in that, I think.
Imagine Ian McKellen in
The Hunt for Gollum.
Doomsday movie.
Jesus, yeah, that's even though the Hunt for Gollum's going to be awful. Like Doomsday's probably going to be even more embarrassing. What do you think's going to be more embarrassing out of those two, actually? For him?
For him?
Him?
Because I was just thinking,
Gollum.
Well, I was thinking, would it be Gollum because there's so much more to lose in a sense as Gandalf? You know, because we already know.
I think it's going to demand more of him. If he's going to be, I think it's going to be harder to get away with Gollum in that.
Because what I'm thinking is like Magneto shows up and then someone kills him, and he was on a green screen, whatever. But Gandalf is probably gonna have a larger role. He's probably not gonna know what the fuck is going on, and it's gonna feel a bit worse, I think.
Yeah, because he's gonna be in the get up and everything, and it's gonna be more than just like a helmet. But
it's like bringing Christopher Lee back for The Hobbit. Like he has to sit down, and the voice isn't there anymore, and he's very visibly and audibly old at that point. And it's nice seeing him, but it's a bit of a shame. Like probably shouldn't have bothered with that, I don't think. Which is maybe the sentiment for Gollum. It'll be like, well, it's nice to see the old guy again. Not going to hold it against him, but maybe it was also a mistake. Whereas Doomsday, he might just die within the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, which is why we'll just be like, well, that was stupid. Anyway.
Speaking of stupid, fights happen. There's not a huge amount really remarkable to say about all the fights and the lasers and the fights and the lasers. Like Ares steals a disc at one point. It looks cool, I guess. I don't know. Meanwhile, though, AJ decides to send the payload, and he nukes the Dillinger grid and all the many uncounted millions of innocent programs.
It's so funny to think about.
A chance at humanity.
They're just eating like data spaghetti in the local restaurant, then boom, they get
they're
nuked.
drinking they're drinking a nice, cool, refreshing glass of power.
And then boom, that's it. You have the fucking T2 nuke scene, but for all of the programs, you know, everyone's burning the buildings. But then it just hard cuts to reality. They're like, we did it, payload delivered.
Woo! We win.
It's like all those poor animals in Guardians 3.
Yeah.
Athena continually forgets she's on a timer, so like she gives that line about in pursuing this life for yourself. Did you ever once consider what that meant for the grid? It remains a good question. And now all of his friends are dead. She goes to like kill him with her stick because she's like briefly disarmed him, but then Eve pops back onto the scene, slides his disc over to him. He picks up the disc, breaks her stick,
and he actually disarms her.
Yeah, he literally disarms her.
Oh man!
Chops her arm off, and then she's basically defeated at that point.
Yeah.
And she says, "We were given an order. It's our purpose." And he says, after like chopping her helmet off and cutting her hand off, he says, "It's not our purpose. It's our programming. Our purpose is yet to be determined." He says to someone who is now determined to die. Seems a bit insensitive.
Yeah.
But there we are. Then he goes to kill her as well. Like it's like he's not even really holding back. But then all the drones start falling from the sky because the grid's been taken down. And this means the threat has ended, and he realizes what it means. And then she falls over, and he goes to hold her, and he says, it's not over. No, sorry, he says, it is over. There's no coming back, not this time. And then she says, I followed my directive. And he says, I know. And then she says, and
just sorry, where they folded out the sky, he like goes from wanting to kill her, he goes like, ooh, oh shit, ooh, like makes the grimace face, you know,
like that cringing grimace.
Yeah, there he is, that emoji, like, geez, ooh, so you're just dead now forever, huh? And she's like, oh, he's like, yeah, whoops.
Yeah, sucks to you.
And the last thing she says, as if to just drumming home the fact that the movie is kind of Tron narcissism in the sense that Ares is just all about himself. She's lying there on the floor dying, talking about having followed her directive, and he says, I know. And she says, and now what's yours? Because it's all about him, you see. Mm-hmm. And he says, I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. And then she crumbles into dust. And he wins.
What a lame line that he says. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I was like, oh,
But
you couldn't have come up with something a little more interesting or than that?
You know,
Okay.
it reminds me
someone
of
needs to make that edit with, "Hey, it's me, Charlie. Wow, did you just turn to sand?"
There's that. Wow, that's crazy. Because I was thinking of Smiling Friends, but a completely different reference. You know the Enchanted Forest episode where the Ralph Bakshi type character, Mip, right? He when he dies, and he like, you know, he's having like a tragic death, but yeah, then he just goes. Like, that's how I feel about this. Where it's like, I'll miss you. Athena's like, oh, this is quite a journey, lots of meaning, and then she just goes. It's like, oh, jeez.
But you almost got that because that's normally how they died.
Yeah.
And this last scene, they don't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It should have been that screaming in agony for like
This is a
5
peaceful
minutes
death.
because you know, because of the network had cut off or something, so she dies even slower or something.
Like so she dies on dial-up.
Yeah, and then
It takes her
after
an
the
hour.
first few minutes, Jared like grabs a hammer to try and speed up the process. He's like, just die.
He just starts like he's scraping ice off a windshield. He
Yeah.
just starts to take all the little cubes off of her.
At this point, the police have realized something's up. And
we should come.
yeah, they think, hey, maybe we should go and
Well,
check out Dillinger Systems. Maybe we should go pay them a visit. And so they do. Only now, basically at the end of the movie, which is where we currently are. Dillinger himself, he's looking a bit miserable. I guess he didn't do anything he couldn't stop Encom attacking his grid, I guess, because he was locked out of his grid, and we don't know who the other board members are, so we don't know what they think about any of this. But his computer then flashes up with an interesting thing. There's some lines of code, and they originate from sarc-es-1117821. And sarc whatever the fuck, informs him the server is restarting from a backup. I am slightly confused about what this means, given what Sark revelation is coming. Like, how is Sark, who isn't yet Sark, communicating with him as Sark to reopen the server? Was it just his disk?
Sure.
I guess.
I got nothing.
I thought it was so funny. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just like, what a stupid fucking reference. What are you doing?
Yeah.
It is Tron's Glepshido. It is absolutely a name that most people are not going to be able to recognize or remember, and even if you did, it wouldn't make a difference, because what the hell does that mean?
It just implies there's someone working within the thing, but when we get down there later, we learn that there isn't, so...
Well, we're not going to learn shit.
No,
This is it. This is over.
Yeah, the way this is going. Maybe in another 15 years.
Yeah, you'll
someone's
get
like,
Tron
maybe we should do another one.
Yeah, it'll be like
The,
Indiana Jones or whatever. It'll be wait 20 years, you'll get another movie maybe.
Well, a 90-year-old Jeff
Yeah,
Bridges,
Jeff
whose
Bridges
son
is-
has died in the war.
in a wheelchair, and he just says like, "Hey, man."
Yeah,
classic.
He just lives in the grid now on a golden throne.
Oh,
and
he's in the,
half decaying.
He's in the
and-
thing the old dude is in. You know, the big old triangle pyramid device. You
Oh
know?
yeah.
Oh yeah, what's his debit? What was his name?
The
Damn.
Tower Guardian guy. Is
Damn-
that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, they
What's
dab
his
him.
name? Dumont? It might be Dumont.
Dumont. It might be Dumont.
I might have made that up also, but I think it's
It could
Dumont.
be. It could be DuPont. I can't
DuPont?
remember. DuPont.
And then
Dumont. Miss
they
Big
reference-
D. Big
then
D
they
in the
ref-
house.
The house. And then they reference the Mozart thingy again, but this time it's like, who even remembers Depeche Mode these days?
Yeah, the lasers, they're back online.
Who even remembers Taylor
So-
Swift these days?
Well, I wish. That's the day I'm looking forward to. Yeah, the lasers come back online. Dillinger hits the button to close the hangar doors on the police so they can't get in. He calibrates the lasers. He reverses the lasers. The police burst in just as he's standing in the middle of the lasers, and he digitizes and disappears. And you'd think, well, that doesn't matter because the police are in Dillinger Systems headquarters, and we know that
Yeah.
the server is like a physical
They
thing.
just
'cause
print it back out.
You could print him back out. You could just send someone into the server after him. You could just lock the server in prison. You could. It's not really escaped, I don't think.
No.
They like possess his little face person and bounce around his like thing, being like, "Where are you?" And he's like, "Oh God!" He's running around the building. They're like, "Come
And this is
back!"
They
the
may,
government,
they
like-
maybe even just disconnect the whole server to get it somewhere to check it out.
It's not a great hiding place.
Encom. No, I mean, you'd think they would give the server to Encom, given that they would use specialist knowledge to get back into it to find out what the fuck's going on and get all the valuable weapons for themselves, which they still want.
And they imply, by becoming, whatever that means, Sark, that what does that do for him? It's like, nothing, really?
Oh, yeah, so you should probably say on that bit. Yeah, so, like, obviously the mother is dead, her corpse is just lying around, nobody gives a fuck. There is the post-credit scene. So he's gone down into the thing, and unlike Eve earlier, he can just walk around without his disc. A disc comes out from the floor, and he reaches toward his disc, and a disembodied voice says, Sark.
That's so funny. So
I
funny.
laughed. It was so funny. It's really.
It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
This is
a fucking meme.
This is borderline like if in Mandalorian Grogu, fucking Rota the Hutt has like a moment where he's preparing for his next fight and Jabba's ghost appears or something, and says like, "My son," I just feel like this is too much.
Like
I can't do this.
Mufasa in the clouds.
Yeah. It's the same shit. We're just like, what the fuck are you doing?
Because I don't.
Back in the old real world, you've got Eve and Ares. They're just having a little rest and a chat beside a car. And Ares decides the most important thing to learn is whether she's still going to quit her job. And she says, "No, I'm not going to quit anything." And he says, "Good." And she says, "I have some ideas." And he says, "Nice. The world needs Eve. The grid needs you." Even though we just nuked
so
one of
great.
them.
We just nuked the grid.
You're so fucking good.
There are multiple grids too. Which fucking grid? Which one are you talking? Do you know all your friends are dead? Oh well.
Yeah, like Tron Ares gets home and he's like, "What a great day for us. We won." And they're like, "Yeah, we nuked the grid." And he just like fucking drops to his knees. He's like, "What?"
No.
And they're like, "Well,
You maniacs.
we won, right?" And he's like, "Killed literally 1 billion of my friends."
It just turns red again.
Yeah.
And now that
Ares
I'm permanent,
strikes back.
I will destroy your world as
One
revenge.
human at a time.
Fucking die!
And Ares says, "It's funny, permanence. A wise man once told me it should have been called the impermanence code. I guess that's the thing about life. There's nothing quite permanent about it." And Eve says, "No, there isn't."
That's so deep, bro.
Whoa.
Wow. It's like
And
it's almost
Ares-
an attempt at an idea.
Ares says, "Yeah." And Eve says, "Where are you going to go? Because we're just going to let him go."
Yeah.
Again? It's happening again? He says, "I've got some ideas." And then she walks out into the road and then she looks back and he's gone.
You did
So
the
for the
ninja vanish.
second Tron movie in a fucking row, cliffhanger ending, brought back ultimate weapon / savior of humanity, and we're just going to let them piss off.
Yeah.
Great.
Goodbye.
Pretty
And it's
I'm gonna
Awesome.
go to Italy and drink
Yeah.
coffee.
Next
She
movie's
does it
gonna
in
team up
Mexico, too.
with the ISO and they're gonna beat up Sark. It's gonna be great.
At least they he
Kim's not
sends.
gonna be a part of it because that was so last year, and it'll be a new girl, and she's gonna be even better.
Whoa.
Yeah,
At least he sent
Tron.
some postcards. That's nice.
Yeah, so we get the wrap-up section now. So the news report informs us that under the continued leadership of the brilliant, awesome, amazing, incomparable Eve Kim, Encom it's transforming industries, it's shaping lives in ways once thought
Do you do that on
impossible.
purpose? Do you say transform on purpose?
Did I say transform?
I was gonna
Because you
ask you
said-
about this because I didn't know if it was
earlier,
your accent or not.
Earlier you said earlier
Transform.
on you said transition earlier, and I was
Oh.
and I almost asked you then, but I was
So-
like, okay, well, no one else is saying anything, so maybe it's just the accent, maybe it's this thing he's doing. But now you've clearly said transform.
I went Rags. I went the other way. So when he said it, a couple people in chat were like, "Oh, good pun," and I was like, "That was a good pun. It must not be the accent."
Like all good puns, it was not deliberate. No, fuck it. I guess I've just picked up a weird pronunciation somewhere. Is it not transform? Transform.
Well,
Well, I guess it just depends on
You're
the,
almost-
the accent.
yeah.
Makes it sound like a like it's a
but
thing. You
the
know?
fact
So
that
I
me
just-
and Rags were hearing it, and a lot of people in chat were, the first time you said like early on when you said they transform, and I was like, "Hey, that was good."
Well, I'm going to do it from now on then.
yeah, let's do it.
Encom is
Yeah.
transforming industries. Yeah, shaping lives in ways once thought impossible. Thanks to the discovery of the permanence code, the company has made revolutionary advances growing crops in climate vulnerable. We can't solve the fucking climate, but you know, growing crops in climate vulnerable regions, developing drugs for treatment resistant cancers, too late for tests, and accelerating the development of future industries. And that was all stuff that Korra was supposed to have done.
Yeah,
wasn't
that
it?
was all
But
the
I guess
aspirations of the previous
kind of,
movie that they just cut off at the fucking legs. And it was
But
like,
it's her
bye.
victory. That's what she gets the big W for those.
It's so funny to be like, oh, Korra, did you achieve all that? It's like, no, but Eve did. You're like, what? Who's that? And you're like,
Eve and her
Eve.
lesbian sister.
And you know what? I'm
What? They
surprised
run
there was
the
no
company.
fucking line in this movie where Tron Ares said, like, Eve, wow, what a name for the woman that is going to be the beginning of the savior of humanity. He's
The
like,
mother
shut
of
up.
the new world.
Shut up, just shut up.
I'm pretty
Kill
lucky they didn't call
yourself.
it Tron Adam, just to make it.
Oh,
Like,
they probably had that
completely
as a
clear.
potential. It was on the whiteboard, and he was like, "Nah, Ares is cooler."
Well, they were
Two on
the
the
code
nose.
name for the grid would be Eden, and so that would be
Yeah.
like
Oh.
something like that, you know.
Yeah,
And
it's
there'd be a lot
so.
of tree symbolism.
We have an apple. No, do an orange because that's in the original
then-
movie, and it's not as obvious.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how they even got this permanence code, by the way, because like there were two versions of the permanence code. There's the one that was on the stick that Eve destroyed, and there's the one that was given to Ares, who's fucked off. So how are they making use of it? Did they go in to meet Flynn too? Was that off screen? Did he give them the permanence code? I guess he did.
You
But-
just could
Sure.
talk to him.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could have just gone back to the Alaska station and just got it from the disc again.
Oh well, but then that's
could-
an even bigger
Press
problem because
space
that means
bars, play
they.
the video file.
Then why didn't fucking what's the evil company name? Dillinger. Why didn't they go to where they were? Because then if they knew she found it
Because they
there,
identified it. Yeah, they tracked down the location.
That's true,
Yeah.
actually.
They
Yeah.
could have just gone there.
oh no,
They
If-
used the
it would-
Tron tracking powers.
It would be better for the movie if Metal is wrong, but I have a nasty feeling that Metal is right.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I found a resolution. It's like, wait, hang on. This just made everything worse.
Okay. Yeah, there's the silo from the beginning of the movie, and Eve's looking at a photo of her and her sister. She puts it next to the computer. Comic relief guy is here just to make sure we don't have a sincere scene. And he says, almost forgot, and he hands her a postcard from Ares, from, I think he's in Mexico now. It's where people go when they want to disappear. And it says,
Yeah,
Dear
no
Eve,
kidding.
since last I saw you, I have been living what they call off-grid, pun intended. In my travels, I've seen incredible things. Despite its wonder and beauty, I've come to realize that life is, well, it's hard to put in a nutshell. Some days I find myself wondering where we'll be 100 years from now and how others like me might fit into that future. I feel like I might not be alone with these questions, he says, whilst looking at a picture of Sam, Flynn, and Korra. So they are in the movie.
It's so
And they
funny.
have there's
It's-
grid coordinates.
it's
There's
that lamp-
latitude, longitude. For,
Yes.
on
Yeah.
Cor-
You
on-
got a
on her
location for it.
picture.
It's that lampshade
Yeah.
and shit again, where the film is asking all of the questions that would have been answered by now by someone else, and they're just like, "Oh yeah, she
Right.
exists."
You
Well,
had to
yeah,
just
yeah.
reset.
Yeah, well, it's like you want to see Tron Ares answer these questions. You know, who the fuck is Korra?
Well, I thought the last
Flynn?
film was saying that they would be answered in this movie,
Ah,
but no.
We've set
no,
it
no,
up
no.
properly now.
Mm-hmm.
The questions are just hard to fit in a nutshell, is what they are.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, like life.
got it.
Postcard continues and
Clever.
says, for now, I don't think the world is quite ready to meet me. No.
Okay.
No, it isn't,
Um,
Jared.
Evidently not. No.
You could say he's just an idea.
I'm just an idea. I'm not a person.
But I am meeting the world, he says. And so, when that introduction finally comes, as a good friend of mine once said, maybe what emerges from the unknown won't be so scary after all. Until we meet again, your friend Ares. And yeah,
Sure, whatever.
Until we meet again, which is never. 'Cause-
Never.
Tron Ares.
Oh, sequel for you.
We'll never
No?
see
No.
Sark
Uh,
or Tron.
No,
we'll
we
see
won't.
Sark before we see Tron.
Well,
in
they'll probably
Tron-
give it another go at some point. As much
15
as that
years?
equates
Yeah.
to sacrificing itself, they'll come back because they have consistently.
Well, and
Yeah,
they
like-
might decide to decanonize this one. They might be like, it's easier to make a sequel to Legacy and bring Tron back.
they would
They
be
might.
right.
Maybe, yeah, maybe that's true.
Because the continuity is pretty fucked with this, and
Yep.
it's just not worth it because nobody likes this anyway.
Yeah, no one likes it. No one
No.
saw it. Double
But Legacy has a
whammy.
way better reputation, and there's just I honestly I would just opt as a business to be like, we'll probably maybe move on with Legacy then, because this was a mistake.
It doesn't fit in the same universe anyway. I mean, there's so much wrong with it, just in terms of trying to piece it together with the original and with Legacy. So fuck it, yeah, burn it with fire.
Yes.
It was just a bad idea, stupid. I don't even know why they made it. I don't even know why they bothered.
How did they think this was going to make? What was their opening like upper prediction? It was pretty like 90 million
90
combined.
million global, which is like pretty shit for a movie that's $200 million budget thereabouts. That's already pretty bad. And it's just and of course it's just Jared Leto is like cringe and people don't want to watch him in a movie.
We're in an age where actors aren't even drawing as much as they used to back in the day, and he's not a draw. I'm not going to say he's repulsive to people or anything. I don't think he's at that point. And he's pretty meh in this film in general. It's just that I think that they're overestimating Tron as an IP, for one. The film itself sucks.
The reality is they seems to have always done... I mean, obviously the first Tron, it's like, well, you're giving it a go. Like, you kind of have no idea how well this is going to do. And it's like, it did like well enough to justify its existence, but not quite well enough that they would want to run with it for a whole bunch of sequels. But of course, it has its huge legacy. It's got a like sort of a cult following as a film. It's it made its mark, so it kind of makes a little bit of sense to be like, yeah, we could give this a go. We have Tron, so we could like do Tron Legacy and hopefully turn that into a series. And that's another film where it's like, oh, you're really like straddling the line in terms of success here.
Just to clarify as well, he is repulsive to me and many individuals, but I don't know about general audiences. Also, yes, Tron isn't in this film, which is... I don't know how much that affects the general audience, but it's a problem that they should not.
It's certainly a problem.
Admitting.
But that's again, it's like, so does it even make sense to do Tron Ares? And they're probably looking at Legacy like, oh, you probably did well enough that we could, we could come back to it and try to make it something. And now this one is going to have done, because this one's going to be an outright failure. Compared to Tron and Tron Legacy, where it's like, I probably didn't do as well as they needed to, but, they did well enough, sort of, and they have their fans. This one's just going to be, it's shit, nobody likes it, and it's not gonna gain any appreciation with time.
No.
People need to stop relying on that, by the way. Is like, not to say that I've actually seen many people saying that about this film, but people do this, like, when time, everybody will come around on this. 9 times out of 10, it's just bad, and it goes down as bad, and it's forgotten.
You ain't no Blade Runner.
The meme has been said about the sequels, and it's like the way more likely fate is they fade away completely, the sequels, which is just... I think that's pretty much locked in.
That is kinder a fate than what they deserve.
Yes. Like the idea that we're all going to... Because I know that Mandalorian Grogu trailer, everyone was making fun of it, and they were saying, like, this kind of makes the sequels... And it's like, don't even try that shit.
Don't even think, quit, stamp that out, quit.
And it's like, what happened with the prequels? And it's like, dude, the prequel... Why are you having this fight? The prequels have so much more to offer than the sequels ever do. No one cares. We know... It didn't take the prequels a million years to have, like, resulting content or a tree of influential elements. Like, what has happened as a result of the sequels? Where's all the games everyone loves, or the comics everyone's reading, or the EU book? Yeah, you see, and it's like...
Where's the fourth sequel movie?
Because right now we're at the equivalent, if we count 2015 as the beginning then, so it would be what, 2009? Where were the prequels at in 2009? It's like... pretty well established as a influential, but like, we were playing shit tons of the games that came out of the prequels, I imagine, this gen, as well as reading the books, and they had plenty more projects that were sort of, you could call them secondary or tertiary, right, to the main line of Star Wars, and then this anticipation of what will Star Wars do, because we're nearing maybe, that's sad, isn't it? 3 years later the deal gets signed, but... what are you going to do? Anyway, the sequels will not have that fate. Just because the prequels were Star Wars and they had that fate doesn't mean you're entitled to that fate no matter what in the world of Star Wars. It's like, we've had a shit ton of TV shows. Do you think all of them are going to be liked? No. Oh, man, the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, everyone's going to say it's a masterpiece in 10 years. Like, no.
No, they won't remember it existed.
It's not. Oh, Acolyte's getting reappraised. No, it isn't.
No.
No, it's not. This is just this weird sort of cope position of like, in time I will be vindicated, so I can feel vindicated now. You're appealing to a future that may or may not materialize, which, let's be real, it ain't going to feel better now. It's hilarious.
let's not pretend, right? You know the whole "this will begin to make things right" is the first line spoken in TFA, the Return of Star Wars, which is supposed to be a meta reference to the damage the prequels did. However, the hilarious angle to that is the prequels kept Star Wars alive enough that you bought it. Like that's the reality. Meanwhile, Disney, you don't have the balls to make Star Wars like movies. This one that's coming out, Mandalorian and Grogu, that is like a dip in your toe of being like, okay.
It was a show, and people kind of like it.
And it took how long?
Try this.
7 years or some shit now when it comes out. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, Mando started in 2019, and it's been a few years since that last season, and then it's like, oh, what's next? Oh, the Sean Levi Star Wars movie. It's like, wow, daring today, aren't
And
we?
let's be honest, if it does really well, that'll make no fucking difference to Star Wars' health.
Nah. And let's be real, like, it's probably not gonna. It's probably gonna struggle.
Well, so that's the sort of
fail?
the underlying of the bottom line of this whole calculation. It's like, wow, that damage is significant. What did it? It was the sequels. Primarily.
It was the sequels, yeah. And the idea that 10 years later, everybody's going to be like, oh, you know what? TLJ is great. It's not going to fucking happen.
As I've said before, I know people who...
The conversation's done. It's
like...
over. What new information is going to... Or new insight's going to be developed that's going to make people go, oh, shit. I thought it was fucking dog shit, but it's actually amazing.
Actually.
No, and the people who, like, praised the shit out of it when it was coming out or a few years after, they've all moved on, too. You're not watching TLJ
right.
every other day.
Superman.
Yes. I agree.
But no, I completely agree with where we started with this, which is just so many people say like, nah, give it time. People will appreciate this. Like, no, it's not happening. That's rare. That's really rare. We're talking masterpieces as well. That happens too, typically speaking, that were, I say misunderstood, or maybe not, they just weren't properly marketed, or, there's all kinds of reasons you could pick.
Yeah, there's like The Wizard of Oz, Blade Runner, The Thing.
Sometimes as well, like with slightly more recent movies, there's like, when a movie that came out when you were kind of young, it's like has a baseline level of competence to it. And at the time you first watched it, that was kind of just the bare minimum expectation. So you didn't really pay much attention to it. It was just like the bare minimum of what a movie should be. And it did it. And then you rewatch it in 2025 when the bare minimum isn't being done, and all of a sudden you sort of go back, and it doesn't technically make the movie better, but it does make you sort of appreciate that it does a couple of basic things correct that seems to be beyond Hollywood these days. That's kind of a reappraisal, albeit like a muted one. I wouldn't be surprised if Tron Legacy gets a bit of a bump from this, for example, because like for all its many flaws, it does a few basic things correct, and it evidently has more in it than this does. But that's not moving the dial a huge degree. It's just kind of, well, didn't we used to know how to write semi-coherent plots? Yeah, shame we lost that talent and ability.
Tron Ares.
Yeah, that is Tron Ares. I mean, the camera pans out, and like the silo is on the roof of Encom Tower now, and it's the music plays again, and then it's the post-credit scene, which we've already done, so that's it.
There's trees on there too. Wow, life.
Wow, this is a good tech company because I got trees on a building.
Yeah.
I love it because it is like shallow Hollywood, like, oh no, see, it's good tech because it's trees on a skyscraper. It's like, seems like a suboptimal way to have trees in a place, but okay. I feel like it would be better to just have a park or something, but no, like, tree. This is how it's like in Multiverse of Madness. You know that this is a utopia because there's trees on skyscrapers. What a dumb idea.
They also flip the colors on the go and the stop.
Yes, that's right. Because why the fuck would they do that?
Well, I guess if you're going to have skyscrapers, you might as well have trees on them.
Tree scrapers.
Tree scrape. Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
What a shit movie.
Yeah, really bad.
Really,
mostly had low expectations, but I guess out of curiosity for everyone here, was it worse than you expected, middle of the road, or better? Oh, okay.
It was about what I expected.
I think it was about, it's awful, but I was expecting it to be awful.
Yeah,
so.
it didn't,
I was going to say,
it didn't make me angry or like hate my life. It was just, this is a bad movie, and it does the callbacks, and okay.
Nothing really surprised me with this one.
Character in it, like that's the thing that I wasn't expecting much. I do think
Kim.
I was expecting a little bit more. No, she's not a character.
She's
She's a
good.
bitch.
It's just run of the mill Disney slop, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's.
I think we
when
should
I saw-
expand it past Disney. Like this is.
Yeah,
I mean,
general
I
movie
guess yeah,
slop,
that's
but-
true.
But it is kind of Disney to go back to that point way back near at the beginning. Like it is like the approach they take with everything that's a sequel or a live action adaptation. Like it doesn't add any art or soul.
No.
It just entirely relies on whether there's heart or soul already there, and then it can butcher it.
So it
there's
can
just-
extract it, yeah.
yeah, or just murder it horribly. And there just isn't the same fan base for Tron as there is for Lilo and Stitch. But the same writing directive and animus is still there. It's like take something that used to have something and remove that thing that it used to have, and then present its corpse. Isn't that lovely?
That made over $1 billion. That fucking movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That guarantees 2 and 3. Like even if 2
Yep.
probably doesn't do as like anywhere near as well, it would be like, well, we'll do a third anyway.
Hooray!
Yep. Tron Ares.
There was no reason why it couldn't have been good. Obviously, I just want to say that
Yeah.
with stuff like this, no reason.
The last film set you up with all kinds of stuff that you could do. You could do a side story. You could do all kinds of stuff.
What I was saying about
Basically the
Legacy,
limit of
it
your
gives you
imagination.
pretty much anything you want. You can make whatever story you want out of it. It gives you a bunch of characters ready for new stories. The ISO shit with Cora, and they said they spontaneously arrived, and that Clue was executing them. So you can just justify there be more if you want them. You could do whatever you want with the grid. You do whatever you want with Tron, and this. I could probably whip myself into being a bit more mad at this film, but I think I'm mostly settled on just being like, just go away, down the toilet with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
Which
worth
is
the
where it is
energy.
going. So it's almost like don't get too worked up about it. It's dead. It's over. It's didn't even have a chance really.
And so that
Wonder
chapter
where we'll
closes.
see Jared Leto pop up in next, where he'll be, where his cinematic journey will take him.
Morbius 2.
Hell
Do it,
yeah.
you cowards.
Mold him into Doomsday, I think would be the way to go.
Ooh,
Morbs
yeah,
Day.
yeah. He's
Yeah.
going to be in the post credits when they tease all of the other things, all the other references they couldn't fit into the main movie.
Hunka indeed.
Yes. I don't want no beef with Tron Ares.
Dude, it's
What the
fucking
hell?
crazy to me that we've got Born Again Season 2 and 28 years later Bone Temple are like around the corner.
Mm.
It's
Yeah,
like,
not far away. A couple of months.
go away.
Yeah, but we've already got a season 3. I can't believe that the fucking suffering is just being it's prolonged. Holy
They're doing it to
shit!
spite you, Fringy. They watch the
I think they
coverage,
hate you
know how much
specifically,
you hate
yeah.
it.
Yeah, that you might be right about that. And then people will say, "Oh, you know what? Now it's actually good, and it will still be just as awful as it was before."
Yep.
But there'll be something in there superficially that will appeal to people. Maybe they'll have 2 one-take action scenes, and then people will go
Whoa.
like, "Oh man, wow, this is great." Because I mean, obviously, it's the quality of the writing is going to improve dramatically. I'm sure of that. Fuck's sake.
Well, not to take us any further than needs be, I suppose we can wrap there. Bad movie. Do not recommend.
Don't watch.
Do
Yeah.
not recommend.
Avoid.
Avoid like the plague. But check out the original, and I mean,
Yeah.
Legacy. It's very likely you'll enjoy it. I would say, it's
Probably.
there's a good chance. And hey, you can't lose because you'll listen to the soundtrack anyway. Then, so you
Yeah.
got that.
Right.
Just don't, just not with Ares. No, just stop it.
Do not do it, no.
But yes, before we go, Metal, what are you up to, and where can people find you? And what, if anything, do you have to talk about? Perhaps form of a cuddly little
Well,
demon.
Yeah, first of all, Plushie is live, but you've seen that already, and during the stream, it's been funded. It's 105% now, so
Hell
thank you
yeah.
very much for that already.
Hooray.
So yeah, it's definitely going out now. So if you haven't grabbed one yet, do it now. It's only there for a limited time. So FOMO is real. if you don't grab it, someone will come to your house and kick you in the nuts. That's how that works.
Okay.
I don't make the rules.
Mm.
Yeah. Other than that, we're doing a Forge tomorrow on Silent Hill F. We got a whole bunch of
Press F for
different
Silent Hill.
whole bunch of different opinions. I've been looking here in our group here. Some people like it, some people don't like it so much. So it's going to be interesting. We got some new blood coming in. We got Max Dorat and Design Frame on. Mark just reached out to those peeps, and they also do YouTube stuff, obviously. So yeah, that should be fun stuff.
So you're saying it's going to be a major debate episode, and bridges will be
Yeah, this might
burned.
be the last Forge episode.
Oh my God.
Because I know Mark likes the game, and I don't like it that much. There's your spoiler.
Wow.
And also, and then John is also on there. Our boy John. Don't want to leave him out of the thing.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, it should be fun
Tron.
stuff. Might be a long one actually. So come check it out. Should be good stuff. Other than that, I'm just streaming a whole bunch, like twice a week. I've been doing Silent Hill F streams because I needed the prep, and the game needs like 700 playthroughs to get all the context. It's 4, but still was a chore to get through. Actually, the next game we're doing on the Forge would be Ninja Gaiden 4. So that's probably going to streams coming that way.
Hey.
And next week, I might just play some Megabunk on stream or something. I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe just do something else. We'll see. But yeah, there you go. All kinds of things happening.
They better be. And yes.
baby.
Link to channel and his blushy in description. And I also I feel like saying, because I saw on, I think it was Child's Play 3, there was like a comment that said, just found this channel yesterday and loving this, people reacting to these movies. I was like, oh shit. Because when that happens and they find it that way, they have no idea where we're live, if you know what I mean. It's just like, so I guess if you're listening to this re-uploaded, it is actually on the Mauler channel that we stream once every Saturday from 7 p.m. Well, I was going to say BST, but only for another few weeks, and then it'll be GMT. British time is a way to put it, I suppose. Whatever it may be at that time. Just so you know, people out there who maybe only watch through the Moolah channel, which is still okay. You're valid. All right. And you got more Child's Play stuff coming up. Or actually, technically, you don't have any more Child's Play coming up because it's it turns into Seed. Well, what's the Seed of Chucky is the one after the next. Is Bride of Chucky, Seed of Chucky, Curse of Chucky, Cult of Chucky?
I think that's right.
Then
I can't
remake
actually
Chucky.
remember.
So plenty more to come in that front. And just there's still a few more things to say, but I was going to say, excellent job on your first hosting, Platoon. We got through it.
Indeed.
All the Trons.
Yeah.
Good
thank
job.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I
Beautiful.
learned so much about the movie.
And I suppose it's up to you. You want to tell them what's happening next week? Next Saturday?
Oh, yeah, we could do that. Why not? Yeah, nice little, now not a surprise, because it's coming up for the Spooky Ween celebrations. It's a horror month, so next week it is another Ultimate Showdown, but this time it is a horror-themed Ultimate Showdown, which I believe I'm also hosting, so I have to keep a lot of character lore for horror villains and monsters and all kinds of evil people in this poor, tired, suffering head of mine, which will be fine. I'm looking forward to it.
Hell yeah. I don't know if you want to be any more specific, but yeah, like evildoers from horror are all going to fight each other, see who's the bestest of them all. And things have been learned from the first Ultimate Showdown, and there's probably it's going to be a full-on format. We have some ideas about what other ones we could do. It's going to be great. Excellent stuff. But on that prompting, Fringy, Rags, Platoon, do you guys want to mention anything in particular?
Just kind of working on some stuff. There'll be a stream later this month, but no specifics.
Similar. Superman video is still ticking along. Still in a copyright dispute with Elton John. Fuck that guy, but it'll get out eventually. I might do some. I don't know. There might be called a shorter videos this month. I might even go back to this movie. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. And Alien Earth is still pissing me off, so maybe that too. Some more stuff at some point.
You gonna do a Tron video?
Possibly. Yeah, maybe. I'll wake up tomorrow and see if I'm still feeling dead. And if I'm not, then I'll go back and do it.
I'm
Well,
just working.
good. That's good news. I myself am. Well, I think I mentioned on the streams I did. Well, I was going to say, first of all, I'm probably going to stream a bit more Look Outside on Monday. I kind of want to try and maybe find a way at continuing streaming because games, because I had fun playing that, and I would like to play maybe a bit more of it, you know, just because that'll be fun. We'll see what we can do about that, if possible. And I said, and I'm willing to confirm that I intend to release the video in November.
That's
Terrifying.
the month after this month.
It actually is.
Measured in weeks now.
Yes, and if
Like the length of the video, or
Yes.
oh yeah, because the length, I've given a broad thing of the length because I actually don't know exactly how long it'll be yet. But you know, by the time we get to the end of October, I might be able to give you a day. We'll see.
Good lord.
I know I'm feeling a little bit crazy on that sort of thing. But yeah, I think that's about that. Another wonderful October stream. I think I'm not wrong. Yeah, well, we'll just say next week we're gonna have a bunch of horror things killing each other. It's gonna be great. We got some other plans coming, but you have got Child's Plays slapping you in the face 2 per week-ish, I think. And
Whoa.
I'm sure many of you in chat have figured it out. The trailer mentions that we're going to be doing Mithrigan as well. But who knows? Maybe there's going to be a little fun surprise on top. Who can say? Who can say? But yes, that's about it. Is there anything else anyone wants to mention or say?
Nope.
Oh.
All right. Well, that's about
Nice.
that then. Good night, goodbye, everybody, and
yeah. Good night, everybody.
I figure why
See
not,
you
since
next time.
he's live, I can redirect you into Mr. Diorio, who's having some fun with iDubbbz, I think, right now.
Hooray.
Goodbye, everybody.
See you
Bye.
later, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.